Delegate Brown is present.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Chairman, we have 5 members present. Upon roll call, 1 member not entering. Roll call, Chairman.
Good morning to the Budget and Finance Committee. With this, I officially call this meeting to order at 8:43 a.m. coming out of recess from yesterday. We did have a agenda before us today, and we had to stop with business right before we entertained the motion yesterday because of the severe rainstorm in Winter Rock, and I was stuck there for a while, but got out just in time. But with this, so let's move forward to a new day with us, with a new morning, with a prayer this morning, and Kodos, Chinanta, Delegate Raymond, Vice Chair Smith. If you're in a good location, would you lead us in prayer this morning?
Oh, Shinada, Heda, Chief the Budget and Finance Committee members, Cassie, the North Flaggy, Citizen Ashley. Yes, see. Good morning, everybody. Cash, Dean. Mr. Hungloni, God. Oh, the Inanish Lodo, Yaz Bandit, only free branch government, but this study, even, yeah. Inanish Holo, the agenda and the deal, so I don't know, Yar by it, though, I did kid by the Holo, Nasi Katos, Sana needs in. LA the GN he can't do it. In the AGA, it's now I don't spaz always out to the she who wonder. Ultra, Yelchin Gadaltra, 18 yards, Otas Meadow, they the Tranas the Veso, Cardo, so 7 at 8 on 100 machine, so loud. East Bad Hayan, I don't hear wait I don't hear executive, I don't legislative, Bashmaster and Listen Daily Show, staff of the energy. To a hotel, to the inch catch the I don't hear la. I see. The hotel is still not sling, Hoda. I hear hidden shit in. I see, John, yeah. Listen, John, yeah. If you had a tube in that, what answer to the sun here, I see. No, what me, you that a hygiene, but I call Dick a day, honey, and Anish. And yeah, state at the Maggie, so, Mrs. Winslow. Jo dat die niet zo het schiet zo ben je het schiet je kast dat de scout zo je had in een snel zo dat initione kuchen in een snel dat in madon hit shadow in masanda ipat so to sun action hit so keda one nazta eso nkhaba ahliashtin kussen sa verstoit ini dat die energie and the all you that little behind Shandy zain gaat is kado and hoed dat en dan hitne da was ja akuchen dan hitne zeilende ko shiti en haushi ja die kado dort lana niet zijn stien ko ne de een spazen a large wing the has a large to we either and down to sort of essentially I don't call he's allowed so that's what the sun I don't he's allowed some lineage I don't is but a young first responders that they nigi to but so the sunshine ala happen on the 24/7 yon tasle khaba hliashtin en kita days don khata hadiado that of course dien she hun shadow le what ha so there's an state what yep and that's it visit the shindigi Jesus Christ. Amen. Okay, last speak, Chair, and you.
Christine, you had last Vice Chair Smith, well, you know, what's the deal is anybody here? The opinions here, Hana, Otani, Johnny. Even at Jaya Kudo, day 2 of our budget hearings with Health Education Human Services Committee, Aban Hall Jesus cost. So this morning, Kudo Health Education Human Services Committee, Chairman So and Che. Chairman Daniel So. Vice Chair Carl Slater, Chancellor. Vice Chair Carl Slater. The Sana Delegate Paul Begay.
Chair Hindio, this is Delegate Begay on the line.
Good morning. The Delegate Pernell, hello, Nasha. Delegate Paul Pernell, hello, Nasha. Ashnanta, Delegate Edison Wanika. Ashnanta, Delegate Charlene So. And so Ashnanta, Delegate Paul Begay, Nisha Ban Tahako for the legislations that are before the committee today.
Chair Hindio, I hadn't planned on it, and I was not asked. But if it pertains to health education, human services, Ashi Kodolito, Ishi Benachito, presenter she Ibada Dish after Ashi Show. Present that already. Thank you.
Kushine Hela, Ado Chairman Daniel Silva, but Indicus couldn't but but not covered Dini. So they could not so Dashida. This we are on legislation 04-22, and we did have we haven't had a motion in a second. We read the legislation into the record. Either we're set to do a motion in seconds. But before we start with this, Mr. Pahi, our legislative counsel, what did you have to announce?
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I did send an email regarding this same question. As you know, on the agenda, I am scheduled to present the draft comprehensive budget legislation today at 1 p.m. Given the recess last night, the storm and such, and the fact that I believe there are 5 more resolutions and then some tabled resolutions that need to be considered. I'm asking if the committee plans to move that time today to later or possibly tomorrow. And so I just need to know, because me and Ms. Henderson, Loya Henderson, are working on getting that draft comprehensive budget legislation. We call it the CBL. We're working on getting that draft CBL ready for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pahi, for asking that question. It is we did have at 1 o'clock, but given the circumstances yesterday, therefore, Peggy, what's the possibility if we don't get to that of stretching this to tomorrow for the third day?
Eugenio, that means that we would have to start at a later time because we have to make the request 24 hours in advance, and we have to also post an agenda as well. So why don't we just give ourselves, if the draft legislation in prior years, we've always just submitted it, dropped it, and then did amendments when we had the special meeting to consider it. And so it's not perfect when it goes in as a dropped legislation. So we're still adding COAs and other things to it, correcting language and all that at the special meeting. So I think if we could call for a late meeting today, just to complete everything, because we have 4 budgets left, counting the DHRs. And I think it's doable to maybe not have it at 1 o'clock, but at a later time if you wanted to, just because we have to do the 24-hour notice. We have to post the agenda 24 hours in advance. And then we're going to end up having to call for a special meeting besides the 23rd. That was what we were shooting for. And we keep in mind, we also have to deal with the audit legislation, and the Navi will call a session and then a special session from the council too. So we have to keep all that scheduling in mind as well. So it's really up to the committee on what you want to do. If you want to delay this process, we have up to the 19th is what the committee had voted on, having the budget to be completed, but we were being asked to drop the legislation at least by the 19th by OMB. That's how the budget calendar is set forth, and that's how the committee approved it. It says that the Navajo Nation Council proposed legislation for the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget will be dropped on the 19th. And so that OMB is supposed to be working on developing the book, the big book, next week, the week of the 22nd. But we're already cutting into that. If we have if we wait on the budget legislation not being dropped, that means OMB is not going to have sufficient time to provide the budget legislation. So that's going to cause that delay as well. So that's, for the committee's consideration. It seems like we're just going to start backing up everything. So delaying the whole process. So those are some things to keep in mind as you make the decision on how you want to go forward. Chair Henio.
No,
Chair Henio,
thank you.
this is Miss Barbara.
No, please
Can
hold
I
on, Ms. Barba. Please hold on, Ms. Barba. Gashina, so thank you for the information, Peggy. And
Therefore, we still have to drop legislation as from our legislative council is still drafting that up. So that keeping in mind from the Budget and Finance Committee that we have to make ourselves available when that request is complete, and then that way we can be readily available to take it and sign off on it. Ms. Barboff? Ms. Barboff?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to, I think that things got a little confused. All Office of Legislative Counsel needs is some additional time because you're going to finish with legislations today. We're not going to have time if you immediately go into the budget presentation. We won't, our budget legislation presentation. We won't have time to have incorporated those into the legislation. That's why we're asking for additional time. We're not asking for to delay dropping the legislation. We're just asking for some time to finish the draft before we present it to the committee, before it's dropped. Now, I checked with DOJ specifically on this issue, and per Kristen and Mel, every year, Office of Legislative Counsel has brought the draft legislation back to the Budget and Finance Committee for additional instructions, for additional inclusions before it's dropped. So that's the transparent way to do it. To just throw it together with what we have now without ever coming back to Budget and Finance Committee to get their guidance, the changes they want, and then just amend it on the floor. One is not transparent and it's messy. So, Chair, we're willing to be here till midnight tonight. We're willing to meet tomorrow morning. And I think I'm speaking the same for OMB, but we just can't do that turnaround to start presenting at 1 o'clock. Thank you. And while I have the floor, we also are having a hard time communicating with OMB. We're not getting responses back to questions. And so I don't know if it's because their phone lines are down, their internet is down, but hopefully they're on the line and can reach out to Laura Ling. Thank you, Chair. And I once again apologize for interrupting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barboff, for that information. And I do agree that we won't be able to get to it at 1 o'clock. We still have other legislations to move to, but let's move along and get as far as we can today, as we have a full day ahead of us in the Budget and Finance Committee. Ado Kodoshinanda, Delegate Paul Begay is on the line with us to represent Health, Education, Human Services Committee on this legislation until Chairman Daniel shows up. And Kodo, I apologize for being late this morning. I got eaten by mosquitoes early this morning. I volunteered to take the sheep out, and I know better not to wear shortcuts now. Let's move forward to legislation has been moved.
Chair Hindu.
Yes, Shananda.
Chair Hindu, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I believe Chair So is on the line.
Kashina, Chairman Daniel So should say. Kashina, well, shouldn't that Paul Begay, Delegate Paul Begay?
Hey, I'm on the call.
Kashina, Che, Bigana.
This is Delegate Daniel Phil.
Kashina, we're going to entertain a motion in a second for the legislation pertaining to the Division of Human Resources. So, Shananda Budget and Finance Committee, after hearing everything and how we are going to go about the day, I'll ask for a motion for the legislation, Health, Education, Human Services legislation 04-22, Department Division of Human Resources. Is there a motion?
Delegate Yellowhair, motion. Good morning.
Kashish Nanda, Delegate Yellowhair, motion. Is there a second? Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. After that, let's move forward to Office of Management and Budget. Office of Management and Budget for the budget summary report.
Good morning. This is Selena with OMB. I will be reading the Navajo Nation OMB report for Division of Human Resource. The second page has the table of contents, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And the third page, it's A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. The following page is the Navajo Nation Fund Type Budget Summary. It's listed by the business unit for the Division of Human Resource Departments. It's listed by the business unit and division and program. And then the FY 2022 General Fund Budget grand total amount is $2,778,279. Proposed General Fund Budget, $2,669,100. Indirect cost fund, $1,768,401. General wage adjustment, PLF, $105,430. Matching fund, $900,000. Proprietary fund, $95,000. Fiduciary fund, $70,760,600. Special revenue fund external, $33,933,511. Total, $110,232,042. Next page, B, FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. The Navajo Nation budget status report is as of June 30, 2022. I will be reading the general fund grand total. The original budget is $4,533,545. Revised budget, $5,362,789.19. Actual, $2,708,082.58. Encumbrance, $184,211.21. Budget available, $2,470,495.40. Percent expended of total is 53.92. The next page following, Ms. Rhonda will be, with MPS, will be reading that.
Good morning, committee members. Under tab C is your FY 2022 third quarter performance assessment report. The next page is your third quarter information for the 14 business unit. Within the Division of Human Resources, the business units are listed. Program name, first quarter is 2.41, second quarter 2.54, third quarter is 2.60. You all notice that all of these 14 business units are performing at 2.0 or above. Going on to tab D is your FY 2022 third quarter plans of operation status report. For the 14 business units, all of the plan of operation are in place, but there's one shaded area for business unit 114007, which is Navajo Occupational Safety Health Administration. This plan of operation is it was adopted in 2003, so it is recommended that this be updated. As I recall, I think I've seen legislations for this to be amended, but I don't know what the status is as of today. Behind that page is your plan of operation references. Under tab E is your FY 2022 Condition of Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. For the Division of Human Resources, there is one COA. It was due at the end of second quarter. As of third quarter status, this COA is in compliance. The next page is your FY 2022 legislative concern summary information. There are two of these also. Both of these are due at the end of second quarter. We did receive the third quarter responses from them, and both of these legislative concerns are in compliance. The next tab, contracts and grants, will read the information.
Good morning. This is Lorena. I will be doing the report on tab F.
Excuse me. Good morning, Lorena. Have you taken the oath of office or the oath for this? I'm
No,
sorry.
I haven't.
Okay, could you state your name for the record and raise your right hand, please?
Lorena Attain.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm the Senior Contract Analyst with OMB Contracts and Grants section. I'll be reading the Table of Contents, tab F and G. Tab F is the FY 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report. Department of Human Resources Budget Expenditure Report for active external restricted funds as of June 15, 2022 is as follows. The legend provides detailed information from columns A through O. A indicates the index number for row identification. B is the company number. C is the contract ID number. Column D is the start date. Column E is the end date. Column F is the business unit numbers. Column G is the company numbers. Number of company numbers. Column H, business unit numbers. I, description of grant awards. Column J is the revised budget. Column K is the expenditures. Column L is the open commitments or encumbrances. Column M, the available balance. Column N is the percentage of budget expended. Column O is the percentage of budget remaining per contract period. I will be reading the column F, I, J, K, L, M, N, and O. Going to the next page of that legend, on index row number 46, column F, there are 36 business units. The Division of Human Resources on the revised budget consists of $54,387,363.77. The expenditures is $14,606,123.15. The column M, open commitments, $339,543.52, and the available balance is $39,441,697.10. The expenditure percentage rate is 27%, and the remaining balance percentage rate is 73%. On tab G, FY 2020 single audit report. There is one finding number 2020-005, consists of the Department of Interior PL 93-638 BIA contract 8 tribal government. The responsible parties are the Office of Navajo Vital Records, DHR, Department of Family Services, NDSS. The description of finding is of 140 participated files on COVID-19 burial assistance. 20 were reviewed to verify eligibility. 2 files contain all documents, but approval occur until after assistance provided. Repeat finding, not repeat finding. Then column I, questions, costs. There's no reportable instances. TAP status report not finalized for FY 2021 audit report. That concludes my report.
Budget Finance Committee members, this is Selena, and this completes the OMB report.
Kishina, thank you for the report from Office of Management and Budget. Naval Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions for Office of Management and Budget? Let's move forward to the presentation. Mr. Che, Chairman Daniel, so could I'll yield the floor to you to introduce the legislation, the resolution, and also your agents, and then from there they can start the presentations. Che,
Okay, can you hear me? Honorable Chair Jamie Henio.
Oh, Hadid last Che.
Okay. Oh, how goes it? Yeah, I get the needle list. Tenant I. The Kododa in Australia, it was the name Quaggy. The Quaggy, Betan Hadit, I need that. So Ziggy, so even at a peso. Naha Akitsata, there is a peso, a beta inisto, lately given ye a quaggy, Sabetan Hodita, in a task source. Of course, that a Mahava Honosen or lately the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, who budget hearing the revisit the legislative concerns the so NHAL according to a Sabetan of it a basically quite a only tassel source that she been night of Kidoli, or since that sad. It in the seeking get this I guess in so bad of sister since that been night of Kidoli. A quite a deep been yeho I get a quite a sato. That she get this so Dr. Fowler, the staff, agent and leader, so con Sato. Yego and has it the nach het ook de ebenheid die ik dan de kwe at de geide die base op een date aan ik je het ook niet is de queen nog als ook krijg over 1500 vacancies ook krijg je toch dat het is later lege to staat bij waar ga je door lege dat is gaan niet eso door zo ida do even natuurlijk later de kadi bij kadi jahigi as the snake is these vacancies if we fill them what kind of essential governmental services could be delivered and what is the value of those salaries and benefits if we had 1,500 positions filled so quite 58 million considered kunde igisi bena hon klage the pays on the yaja kuina khaida se belanda is ko ebik at the honas so khatne nakhandal mesigi khuda badna ko khay kistato alita Pauliago like this Benacha Bonnet Lido lately. So that's just an so the whole one. A bit about lately, Edo, with all the slado lately, I hit it. Was unegido non Nisto lately, quite a plateau legislative concern, Adelia. Ko kwaigisa so behausen that was least with the date me but ko stato sto the background check sigi how has all the division of Department of Education for elected officials. There's one for the ones that go to public safety. Out of those that go to the rest of the staff. So aside because that was teacher. Even that's quite assistantly. Out of what Casey without Between our league, I don't know, the Mister. He seems to have been out of Kitoli. So, Tato a year, excuse me, quite without a Sato the legislation, the GB has totally. Ko with a art which a George at all link league up be of Quandajo only without any how it's to I see the whole staff to we're on a time schedule. We have to get these budgets before BNF, before the council, before the end of the month. So quite a based on the Iliala or quite a sato Joshing Bahonits and all this. From the Hess Committee, we did our due diligence. We did our best to give the program review, to ask about the work that continues. And like I said, it's not a perfect document. Through your lens, the BNF lens, if you have questions on how the goals and objectives are put together, to appe goals and objectives, higi appe done daily. So quite it based on that angle, could it or a being business. They is that the nature that no a quite up in also so they allow a quite become the seat. So even that a O and B that to yika. You get out in what a not be. Something is like that's no a report lot. How could our a another year? Ko what is and I ko without any tato it's a beta no hudit I do budget iki sato adole ado sin quite is at sedo up budget introduction statement e later to ado e quite is no the kiddies beta do we stand for your comments and questions, Legion and I. Without a BNF committee, but has only as chair of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. The chair, back to you.
Gushin again, last Che. Shananta Kodo, Chairman Daniel. So, Ado Kodo, should Dr. Fowler, Division Director. When you present your budget to the committee, read us off the Form 1 of each of your budget business units and the changes that are proposed changes like FY22 to FY23, if there are increases or decreases that Hegi. So for the sake of time, so Dr. Fowler, you have the floor.
Yeah, Shana, Ado Budget and Finance Committee members Notlini, Ado Shache, Quado, Sabe, Donahadit, I, Nhabayan, Tito, Sanzini, no has committee members. Shay D needed should cheat my dish given ancient with a treaty bashes chain. Kabanda should church a chit dashanale. Todas aholian kid. Really, you have the binders and the documentation. I won't go over word for word on the budget message. However, as a Division of Human Resources for our 2023 comprehensive budget, it includes 15 business unit with 230 regular employees. Under our fund type general fund for FY 2022, $2,669,100. For FY 2023, it is the same amount as $2,669,100. There is no difference. Under our fund type indirect costs, it is $1,650,266 for FY 22. For FY 2023, $1,768,401, with the difference of $118,135. The proprietary for FY 2022 is $105,000. For FY 2023, it is at $95,000, with the difference of minus $10,000. Some of our highest priorities within our division is the Office of Vital Records. Even though it's 100% 638 funded, we remain engaged and committed to assisting with the Navajo Nation ARPA. Our Department of Personnel Management is moving forward in getting a human resource management system software. We're looking at implementation in January of 2023. Per the Navajo Nation Council Resolution CS 449-21, we are requesting a general carryover for Division of Human Resource Administration and DPM specifically designed to modernize the hiring process of our Navajo Nation employees, which will include digitizing application processes and so forth. So the total amount with general fund carryover is an amount of $253,389.63, which will be carried over in FY 2023 into support of development for training and implementation of the forthcoming HRMS system. We are also recognized of the emergency health crisis in our Naval Occupational Safety and Health Hazard NOSHA. We are now fully staffed. We are updating our plan of operation and including updating our fund management plan. As you are probably not aware at this time, but our Navajo Nation band has administratively transitioned over to the office of the president and vice president. And it's included, but however, with that not being fully processed yet, we are including that in our budget. Just a couple of the highlights that we have. I'm happy to report that our division is 100% 6B certified. We have continued to support the vaccination of booster mandates, update on some of the personnel policy manual amendments, and then also some virtual retiree recognitions and employee appreciation. So those are just some of the events that we've had some accomplishment in. I will share my screen, if I may, for the budget. If I can get that. I know my time is going right now. Okay, so let me go ahead and I'll start reading off our budget. So for Business Unit 114001, Division of Human Resource Administration, Part 2, Funding Source, we have the General Fund at $198,741, indirect costs at $384,469, and our FY22 GWA allocation $5,449. So it gives us a total amount of $588,659 at 100%. Under Part 3 of the budget summary, what the approved original budget is at $603,849. The proposed budget is at $588,659. And with the difference under C is $15,190. Part 4, total positions budgeted is 4 for original budget. And we are proposing 4 positions. Total number of vehicles, 1. We are proposing 1 vehicle. Part 5, it was submitted by myself and approved by Mr. Paulson Chaco. Business Unit 114002, Navajo Nation Band. On Part 2, General Fund is at the amount of $55,632. It gives a total amount of $55,632. Part 3 of the budget summary, the approval budget, $65,632. The proposed budget, we're looking at $55,632 with the difference of $10,000. Part 4, the total number of positions budgeted is 0, and the proposed budget is also 0. The total number of vehicles budgeted is 0, and the total number is 0. I myself submitted the budget, and then it was approved by Mr. Paulson Chaco, Chief of Staff. Next, Business Unit 114003, Program Title Navajo Nation TV and Film. Part 2, Funding Source, General Fund, $350,521. Indirect costs at $72,083. Proprietary funds at $45,000. And the FY22 GWA allocation at $12,183, which gives a total amount of $479,787 at 100%. Part 3 of the budget summary, the approved original budget is set at $469,787 with a proposed budget of $479,787 at the difference of $10,000. Part 4, total number of position budgeted is 7. We are proposing 7 positions. Total number of vehicles budgeted is at 3. We are continuing to propose 3 vehicles for the budget. This was submitted by Mr. Edsel Pete, and it was approved by myself, Ophelia Fowler. Business Unit 114004 under Office Labor Relations. Part 2, Funding, General Fund at $333,169. And indirect costs at $112,124, and the FY22 GWA allocation at $11,435,000. The total amount of $456,728. Part 3 of the budget summary, the approved original budget is set at $446,728. We are proposed budget at $456,728,000 with the difference total of $10,000. Part 4, total number of position budgeted is at 6, and we are proposing the 6 positions as well. The total numbers of vehicles budgeted is at 2. We continue to propose 2 vehicles for this budget. This budget was completed by was submitted by Mr. Ronald Curtis and approved by myself, Patricia Fowler, Division Director. Next, Business Unit 114006, Staff Development and Training Department, Part 2 funding source. We're looking at general fund at $220,521. Indirect cost recovery, $121,485. Proprietary fund, $30,000. And the FY22 GWA allocation at $9,459, which gives a total amount of $381,465. Part 3, the budget summary. Approved original budget is set at $371,465. The proposed budget is $381,465, which gives a difference of $10,000. Part 4, the total number of positions budgeted is at 5. We are continuing proposing 5 positions. The total number of vehicles budgeted is at 1, and we would like to propose 1. This was submitted by Ms. Char Kruger, our training manager, and approved by myself, Patricia Fowler. Business Unit 114007, Naval Nation Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Part 2 funding, general fund is $132,054. Indirect costs at $175,370. FY22 GWA allocation $6,885. The total amount of $314,309. Part 3 budget summary. Approved NNC approved original budget at $304,309. Proposed budget is $314,309, which gives a difference of $10,000. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted is at 4, and we'd like to propose the same 4 positions. The total number of permanent signed vehicles is 1, and we'd like to continue to propose 1. This was submitted by Mr. Austin Yazzie, Program Supervisor, and approved by myself, Patricia Fowler. Next one, Business Unit 114009, Department of Personnel Management. Funding source, Part 2 funding source, general fund, $1,024,923. Indirect cost, $700,877. GWA of $47,775, which gives a total amount of $1,773,575 at 100%. Part 3, the budget summary. The approved original budget is at $1,743,757. And the proposed budget at $1,773,575, a difference of $29,818. Part 4, total number of position is 25, and we want to continue proposing 25. Total number of vehicles is 0, and we are proposing 0. This was submitted by Ms. Thomasita Whitty, Human Resource Director, and approved by myself, Patricia Fowler. Next to Business Unit 114010, Naval Department of Workforce Development, Part 2 of the funding source. This has several funding sources, but I'm just going to read off the one with the general fund. General fund FY 2023 at $115,900, and then also the GWA allocation at $3,143, which gives a total amount of $119,043 at 100%. Part 3 is also the approved original budget is at $114,300, and the proposed budget is at $119,043 at difference of $4,743. The total number of positions budgeted is 1, and then also the proposed is 1. Total number of vehicles 0, the proposed is 0. This was completed by Ms. Orlando Winika, Delegated Manager, and approved by myself as well. Business Unit number 114018, Office of Background Investigation, and the Part 2 funding source, general fund at $237,639, indirect cost at $201,993, proprietary at $20,000, and the GWA allocation at $9,101, which gives a total amount of $468,733. The approved original budget is at $413,718. The proposed budget is $468,733, with a difference of $55,015. The total of positions budgeted is 6, and then we are proposing a budget of 7. The total number of vehicle is 0. The proposed vehicle is 0. This was submitted by Ms. Jolene at City and approved by myself, Ophelia Fowler. This next one, the next business unit, I know BNF did approve of this, and this was for fixed costs. Budget business unit 118018, which is the retirement plan account under DHR. Part 2, personnel lapse funding is at $5 million, general fund at $2,500,000, which gives a total of $7,500,000. And the approved budget is set at $3 million, and the proposed budget is $7,500,000. And there are no positions budgeted and none that is proposed, and total number of vehicles 0, and proposed is 0. Submitted by Ms. Andrea Holmes and approved by myself, Ophelia Fowler. Business unit 118024, Department of Child Support Services. Part 2, funding source, U.S. Department of Health Human Services, $3,600,000. In the general fund, the match is $900,000, which gives the total amount of $4,500,000. Part 3 of the budget summary, the approved original budget is $900,000 and the proposed budget is $900,000. Part 4, total number of positions 0, proposed 0, total number of vehicles 0, proposed 0, submitted by Judy Platero, program manager, and approved by myself, Ophelia Fowler. The next one was also retirement, business unit 714001, Naval Nation Retirement Funds. This is just a fiduciary funds in the amount of $69 million. And the total amount is at $69 million. The approved budget original is $65 million. The proposed is $69 million with a difference of $4 million. Total number of positions budgeted 0, proposed 0, total number of vehicles 0. Again, submitted by Ms. Andrea Holmes, retirement plan administrator, approved by myself, Ophelia Fowler. The next one is also business unit 714002, Department of Retirement Services. Again, another funding source, fiduciary, $1,690,600. Again, total amount $1,690,600. Again, with the approved budget of $1,541,900, with the proposed budget as $1,690,600, with a difference of $148,700. The total position budgeted is 11, and we are proposing 11. The total number of vehicle budgeted is 0, and we are proposing 0. This again was submitted by Ms. Andrea Holmes, retirement plan administrator, and approved by myself, Ophelia Fowler. Business unit 714003, retirement plan administrator committee, RPAT. Again, this is under the BNF committee, fiduciary at $70,000, total amount $70,000. Under part 3 of the budget summary, approved original budget at $70,000. The proposed budget is at $70,000 with no difference. Total number of positions budgeted is 0. Total number proposed budget is 0. Total number of vehicles is 0. Total numbers of proposed vehicle is 0. Submitted by Andrea Holmes, retirement plan administrator, and approved by myself, Ophelia Fowler. Business unit K220712, Naval Office of Vital Records and Identification. Part 3 of the funding source, again, this is a BIAPL 93,638 in the amount of $1,309,164.34. The total amount $1,309,164. Let me repeat, $1,309,164.34 at 100%. Part 3 of the budget summary, approved original budget is $997,829.60. The proposed budget is at $1,309,164.34. The difference of $311,334.74. The total number of positions budgeted is 27. We are proposing 29 positions for this budget. Total number of vehicles it's in the budget is up 2. We are proposing to remain at 2. This was submitted by Mr. Ronald Duncan, program manager, and approved by myself, Ophelia Fowler. We did submit the unmet need business unit 114004 for Office Naval Labor Relation. And we are looking at general fund unmet need for the Tuba City area at $131,332. And for general fund unmet needs for Shiprock area at $131,332, which gives a total amount of $262,664. The original budget was $0. We are proposing an unmet need of $262,664. Again, the difference, $262,664. There were no, part 4, there are no positions budgeted. However, we are looking at budgeting for 4. Total number of vehicles, it was 0, but we are proposing 2. This was submitted by Mr. Ronald Curtis and approved by myself, fellow Division Director of Human Resource. And that completes the reading of our budget for the record, Mr. Chair, and our brief summary report. And I'd like to end with, under our Division of Human Resources, we do have a total of 12 positions that are vacant. We are working diligently in filling a lot of these positions within our division, not only within our division, but the overall Navajo Nation. We welcome any questions, and I think you are aware, and it was read to you, of the legislative concerns, and we are open to that. And the other areas is the budget information. That's what we have. And at this time, this will complete our reading from our division. We're open to any questions. Thank you, Shana, Mr. Chair.
Kashina Hela, for the reading of the budget for Division of Human Resources. Hela. Those Chairman Daniel, so presentation.
Here at Launch Tree, can you hear me?
Oh, Audit.
So the system keeps putting us on mute, so that's how come we asked that question. So Che and members of the BNF committee, that would be the initial presentation. And now we stand for questions.
Chairman Daniel, so Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments for Division of Human Resources?
Chair,
I have a question. The lineup here would be is Delegate Amber Knospa-Crowdy, the Vice Chair Smith, the Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. I've seen all their lights pop up here. So, Delegate Amber Knospa-Crowdy, you have the floor.
Committee and Shema an area of concern is across the board. We can all agree that the hiring practices of Navajo Nation,
excuse me,
state executive,
excuse me,
have created.
Shadeja, excuse me, I'm sorry. We can't hear you very well. The reception isn't good.
Are you able to answer?
No, you're going good for a little bit, then it just cuts out real bad, and we just hear bits and pieces of your conversation.
Okay, Chair, I'll try to reconnect. You could, if we could defer to the next delegate. Thank you.
No, you're good right now. You're good right now.
Okay.
Try again.
I'll keep it. Okay. So the question is, hiring on Navajo Nation has a chronic implications. So there's short staff or individuals who want still modernize the system. I think here going to be a new database or
okay,
a duplicate.
You're cutting out real bad again. So maybe reconnect reconnect, and then I'll come back to you. And we did hear the intent of your question, though, Shananda. Could also, Vice Chair Smith, Shananda. Now, Vice Chair Smith. Shananda, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yeah, good morning, Stella. Chairman Henny O'Shea, Stella. I don't know my colleagues now being the committee members. Right now, our discussions is very important for the Navajo Nation Human Resources Department. Division of Human Resource hiring vacancy. Hey, you, not just your side, Shadeja, Dr. Fowler, yeah, Kudo, Aaron, the Honorable Daniel So, bring this legislation before being a committee. Yeah, no, it's not only. Dida, the very chapter 1, Nasha, Adult, yet, vacancies continues, Adult, or hire either. Hire has been delayed. It's time to do something since on this case. As I was with judicial branch, and they hire at their own site, only judicial to hire. When they do hire, they make a recommendation how they select number 1, 2, and 3, and 4. They specify. So number 1, why how they were selected number 1 to be an employee with judicial branch. On this case, go to legislation. This of the cloud and human resource. It has I've seen a lot under for a personal management. He vacancy cotton positions again about maybe 6 or 7 vacancies in your department. Dr. Fowler. Equal society kitted and any kitty department the vacancies you nan shida then hania aron that there's a Navajo Nations is employment is very low hania I see you tago you say the hot got out at the this is a saki hot Navajo Nation President now our Human Resource Director Division Director hired this, that with because we used those then it's time to do something. We're kind of wasting time, wasting energies, and we need to get these positions filled some way, somehow. For number 1, it does not come for any reason. But number 2 is selective. Because this so I think only the Shemaya Honorable Claudia had feet or you I will conic see had this here not or the Eba has feet or like Arbahenio found us to Honorable Daniel So Dr. Fowler. Thank you. Turn the floor back to you. Thank you.
Again, listen, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, then I didn't kill this moving back to Delegate Amber Canespa Crowdy, are you back on the line?
Chair Henio, Chair
Henio,
this is Delegate Crotty. Are you able to hear me?
Oh, Shananda, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I appreciate Delegate Yellowhair's question. Dr. Fowler, thank you. I wanted to ask about the process database you mentioned. when we reviewed the FMIS, it was pointed out to the committee that this system can, there's a component to assist with applications, and also how can we support reforming or reorganizing DHR where critical programs like and is that reflected in the budget? If you could also, thank you, Chair Hano, committee members.
Shadeja, I believe that we lost your call or something. We can't hear anymore.
Well, she comes back on. Let's defer to Delegate Elmer PBA. Delegate Elmer PBA.
Enter your participant.
Yeah, they're here now to this delegate again. My question will be going to
Right here.
okay. My question almost related to what I think my Daisy Carly asked that she know that you'll head up. But to Human Resource Director Scholar, I know that there's I don't know how you guys are working with the record management for background checking for hiring for around the BIA around the BIA as the background check. So it takes a long time because I know that Navajo people always say that to me that that the applicants and they apply for the Naval Nation. They say that I got selected out on the aid, but been waiting for the background check. Although I applied it another position at different place out of the Navajo Nation. So they got hired there first on that side. So they just take the job. They don't need it. I thought this has been long, something like that. For once you started working with the Navajo Nation or being a director there, I don't need it. It's ADG at the here for people. As a delegate, is there a way that what needs to be done? Maybe give us a plan. Maybe we need to look at the whole hiring process. Is it in general? Always think about the way the policy or made and they've been proved it like that. But sometimes you think about it, is it the people? And then you need a supervisor, you need a management that can get after people. They don't need to discount that interval. So what's the plan on it? I know that people say that pandemic and there's some online process that can be implemented. But I know that the BIA I don't know how you've been working with them. how can we do this? I think if we can do changes, you need to do changes. It's a hands on this. That it don't even like this kid on this. That's my first question. Yeah.
Gushin here last. Shanta, I'll get on the PVJ Kodo. Let me turn the floor back over to the sponsor. Shanta, Chairman Daniel Sill, get back to your agent. Questions? Response? Chairman Daniel Sill, Che. Chairman Daniel Sill.
Chair Hinio, I see that they have a HEHSC meeting going on right now. Let me text him.
Yes, because we can't move forward with there's no sponsor.
He says his call dropped, so he's trying to get back on the call.
Okay. Is there a Health Education and Human Services Committee? Should that Paul Begay? Are you still on the line?
Chair Hinyo, I'm back on the call.
Gushin Shinanta, Che. Kodon Ide Kit. Series of questions from the committee. I'd defer back to you and your agent for response.
So, Honorable BNF committee members, the whole system, I guess, went down or something. My call dropped and I didn't hear all the questions. I couldn't see Dr. Fowler, to answer the questions that were posed and concerns that were expressed. Dr. Fowler?
Yeah, Mr. Mrs. Crotty, thank you for your question. Hiring is chronic within our nation, yes. And we don't want to say the excuse is because of the pandemic. And this new database, the human resource management system, will really help us into moving forward and to the point to where we need buy-in from all the other programs as well. And how you as a delegate, as a leader can support us is getting the other programs to buy into our system. And it's a lot of education that needs to happen. And this database, we can give you the Budget and Finance Committee, the intricate of all the stuff it can do. One could be looking at the applications, the applicants online, and taking a couple click of the buttons to go and send them off to the proper programs, and then letting them look at it. You can interview online, do Zoom online, interviews and so forth, and getting all this information online rather than doing paperwork. And imagine signing all these PAFs online and adopting a signature system. And that's what it will do. And the hiring process will be quick. And the other thing it can also do is with the background checks, running it through the proper background and getting it checked, and rather than keeping people on hold. But there's going to be an additional training to where, as lawmakers, as leaders, as supervisors, there are going to be some individuals that will be only on read-only basis, meaning you will see how many applicants apply for CSC, the positions at the chapter level. It'll tell you how many applied, who is qualified to get interviewed, and then you'll wait on the interview process. Once you do the interview, then all you do is send it back online. So those are some of the things it can do. But one of the things that we need to provide is these training and how critical and important it's going to be for OMB, OOC to jump on it, and payroll. And imagine a lot of payroll being on top of it rather than having people wait on payroll. You know, if it's controlled all internally with this online news system, it's going to work. But we can share a lot of there's so many information that we can share, but I think I'd like to provide that. Ms. Whitty can provide that in writing format, what this system can do. So I think that would be very beneficial to you all. That will really expedite the hiring process. And that's one of the things that our oversight indicated. What can we do to speed up the process? We even amended the policy of expediting the hiring process. And we work closely with the program Office of Background Investigation. It got to the point where it was a 24-hour turnaround time. But where the holdup is when a lot of these background checks go into DPS IMS system, and they're also short staffed and stuff like that. But we can come up with a better system as well. And that's one of the things that we're continuously saying, what are some of the best pros and cons that we can look at? Where's going to be the hookup? And there's also these discussions that we're having. So I really appreciate your question. I think vacancies. Oh, you under our division vacancies. Under child support, we have 2. Department of Personnel Management, we have 2. And in TV film, auto workforce development and a lot of these vacancies, and I'm not sure if other programs and division does this, but I have an internal goal to where I cannot have 20 or more positions under my division by quarter. I mean, if people would set that type of goal within the division and program, imagine how many of these positions will get filled. Within the chapter that you say, people are frustrated. I know it is a concern. The number of vacancies. Oh, you going to go? Oh, you better dan sango ado ashona nishpata the ana kitrat the mojita natalish ado oits ahaliet. And one of the things that people tell me is salary benina at anata ne do a salary benina at eda. So I know you guys probably will bring up, well, Burger King and McDonald's, they make $16 an hour, $15. But if you really look at it, our Navajo Nation, we pay good salary with benefits, a medical, dental, vision, pharmaceutical, auto, life insurance, retirement. But if you have somebody that's going to go to a fast food place, they make $13, $14 an hour, but they don't have the benefits that we provide. They have to pay out of their own pocket, for medical expense. And I just want to let you all know that we met our Department of Personnel Management. We did meet with one of your BNF members, and we want to continue that conversation. We also shared the salary that are around us, our surrounding areas, states, and what we can do in recommending and then moving forward in phases. That's kind of what we want to do. And we want to share more of that with you. And the human resource director. There's division director of human resource, Department of Personnel Management. Department of Personnel Management, human resource director, Ms. Thomasita Whitty. So I work closely with her in a lot of these implementation. If they want to do background checks, they can put in a request to our OBI, and we can run a lot of those programs background checks, because we do have a fund management plan, and it does take time. A background check, but then they apply, then they get hired elsewhere. We understand that. So we have that's going down. Our numbers are those that are going down. We want to see how many of these are pending. As of on a weekly basis, we ask, and on a monthly basis, how many background checks are complete, how many are pending. And I think the most important thing, the most important thing to understand is to understand the program's process and procedure. When I came on board, that's one of the things that I had to do. But in order to understand the process, you're going to find out how many policies, how many regulations, that all these things that we have to follow. There are ways to work with it, but we have to understand ourselves. And we understand it takes too long. What needs to be done? Are we hiring okay? The policy's okay. The policy's okay. We're hiring the good people, but we really need to do a lot of constant training to our managers, supervisor. The people here, the employees are great. We also have to understand we have more employees that are more productive working from home. We have more employees that are more productive working from home. So we have to constantly provide that training. And you have to constantly communicate with them. And those are some of the things that we're working with our managers, and we can do it the overall. And yes, we're in that transition stage. So what's the plan? Some of them are in our objectives, some of them are our goals, and these are some of the things that we need to do within our programs and our division. Rather than focusing on the employee, maybe it's the management, maybe it's the supervisor that need additional training, and everybody's going to agree, and then there's going to be some that's not going to agree. And I hate to use the pandemic, but the pandemic really put us into a form of where we need to amend our policies and our procedures. How have you been working with the BIA? Within our division and our program, we had to really, I think this is where we need some guidance and some support from the committee. Is we have some BIA buildings that we are utilizing and that we are renting. Once those BIA buildings are closed, we can't really do services because we're not allowed to enter as well. But those are some of the things that can happen. And we talk about change and how long does change take? Some of these changes are not overnight. If there is somebody that needs an attitude adjustment, it does not happen overnight. And it takes time. Then we have to prepare ourselves for the worst. If it goes downward, what do we do? And all these changes, it costs us money too. And I tell myself, if we can operate the government with 2,000 employees, we can do it. But we need to understand a lot of our program and division that falls back on them. What positions do you really need? Program do division up bananas la shida okti in lehut but it's got to be up to the program and the division. If your position's been advertised for over 6 years or even 1 year, there's something wrong. You're not planning it out right, or you can use this money for elsewhere. But what happens is those monies that are kept there and the positions not being filled, use it or lose it, not that the bonus, and that's not the proper, those are not best practices, but that's kind of what our nation has been used to. So once an applicant does get selected, then with this new system, giving them the information online, it's so when you apply for a position, you want to know if the nation or department person got your application, right? It's just a courtesy response that we need to practice and train our people to do. Even a phone call, an email that just on phone call that you want to make sure that the message was received, right? But a lot of times we don't know. So issues are quadon that I don't keep in nothing. But Ms. Crowdy, we can provide, I can have Ms. Woody provide you some detailed information and to this committee to see what, to let you know what the new proposed HRMS will do when it's implemented. So I thought she a banana seat or lash a check. One second, banana seat or Adoshana, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Jamie Hino, that would be the response regarding the questions and the concerns expressed by the BNF committee. Back to the committee for further questions. Yeah, let's just check.
Chairman Daniel, so Iga, the response that I give that to I'll defer back to the Budget and Finance Committee. So the Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Yeah, and I'm the this is Delegate Yell here again, the chairman.
You have the floor.
Yeah, now the policy no by Dr. Fowler. Yeah, there's policies in place, but there's a reason for that. Also the controller, the higher staff that have no degree or something like that, they did it without policy. They did it their own in-house. Bring this issue because of policy. Somebody sets a precedent like that. It's really a violation of what the policy. Because it's the policy the initial. Because it are think or hard without going through policy. Then there's no advertised position. It's in 2000, Dr. Fowler, the person, the division director. tiba den JST bahohin and parts ban hasengi okay this out abahan hotel constable a seatless to the chairman out of here is angi turn the floor back to you, Chairman.
Gashi Kela, no don't ideas condition that they'll get yellow here. Other committee members any further questions, comments? Then I'll defer back to Chairman Daniel Silson for your months.
Okay, Honorable Yellow Hair, thank you for the question. So what as a committeeman person, some of these individual issues, the committee doesn't hear about it. In fact, this particular issue is the first time I'm hearing about it. So in that respect, the day-to-day operations of personnel management and human resources, I'll refer to Division Director Dr. Fowler to respond to the question and concern. Dr. Fowler?
Yes, Che, others not uncle many, also not in kitty, other policy, could bias key, because this it's about this documentation is near. Heshi, Haida ye was called Nata. Called not sauce for cash or least. Not sauce for cash or least or registered. What are a ill? Dean laid the wish it on need a one non hilnahan, but answered by a tip. Jo a deep lagana, I don't know I done a hearsay this ne a origin nickel at asa kidilo. A nadi na nishi the head that hot iron hold now. What are east nil. Då dibbenalt sås ett den dan nordan stahadna. Biji idili jo bibis ha eda hot is kaste don lisa big instonne. Ado is is doli kwati bitis ala hot abesh konne. Ado the Department of Personnel Management Employee Relation the hollow. Ado shita shays change got that quiet and now it la di sat out set at enal sauce it lini kobe hadelia dido jinni it eda jokot aban nahat ado hot ad sad hot abesh hanne origin no hearsay edo ilida shnat a quante deba jones Office of Controller sa adehis nelgo benal sos eta dengo do eho ilago nal sosi kai do lit in-house it yago jo adon hin hado ston do kato bit do ti so he kwabes anik inti ado bahot na hot in la do ado bahan na jo hot abet Dobinina Eli, she's the opposite because Kadeo is a one-sided story as a human resource profession. So I can't take your side, her side, their side. I gotta look at the proper documentation. Of course, that need not so it need no other retaliation na niya. Jokot is bahasdol ni journal so kasdol listo happy the dot each in hinge kid. None the underfill policy will ya hatel neto DPM sato la office of the president and vice president. So we're discussing that this underfill policy Naka-action nike away na nishadein trai, skin lo hidon nes auto dang anatati nini. Auto no experience auto petit nini even not a policy ilia. Auto not so how your being but associate degree, bachelor's degree that be eteno. So even yes she no experience that petit nido but not so that no that in need. So let them gain the experience with the Navajo Nation. No, Ado benache had the old kaon de start museum ya today's kesgo associate a professional development isne do bahono do le shadik at da initial dark as a chaos natsa a called bashir was old cow natsa the kwaje na nishi at lahota a quados ilya the a ash ajka ananish Johuda Ehi Bahatel Neto, Asian Kodo Health, Education, Human Services, Riyadoni Sostole. It's called underfill policy. It's in the process. We are looking at bringing in people that have no experience, let them gain the experience here. And if they don't have an associate or master's degree, let them work toward it by building a really cohesive professional development plan. And that's in the process. Asian Nahwishnet do leto sadlinin benjahanasti do let shana. So that will be my response. Chedo shana ikha.
Che, Honorable Chair Amy Hino, the Budget and Finance Committee. Without the sabi how sige to na idikidi without a Dr. Fowler. That Nazi to kwagi sato. Without inishigi sto shana ila. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. We stand before you for more questions if necessary.
Chairman Daniel Sohodo, could the response to Otlagi be by Kehla? Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Just a follow-up to the term of this is Delegate Yellowhair again.
Shanda Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Yeah, no, yeah, stages Dr. Fowler, Human Resources Division Director, Clapason's that was all in the Navajo Nation, Clapason's Human Resource, as well as the branch, may possible legislative branch too, but these have their own policy. Oh, what I behind the hearsay, and then again, share what I respect my constituents that when this comes before me, verbal information comes to me. Those are very important. I'm not going to put my constituents jeopardized because there's retaliations involved all time. They should know that, but the division director, what I would make is even I should have respect the station. These are not hearsay. If you look into your policies, you're on the investigating, the hearsay is going to come up. So other policies, those are, I understand those. Craig, your passion about this indeed. You can there, other there, should have done the double not pluggy. They stand with the heaven to the bargains and that all this. Also, my short response and my follow-up with you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Being a committee. Yeah, thank you very much again. Thank you to Honorable Daniel. So, turn the floor back to you.
Well, for your comment, response to the response. Any further questions, comments, Nandal? Anthony, I'll call for the question to accept the resolution. Anthony Ramona, roll call vote, please.
Yes, Chairman Henya, roll call vote on accepting the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
So, Legisole, Nala?
Thank you, Shanella. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Teratok is Zeda Seha.
Oh, thank you, Shazada. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Resolution receives a due pass. Chairman Daniel So, Shadeja, Dr. Fowler. So moving on to the next resolution. Peggy, what's the next resolution? I'm trying to find my agenda here.
Can you hear me, Chair? I'm trying to unmute myself.
Oh.
Okay, it's the Department of Diné Education, HEHSCAU-8-22. Department of Diné Education.
Department of Education 08022. So before we begin the reading of the legislation into the record, who will be speaking on behalf of Diné Education?
Mr. Chair, this is Dr. Moffitt, Assistant Superintendent with the Department of Diné Education. With me, we have Dr. Harold Begay.
Excuse me. This is Dr. Begay. Thank you very much, Audit. And we're excited to make this presentation before the Budget Finance Committee. Although as we progress, we will introduce the presenters.
So who will be presenting? Just the 2 of you will be presenting, or will there be other people to present the budget?
The Honorable, again, Committee, Budget Finance Committee, Honorable Elmer Begay, Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Amber Crotty, Honorable Amy Henu, Chair, Vice Chair Raymond Smith, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. I will introduce, we have 2 presenters, and I will also take questions on the whole Department of the Education. And we have 2 other presenters that I will yield the floor to defer the presentation. Present that is net or less. I did not understand.
Gashina, with that, Peggy, the oath.
Thank you. All those who will be speaking to the Department of Diné Education budget, would you please state your name for the record, and we'll start with Dr. Begay.
Yeah, Dr. Harold Begay.
Thank you. Who else?
Dr. Carmen Moffitt.
Thank you. Who else?
Julia Mitchell.
Thank you. Who else?
That is the 3 of us.
Thank you. Okay, raising your right hand.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, raising your right hand. Do you all swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Thank you. You were saying, I'm sorry?
Yes, I'm sorry. We may have other program managers who may provide clarification on any of their program activities in regards to financial management.
Okay, thank you. And we'll do the oath at that time if they do have to provide testimony. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, shake hand on Peggy for the oath. Go ahead and start reading the resolution into the record. Peggy?
Hey, yes, thank you. I was trying to find my materials here. HEHSCAU-808-22, resolution of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the 24th Naval Nation Council. 4th year 2022, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Department of Diné Education and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. This was approved August 10th by a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Exhibit A, we have the FY 2022 general fund budget. And it has 2 pages. So the second page has $8,360,281. The proposed general fund budget for FY 2023 is $8,149,902. Indirect cost of $285,535. And then personnel lapse fund is $187,819. External funds cash match, $6,592,589. Higher education set aside is $12,400,000. Fiduciary funds is $283,207. Special revenue fund internal, $5,150,999. Special revenue fund external, $104,089,889 for a total of $137,139,940. Going on to Exhibit B, we have branch chief's proposed general fund budget is $8,149,902. Exhibit C has no changes. And then Exhibit D, recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. For the number 1, it's for all Department of Diné Education programs and offices. Legislative concern, the Department of Diné Education Administration shall revisit and update the Department of Diné Education Administration programs and offices plans of operation. The Department of Diné Education Administration shall provide a report both verbally and in writing to the HEHSC by the end of the 3rd quarter FY 2023. 2, Office of Diné Youth. Legislative concern, the Department of Diné Education Office of Diné Youth shall review the Office of Diné Youth programs, operations, and provide a report stating infrastructure needs and other necessary information to address needs for the Office of Diné Youth. The report shall be presented verbally and in writing to the HEHSC by the end of the 3rd quarter FY 2023. And then it says 1, DOTI administration, condition of appropriation. The Department of Diné Education Administration shall present a plan to reopen Navajo Head Start centers in Rock Point and Round Rock. The report shall be presented verbally and in writing to the HEHSC by the end of the first quarter FY 2023. Exhibit E. It's a priority list of unmet needs. So, and it totals $20,707,788. And then Exhibit F is the carryover request. And there are several pages. It says that there are 7 pages and they total $928,911.91. And then you have the vote tally sheet for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that concludes the reading of the resolution.
Thank you for the reading of the resolution. With this, from the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Vice Chair motion.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair second. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. With this, we'll move forward to Office of Management and Budget for the budget summary report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Nanette Francisco with OMB. I'll be reading in the report. Page is the Naval Nation Budget and Finance Committee Fiscal Year 2023 budget hearing for Department of Education. And on to the next page, you have your table of contents. Here is items A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and then we'll go through each one of these. Going on to the next page, you have A, your fiscal year 2023 fund type budget summary for the Department of Education. You have pages to this. First column is your business unit, second column is your program titles, and then the third column is your FY 2022 budget. I'll be reading the bottom line total on the second page. Bottom line total is $37,675,384. Next column is your proposed general fund budget for FY 2023. Your bottom line total is $8,149,902. Your indirect cost, $285,537. Personal lapse fund, $187,819. Cash match is $6,592,589. The higher ed set aside fund, $12,400,000. Proprietary zero. Fiduciary is $576,617. Special revenue internal, $5,035,815. Revenue external, $104,089,889. Giving you a total of all funds, $137,318,166. Going on to the next tab, B, is your FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. This is as of June 30th, 2022. Again, you have 2 pages to the budget status report. I'll be reading on the second page the bottom line total, the grand total. The original budget is $25,853,836.44. Your revised, $41,816,661 cents. Actuals, $20,213,534.65. Encumbrance, $242,344.30. Budget available, $15,360,721.66. And expended is 63.27. Note at the bottom, Double asterisk means the programs are overexpending by 85% or more. Single asterisk is underspending by 65% or less. And then Cedar will go on to tab C.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Tab C is the FY 2022 third quarter performance assessment report for Department of General Education. There are 25 business units, and the average score for first quarter was 2.01, second quarter 1.97, third quarter 2.03. Going on to tab D is the FY 2022 third quarter plans of operations status report. For Department of General Education, there are 26 business units listed. There's only one statutory reference that needs to be updated. Following page, or actually 27, along with the Johnson O'Malley program, the next page. Also the resolutions being listed on that page. Going on to the next page is the Navajo Nation grant for Dene College, Navajo Technical University, Navajo Preparatory School, and Phoenix Indian Centers. Their statutory reference are listed on there. And going on to tab E is the FY 2022 Condition of Appropriation and Legislative Concern report. For Department of General Education, they have one condition of appropriation. They're in non-compliant. They did not respond for third quarter. That COA belongs to the Doty administration. Going on to the next page is the legislative concern for the Board of Education. There was no response for third quarter, and they're in compliant. The next slide will be read by the contract and grants. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Rachel Arvizo, Principal Budget Analyst with Contracts and Grants section of OMB. Tab F is Fiscal Year 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report. This report is for active external restricted funds. At the top of your left-hand corner, May 2022 closing entries are not posted, as well as IDC in excess is not included. This report period is from inception through June 15, 2022. The legend is provided. Column A is your index. Column B is your company number. Column C is contract identification number. Column D is your start date. Column E, your end date. Column F is the number of business units. Column G is your number of companies assigned. Column H is the business unit number. Column I is your description. Column J is your revised budget amount. Column K is your expenditure amount. Column L is open commitments. Column M, available balance. Column N, the percentage spent. Column O, percentage balance. The report consists of 2 pages. Going to the last page, row 53, column F, there are 46 active business units with 34 companies. The revised budget total is $134,454,994.08. Expenditures amount is $43,966,765.09. Open commitments is $7,783,460.12. The available balance is $82,704,768.87. Percent spent is 38%, and the remaining balance is 62%. Continuing to tab G, fiscal year 2020 single audit report. They do not have any audit findings. This completes OMB's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Office of Management and Budget, for your report. With this Budget Finance Committee, are there any questions, comments on the report? Then we'll move forward to the presentation.
This is Doug Yeller here, Vice Chairman. Any else?
On the report?
Yes, sir. Okay. Audit.
Doug Yeller here. You have the floor.
Okay, but I'm sorry. Yes, the Ecuador, Miss Rachel Arizo Yanas next. That's like the majority of the external funds. The report the Ecuador is Rachel around the in Ecuador funding behind most of the years your financial report or blurry. It all those my comments but that it amounts to about state on the to the chairman.
Kasi kailan sinanda Doug Yeller here. Other OMB will make a notation of that to provide good clear reports. With that, if there's no further questions on the OMB report, Chairman Daniel So, you have the floor to introduce the resolution and the agents. Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So, are you still on the call with us?
Yeah, there's the service is intermittent. With that, Becky Sache, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. I didn't hear the full question, so I'm playing it by ear, and I would ask the agents, Dr. Begay, Dr. Moffitt, and staff to respond to the comments and questions by Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. What Ayla should say, we send it to the agents.
Chairman Daniel, so we are at the presentation mode right now. So with this, I'll turn the floor over to Dr.
Okay, in that case, Chiche. Again, let me make my statement regarding Hess's process. We did hear a whole budget hearings, and we did offer recommendations, and we did revisit. And one of the major conditions of appropriation from budget hearings and what the council adopted, the condition of appropriation to pursue the Public Law 93-638 to assume the administrative functions of the BIE, Navajo region area. And that particular item has not been fulfilled. And the Legislative Council sent the committee a advice that we couldn't really impose it. So the only thing we could do was continue that condition of appropriation for this coming year. The other is on the unmet needs. Department of Education presented 46 million in unmet needs. And we requested that they prioritize those unmet needs. And so in that aspect, when we revisited, the committee basically then selected 20 million for scholarships. We also, there's an unmet need with the Office of the Youth, where they need 707,000, basically to keep fully fund the construction and also to keep the programs rolling in the 5 agencies. So those were the aspects. There was another aspect of a request, 20 million for the education center to be, to have its HVAC improved and upgraded. And however, the committee felt like that was a responsibility of the Division of General Services. And so there was a condition of appropriation issued in that aspect over to General Services to basically find funding and to start working on improving the outdated electrical system, the heating system, and the air conditioning system, and even the venting system. So that's where how the committee acted on the aspect. There was also another large amount for the student accountability. And that work is supposed to go to U.S. Department of Education. We felt like monies that would be in the carryovers would be enough to keep that project going. There has really been a question about, okay, the aspect of going forward. One is to really establish a tribal Department of Education. Or do we implement DSAP? And we feel like a DSAP is a function of a tribal Department of Education. And really there was, over the years, it's just been a project. And no real effort has been made to go sit with the U.S. Department of Education. It basically is a way to get authority to be the Tribal Department of Education, to exercise authority and responsibility over all the education systems within the Navajo Nation. And basically the aspect of student achievement and assessing those factors. So those are some things that I guess has been a philosophical should I say, quagmire, because the net education policies enacted in 1986, and there's been several amendments, but no progress. We're still a department of the net education and no real authority except over the tribally controlled local schools, the contract and grant schools. No, we just sit on the sidelines when it comes to BIE funded schools. And so the implementation of language, culture, and history is, for the BIE schools, a 1-hour segment, where the other tribally controlled schools, language, culture, and history is imbued through the whole curriculum. And so those are some things that the committee feels like really, and that's why the condition of appropriation continues. We have to make real progress. And so that's what the committee brings forward. And basically the agents are here to, one, request the enactment of the budget, and since they are both doctors, to defend their budget. So with that, Honorable Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is how we put legislation and the budget before the committee. And I'll defer to the agents to introduce their budget, to also talk about their budget, and then answer questions on the programs and staffing patterns if necessary, as well as their initiatives going into the new budget year with the restatement of their goals and objectives. This budget package ni dato ni nel dole dole che
Chairman Daniel Tokudo, Bahin Negi, and Dr. Begay and your staff, if you would present your budget, highlighting the Form 1 of the budget for each business unit, as far as FY22 compared to FY23, and if there are increases or decreases and so forth. And we'll move forward. We do have several other legislations that we need to tend to also too. So, and also the condition of appropriations, and also the unmet needs and so forth. So moving forward, Dr. Begay, you have the floor.
Oh, Joe here. The Budget Finance Committee, again, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Amy Henio Chair, Honorable Vice Chair, the Raymond Smith Jr., and the Honorable members, Amber Crotty, also Honorable Delegate members, Elmer Begay, Nathaniel Brown, and Honorable Member Jimmy, the yellow hair. We're very excited to do a presentation, a budget, expenditure budget, a investment. That's how we look at the budget. We're putting forth the budget as an investment looking for what they call ROI, return on investment, both short-term and long-term investment in human capital. Akwat Harold Begay Dasichin. Yisike has innovated in this day. I'm really from Cuba City. And Tachi ni Naslana, Dan Hitchin, Tachi ni Naslana. Ado Todich in a basis chain, Todich in a basis chain, Ado look the net that's a chain. Ado not kite the net that's another. Ado the best is in it, the net. Kuya Kida, a Casa de La Danahe. Ajo Ashley Dahlia from Hop and Pine Springs area. Our late mother-in-law, Bess Marie Ashley Jolie, and Ajo Kidahachit. And that's who I am, a change. And I came here after many years out in the fields. I call it school system, different school system. I started converted BIE operated to grant schools, to contract schools, and worked with public education for a long time.
Dr. McGay, you have 10 minutes to provide your presentation to the committee, and once the 10 minutes is up, I'll call.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, we have 3 presenters here with us, and the details, specifics will be given by Ms. Julia Mitchell, and the overall budget summary report will be given by Dr. Moffitt. And at this point, I will yield the floor to Dr. Moffitt and also to Julia Mitchell, and defer again the details of the budget to Julia Mitchell. Again, Dr. Moffitt.
Thank you, Dr. Begay, Honorable Henio, and members of the Committee of the Finance and Budget Committee. Dr. Carmen Moffitt, you know, na kainishtleto is a plan of Bush's chain, na krita chain, na krita. I'll be sharing my screen and walking you through the general funds of the different offices within the Department of Diné Education. Presenting our first is Business Unit 109001. In your binders, that would be tab number 2. This is the Department of Diné Education Administration. In part 2, we have general funds in the amount of $819,738. IDC allocation in the amount of $285,535. Personnel lapse fund 25,029 for a total of 1,130,302. In part 3, the original budget was at 1,041,405, and the proposed budget is at 1,130,302, with a difference of 88,897, which is an increase. In part 4, positions and vehicles, our original budget is at 11 positions. Proposed budget for next fiscal year is 12. The vehicles budgeted for original budget is 2, and proposed budget is 2. This budget is being presented by Dr. Begay and Mr. Chaco. The next one is on tab number 4. Tab number 4 is Business Unit 109004, the Office of Educational Research and Statistics. In part 2, general fund is 401,587, with personnel lapse at 9,102. In part 3, the original budget was at 410,689, and the proposed budget is the same at $410,689. On part 4, The positions budgeted was at 4, and the proposed budget is 4. Number of vehicles and the proposed budget is 0, and for the proposed budget is 0. This is being submitted by Mr. Roy Tracy and Dr. Begay. Next is tab number 5. And on tab number 5 is Business Unit 109005, Office of Standards, Curriculum and Assessment Development. We have general funds in the amount of $623,115, with personnel lapse fund at $15,506 for a total of $638,621. In part 3, the original budget is at $638,621. In the proposed budget, it is $638,621, the same. Part 4, positions and vehicles. The original budget is at 7 positions. The proposed budget has 7 positions. For the original budget for vehicles is 1, and the proposed budget for vehicles is 1. This is being submitted by Dr. Carmen Moffitt and Dr. Begay. Next one is tab number 7. And this is Business Unit 109006, Navajo Nation Library. General funds in the amount of $410,450, with personnel lapse fund at $10,506, for a total of $420,956. In part 3, the original budget is at $420,956. The proposed budget is $420,956, the same. In part 4, positions and vehicles, for the original budget, we have positions of 8. In the proposed budget is also 8. In the number of vehicles for the original budget is 1, and for the proposed budget is 1. This is being submitted by Mr. Donovan Pete and Dr. Begay. Next one is tab number 9. It is Business Unit 109008, Office of the Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance. In the general funds, we have an amount of $349,086. General federal funds, $15,000. Another for federal funds is $1,637,000, and another general fund, federal fund at $13,495,000 and $397, for a total of $15,496,483. In just the general funds under the original budget, we have a total of $369,086. For the proposed budget is exactly the same at $349,086. In terms of part 4, for the number of positions and vehicles, the original budget is 0, proposed budget is 0 on the positions, the same for the vehicles. Original budget is 0, and the proposed budget is 0. And this is being submitted by Ms. Rose Graham and Dr. Begay. Next is tab number 9. Tab 9 is Business Unit 109009, Office of Diné School Improvement. In the general funds under part 2, we have $856,632. Personnel lapse fund in the amount of $18,530, for a total amount of $675,162. In part 3, original budget, the amount is at $944,585. The proposed budget is $875,162, with a difference of $69,423. In part 4, positions and vehicles, the original budget has 7 positions. The proposed budget is 7 positions. Number of vehicles is 2, and for the proposed budget is also 2. This is being submitted by Mr. Johansson Phillips and Dr. Begay. Moving along to tab 7. This is unit number 109012, Office of Diné Youth. General funds in the amount of correction, 369,620. The total amount, 369,620. In part 3, the original budget is at 369,620, but the proposed budget is 369,620, the same. In part 4, positions and vehicles, positions we have for the original budget is at 4, and the proposed budget is 4. Number of vehicles budgeted is 4 in the proposed budget. I'm sorry, correction. The number of vehicles for the original budget is 0, and the proposed budget is 0. This is being submitted by Ms. Denise Thomas and Dr. Begay. Moving along to continuation of the Office of the Youth and Chinle Agency with Business Unit 109013. General funds in the amount of 685,076. Personnel lapse fund in the amount of 15,149, with a total amount of 700,225. In part 3, total original budget 700,225. Proposed budget 700,225. In part 4, positions and vehicles, positions budgeted for the original budget is 10, for the proposed budget is 10. Number of vehicles, original budget 1, and proposed budget is 1. This is being submitted by Ms. Denise Thomas and Dr. Begay. Continuation to tab number 14 with the Office of the Youth Crown Point Agency with Business Unit 109014. General funds in the amount of 652,208. Personnel lapse funds in the amount of 15,059 for a total of 667,267. In the original budget under Part 3, the total amount is 667,267. The proposed budget is in the amount of 667,267, which is the same. In Part 4, positions and vehicles, the number of positions in the original budget is 9, and the proposed budget is 10. Number of vehicles budgeted for the original budget is 2, and the proposed budget is 2. This is being submitted by Ms. Denise Thomas and Dr. Begay. Next is tab 15. Tab 15 is the Office of the Youth and Fort Defiance with Business Unit 109015. General funds in the amount of 682,681. Personnel lapse funds in the amount of 17,544 for a total amount of 700,225. In Part 3, original budget, we have a total amount of 700,225. For the proposed budget, it's 700,225, exactly the same. Part number 4, positions and vehicles. Positions in the original budget is 11. In the proposed budget is 11. Number of vehicles is 1. Number of vehicles in the proposed budget is 0. This is being submitted by Ms. Denise Thomas and Dr. Begay. Moving along to tab number 16. And this is the Office of the Youth Shiprock Agency with Business Unit 109016. General funds in the amount of 720,145. Personnel lapse funds in the amount of 16,015. For a total amount of 736,160. Part 3. In the original budget, we have 736,160. The proposed budget is exactly the same at 736,160. Part 4, positions and vehicles, positions budgeted with the original budget 12, proposed budget 12. Number of vehicles budgeted with the original budget 1, proposed budget 1. This is being submitted by Denise Thomas and Dr. Begay. Moving along to tab number 17. We have the Office of Diné Youth in Tuba City with Business Unit 109017 with general funds in the amount of $565,312. Personnel lapse funds in the amount of $13,862. In Part 3, we have the original budget at $579,174. Proposed budget, $579,174, exactly the same. Positions and vehicles in Part 4, original budget, number of positions 9, proposed budget 9. Number of vehicles in the original budget is 2, proposed budget is 2. This is being submitted by Ms. Denise Thomas and Dr. Begay. Tab number 18. Again, with the Office of Diné Youth High School Prep Enrichment with business number 1509006. This is special revenue, so we will not read this one. Move on to the next one, which is tab number 19. Tab number 19 is Advanced Ed Navajo Nation, also known as COGNIA, with business unit 109018. In general funds, we have an amount of $375,323, with a personnel lapse fund of $9,698. A total amount of $385,021. In Part 3, on the original budget, we have $385,021. In the proposed budget is $385,021, exactly the same. Positions and vehicles in Part 4, in the original budget positions is 4, and the proposed budget is 4. Number of vehicles in the original budget is 1, and proposed budget is 1. This is submitted by Shayla Yellowhair and Dr. Begay. Moving along to the next one, which is the Office, this is the Office of Special Education Food Services Vending Program with business unit number 109020. General funds in the amount of $42,164. Personnel lapse fund in the amount of $958, for a total of $43,122. In Part 3, the original budget is at $43,122. The proposed budget is $43,122, which is exactly the same. Positions and vehicles, number of positions in the original budget is 1, proposed budget is 1. Number of vehicles in the original budget is 0, proposed budget is 0. This is being submitted by Paula Sinas and Dr. Begay. Next one is tab number 21. And this is the Office of Diné Accountability and Compliance with Business Unit 109023. General funds in the amount of $433,357. Personnel lapse fund in the amount of $13,467, for a total of $446,824. In Part 3, on the original budget, we have a total amount of $544,162. In the proposed budget, we have $446,824, with a difference of $97,338. Positions and vehicles on Part 4, positions with the original budget is 7, with the proposed budget it is 5. Number of vehicles, original budget is 1, proposed budget is 1. This is being submitted by Dr. Moffitt and Dr. Begay. Next one is tab number 22. General funds, and this is for the Navajo Nation Board of Education with fund number 109023. In Part 2, general funds, total allocation is $140,000. Part 3, in the original budget is $140,000, and the proposed budget is $140,000, exactly the same. Now, positions and vehicles, in the original budget it is 0, proposed budget is 0 for positions and vehicles, original budget 0, and proposed budget is 0. This is being submitted by Dr. Moffitt and Dr. Begay. The last one, which is the last general fund, is on unit number 119001, Diné College. General funds in the amount of 4,700,000. There are some additional funds as well for this particular organization, which is Diné College, and that is the external U.S. government BIE in the amount of 14,301,305. And then they have internal tuition and fees in the amount of 1,841,756. Internal investment and other income, 651,708. Internal auxiliary services in the amount of 1,570,860. In just considering just the general funds, which is in the amount of 4,700,000 for the original budget. If you look on the proposed budget, is exactly the same at 4,700,000. In terms of the section 4 for the positions and vehicles, they have positions for 0 in the original budget. Proposed budget is 0. Number of vehicles in the original budget is 0, and proposed budget is also as 0. This is being submitted by Dr. Charles Russell with Diné College and Dr. Begay. And that ends our presentation for the Department of Diné Education. Thank you, Dr. Begay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moffett.
Okay, Honorable Jamie Hino, that would be the budget presentation. The administration and sponsor stand for question.
Chairman Daniel So, thank you, Dr. Harold Begay, Dr. Moffett, for providing a very good, high-level, concise budget presentation. That was very, very an excellent job you did. Thank you. So let's move forward to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any questions, comments on the budget presentation?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. Are you able to hear me?
Oh, Shananda, I can hear you very clearly now.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. I hope I fixed the connection. So I'd like to ask a question. Thank you, Superintendent Begay and your team for providing this resolution. I wanted to focus on, in looking at my notes under the Office of the Scholarship, that's funding that is, we consider it, I think, a set aside, or in our budget process, that funding is allocated at the very top before other programs receive those dollars. What has been a constant challenge is we cannot meet the need of the students who apply for the scholarship. But in the policy, it does state if a student, Navajo student, accepts the scholarship, that they will look for work, or they will apply or work for the Navajo Nation. And I wanted to hone in and see internally how that policy is tracked as we look at where are critical areas in human investment, which includes growing our own to make sure we have professionals here in our communities. And then what would be the needs from those students who receive the scholarship to what assistance can the scholarship office provide to the students other than just dispersing the scholarship money? Is there any wraparound services that are available, resources that are available? The second question will be to Diné College. I had an interesting experience with Diné College this year. And so I'm going to have to raise a legislative concern that there was an attempt to collaborate and partner with Diné College on the Missing and Murdered Diné Relatives Data Institute. Unfortunately, from those conversations, the college and your administrators then shut out the community and the families and the advocates, and we're moving forward on funding requests and proposals. So I wanted to ask the question, how is the college, and in your mission and your values, work with the communities on community-based research? And then what are some steps in terms of how you're going to do that in the future? And so at this time, I think the families and the advocates are going to ask for a type of peacemaking so that your faculty and your administrators are accountable for their actions. And I think that is an issue that I wanted to talk with Chairman So as a board member and see then how we can provide a positive outcome in the work that we're doing for our missing and murdered Diné relatives. Those are my two questions and concerns. Thank you, Chairman Henyo.
For your questions, and with that, I'll defer back to Chairman Daniel So. He referred to his agents for a response. Chairman So. Chairman Daniel So.
Star 6.
Star 6. Yes, the system keeps doing that. So, Shemayaja, Amber Kanezbot Crowdy, thank you for those words of concern and expression of a willingness to work together going forward. So I will refer to agents Dr. Harold Begay and Dr. Carmen Moffett. If not us, Dr. Begay.
Dr. Begay, you're muted.
There, okay. I'm still having a problem with my computer here. Thank you very much. And thank you to Honorable Daniel So on yielding the floor to myself here and Dr. Moffett. The two questions posed here from Honorable Amber Crotty, I will address the second question. And then your first question on the scholarship activity, I will need to defer that to Ms. Graham. She has been doing exceptional work in that area. And so with the second question, as far as shutting out or a barrier for community-based work and research, I happen to be an ex officio of the Board of Regents Diné College. And certainly I will relay the concerns here to the president of Diné College as soon as possible. And I have always maintained the importance of relationship with the community, with the chapters, with other entities that are so crucial to our educational efforts here. And so this is a priority, and I will make it a point, again, on your question to Dr. Russell, and to make it a priority as far as community-based research. And we have talked about that, the importance of Diné College and economic development locally and regionally. to leverage college program of studies towards economic development. And so with that, I'm hoping this answers your question, Honorable Delegate Amber Crotty. And then the second, the scholarship activity question, if Ms. Graham is available. Ms. Graham, I know she's online as well. Well, let me back up. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is Rose Graham. And
Excuse
my colleagues.
Excuse me, Rose. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You haven't taken the oath?
Okay, myself and our accountant Sheila Sosi were on the line.
Okay, could you both state your names for the record, please?
Rose Graham.
Okay, Ms. Sosi.
Sheila Sosi.
Thank you. Raising your right hand, do you both swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed, please.
With the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office, Rose Graham speaking, and Ado Shinanta, Chair Hinyo, and thank you for your question, Delegate Crotty. And you asked a question about tracking the pledge of service to the Navajo Nation, which is in Article 5, Section 15 of the Scholarship Policies. The purpose of the pledge is for college graduates to apply their acquired skills, training, and knowledge to assist the Navajo Nation by returning to the Navajo Nation and seeking employment in the appropriate profession. And we don't track in that area. We do some data, but not with regards to where students are employed and whether or not they return to the Navajo Nation. And it's a pledge, so it's incumbent upon the student to know that that's the intent of providing funds. And then we could do a survey. We could do that and get some numbers that way. We did a very good survey during the government shutdown and how students were impacted. So we can certainly do a survey. And then what are the needs from the students and the assistance that we provide other than dispersing funds, any wraparound services and other resources. There are a lot of resources in addition to Navajo Nation scholarship funding. We have partners that assist. They don't give money to the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office, but they do send us a message and say, do you have any students so we can fund them? And that includes Frontier, the Navajo Transitional Energy, and when students do not meet the application deadline, We try to reach out to our partners and see if they can help us fund a student beyond Navajo Nation scholarship funding. We haven't done this in a while because of the pandemic, but we will pick it up again very soon. Is that we have a meeting with high school counselors. High school counselors are our partners and direct link to the students to provide an orientation for them. So we can network and also give them all the eligibility criteria so they can also get their students ready for college once springtime comes around. Especially the Chief Manuelito scholars. We take recommendations from the high school counselors and coordinate closely with them to make that happen. So, and then we have, and you've seen our annual report. Perhaps you've seen our annual Chief Manuelito Scholarship Award ceremony. We just held the award ceremony last week. And in the spring, we've been doing mostly virtual presentations, but also try to get out into the high schools in the area so we can help students and families prepare for college. And we haven't been out to the colleges and universities, but once we have the okay, we'll get back into doing that. Is we in the Four Corners area, we get out to colleges and universities and set up a day or two, whatever is necessary, and sit down with students individually to get their files up to date and address any concerns that they may have. Those are the types of things that we do. Right now we are awarding. So everything else is, everyone is dedicated entirely to determining eligibility and processing awards and sending those funds out to schools. And as I stated, there are plenty of resources on our website. There's a whole list of financial aid resources. There's also our Facebook page where we put funding, other funding opportunities, internships, jobs, and other announcements. And we recently had a meeting with a staff of the Arizona Board of Regents, and we're coordinating information so we can better get that information out to students and families, the various types of financial aid opportunities that are available. And and then we pass that on to the our high school counterparts. I can address any other questions that you have.
Chairman Himio, are you still on the call?
I'm waiting on Chairman, so I'm still here.
Oh, okay. star 6 all the time. That would be a response to the question from Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty. The sponsor of the legislation is open to follow-up questions, comments, and concerns.
Chairman Daniel. So, for response. Although, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments? Call for the question if there are further questions, comments on this resolution.
Delegate Yellowhair, Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, do you have the floor?
Yeah, so thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Harold GBK, Superintendent of the Navajo Nation. For your program director, then Lenny. Under Tab 25 in the college, under the program performance criteria, it's the end of it either. Area Dr. Charles M. Russell is a request as well. He need of third need of least it Tab 25 when question of under Dr. Harold J. Wrote on a show, yeah, not so see budget of 190. But I'm seeing 20, maybe a little bit above, there's a vacancy. Isn't it up on 3 kids only? And going to FY23. I think a shipment agency, there's 8 positions in there. 8 of the next thing. Chairman, is there the 3 Honorable Daniel So. Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Are there any further questions, comments from the Budget and Finance Committee? Defer back to sponsors. Chairman Daniel So.
Yeah, lunch at Chair. BNF committee members. Chair Jimmy Yella here. Thank you for your question. So I will refer it to the agents, Dr. Begay, Dr. Moffett. Please respond.
I think I unmuted. Okay, Honorable Delegate Jim Geller here. The vacancy list, so that's the what bear, and as an example, we've been without an accountant since I believe September 2021. Without an accountant, we have an excellent staff who has stepped up. Julia Mitchell, along with Dr. Moffitt and the program managers. So they've been doing exceptional work in preparing this budget. But that's just one example of trying to bring in and fill these positions. And we can only state that this is just our opinion that perhaps it's the salary scale where they're finding other positions elsewhere, similar positions, and they're getting higher pay. And here again, this is just our opinion. And it is the case that we are continue to look for applicants. And then certainly on the other question, yes, I will let Dr. Russell know about on the goals and the print size, and they should know that you can really adjust that, and we will have them resubmit as soon as possible a legible, readable print size on their document goals and objectives. Thank you very much. I'm hoping that answers your question, Delegate Honorable Yellowhair. I yield the floor.
Chair, Honorable Chair Demihino, that would be the response to the question. Go ahead.
Christina, Chairman Daniel So, I think response to the Aslagi. I'll back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments on this resolution?
Chairman, Daniel, this is Delegate Yellowhair again.
Delegate Yellowhair, do you have the floor?
I'll create my follow-ups to the also the next college on the program performance criteria on Form 2. All that questions and answers and the performance rating, the language is not clear at all. To the chairman. I want to say thank you, Harold, Dr. Harold Begay. Your account is very legitimate. It's been tied in with your fund type budget summary. They're balanced out. Thank you very much for great work. Yeah. Dr. Charles M. Russell, the college, the Audit and Sado Yo. Yat do it in the Sadi question to the chairman. Yeah.
We shake your last one, Dr. Jimmy Yellowhair. Good notion, Dr. Jimmy Yellowhair. With this, I give the floor back to sponsor Chairman Daniel So.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Haditha.
Okay, it's on star 6 tradition. I had lots of Che. Dr. Jimmy Yellowhair. He just got a doctorate from the BNF committee. On this, it could be the printing as far as not being able to see everything clearly. But we will get back with Dr. Russell to make sure he resends those particular forms back to the council, the NABI, as this legislation moves to the Naval committee and on to the council. Without Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Other committee members, we appreciate the considerations for a favorable vote to get this budget rolling to final approval. Auto to Dr. Begay and Dr. Moffitt and Doty staff, thank you for attending the hearing, and we appreciate your work. Nasquishing that Hazoid initially, or Hazoshin Ulkaidi, or Hatchen, Cascado, a Kent and Lenigi, or Sahoshin, Sanado, Sweden, Legit on the Dalka, Kokragi area. To in Sahaki, or Banhata, Hate our a Hazo in Nahigi, made Dolly, Reit au e benat kindo le reit au e yat e ho e na nesio tanto le to api to e reit au e nasko e tenen kidet menegi reit au e be anit e do le lead wanda asao na dan si jeneso pa kaila no takes such a nation, and for me that meant don't let the language die, don't let the culture die, don't lose the land, don't lose the water. Take care of each other. Nacha. Nation ostajan, ne? Akaila. Couldn't no takes. But BNF committee. Chahastitoli. Ashahat.
Okay, Lieutenant Chairman Daniel Soto. Nije responding lagi. Ado kudonat aja Budget Finance Committee members Chairman Ado. Ado shanadi kiddish. Ado could I call for the question to accept the resolution? Ramona, a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, can you roll call vote on approving the resolution? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yeller, votes green. That is Shahat.
Thank you, Shazada. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crowdy, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Okay, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Though with that, Dr. Harold Begay, Dr. Moffat, thank you for your presentations, and we'll move forward with this. So let's move forward to the next item on our agenda. Peggy, what's the next item on our agenda?
Chair Hinio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the next item is the Division of Social Services.
Kashina, with this, Miss Diana Nezwood Gishi, are you on the line? Miss Diana Nezwood Gishi? Or Division of Social Services, who will be presenting the budget? Chairman Daniel Sosache, it seems that we have nobody to present the budget on this division.
Hello, this is Brenda Sosi. I work with Division of Social Services. I'm the principal accountant. I'm here.
Kushina, thank you for announcing. And Peggy, if you would administer the oath.
Okay, thank you. For the Division of Social Services, all those who will be presenting information to the Budget and Finance Committee related to your division budget, please state your name for the record.
Brenda Sosi.
Okay, anyone else? Is there anybody else? Okay, Ms. Sosi, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony that you're about to give, raising your right hand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Nakai, this is Deanna Neswagishi, Division of Social Services.
Okay, thank you. Raising your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie.
Thank you for the oath. And now if we could read the legislation into the record.
Okay, this is HEHSCAU-05-22, resolution of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022. An action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Division of Social Services and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. This was approved on the 10th day of August 2022 with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Going to Exhibit A. FY 2022 general fund budget was $4,161,183. The proposed general fund budget for FY 2023 is $4,161,183. Indirect cost is $409,791. Personnel lapse fund, $52,081. Proprietary funds of $46,000. And then the special revenue fund external, $254,093,891 for a total budget of $258,762,946. Exhibit B shows $4,207,183 for the branch chief's proposed FY 23 budget. The oversight's recommendation is $4,168,250. And then Exhibit C, recommended changes to the general fund budget. And then Exhibit D is recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. One is Division of Social Services, condition of appropriation. DSS administration shall work with DOJ to develop a plan for emergency reimbursable stopgap funding to cover lapses in direct services for grant-funded programs under DSS, including domestic violence shelters. DSS administration shall report to HEHSC by the end of the second quarter FY 2023 with its plan and proposed legislation. One is Division of Social Services, legislative concern. DSS administration should expand staffing within Chinle Agency and NNY to ensure that services are being delivered. DSS should report to HEHSC by the end of the first quarter FY 2023 regarding this effort. 2, Division of Social Services, legislative concerns. DSS administration should fully implement 24/7 operation of Little Tree domestic violence shelter by the end of first quarter FY 2023. 3, Division of Social Services, legislative concern. DSS administration should assess the entire division's computer equipment needs with priority for programs that are that are required to report to state agencies such as Daltex. DSS should provide a report on such assessment to HEHSC by the end of first quarter FY 2023. Exhibit E is unmet needs budget of $4,668,250, and then the vote tally sheet for the committee. Chair.
Thank you for the reading of the resolution into the record. With that, let's move forward to a motion. Is there a motion?
Delegate Yellowhair, Chairman.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Although with that, we'll do the OMB report, budget summary report, OMB.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee members. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the Navajo Nation OMB report for the Division of Social Service. The second page has the table of contents, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And the next following page is A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. The Navajo Nation Fund Type Budget Summary is listed by business units, division programs, and I will be reading the bottom column. FY 2022 General Fund Budget amount is $4,161,183. Proposed General Fund Budget, $4,161,183. Indirect costs, $409,791. General Wage Adjustment, DLF, $52,081. Proprietary Fund, $46,000. Special Revenue Fund External amount is $227,591,796. Total $232,261,851. Next following page, B, FY 22 third quarter budget status report. Following page has a worksheet budget status report as of June 30, 2022 for Division of Social Service. General Fund grand total I will be reading for the original budget is $4,661,751. Revised budget $7,236,872.07. Actual $2,638,713.77. Encumbrance $2,418,361.18. Balance available $2,179,797.11. Percent expended of total 69.88. Bottom is proprietary fund grand total. Original budget $15,000. Revised budget $51,862.78. Actual $15,994.09. Encumbrance $26,191.07. Budget available $17,687.62. Percent expended of total 70.45. The next following page, MPS, Ms. Rhonda will be reading.
Good afternoon, committee members. Under C is your FY 2022 third quarter performance assessment report. For the Division of Social Services, there's 6 business unit. Program names, first quarter average is 2.08, second quarter is 2.06, third quarter is 2.06. Under D is your FY 2022 third quarter plans of operations status report for the 6 business units within Division of Social Services. They have all of their plan of operation in place, and it was last amended in 2020. They're up to date. Under E is your FY 2022 condition of appropriation legislative concern report. There is one condition of appropriation for Division of Social Services. This was due at the end of second quarter. We did get a third quarter response from them. The current status is non-compliant, and in her third quarter report memo, she indicated from the division indicated that as of July 6, 2022 report, they're anticipating for this to be completed in fourth quarter. The next page is your FY 2022 legislative concerns for Division of Social Services. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. They're all due at the end of second quarter, but you will note that these legislative concerns are in conjunction with other programs. As of third quarter, we did get response from Division of Social Services. The status is non-compliant. The program can provide further details for this later. Tab F will be done by contracts and grants.
Good afternoon. My name is Jan James. I am reading in for CGS.
Excuse me,
Yes.
have you taken the oath today?
No.
Okay, raising your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Thank you, Jan.
Okay, continuing with tab F, the FY22 External Funds Expenditure Report. The report period is from inception through June 15, 2022. Page 1 identifies the legend. I will be going by columns, but be reading the last row on page 505. Column S below is the number of business units is 110. The number of company numbers is 40. And we go on to the revised budget under column J, which total is $448,838,061.02. Expenditure under column K is $195,308,095.68. Column L, open commitments, is $14,751,250.87. Column M is the available balance, $238,778,714.47. Column N is the percentage spent, is 47%. Column O, the percentage balance, is 53%. And going on to tab G, FY 2020 Single Audit Report. There are 3 identified with the finding numbers. And as you look to column D and E is the responsible division, which is there's Office of Navajo Vital Records for the first one with DHR and DFS under DSS. The second one is CCDF. Third one is Department of Family Services. As you can see, these are not finalized at this moment under column J with the CAP status report. That will be the end of our report. Thank you.
Budget and Finance Committee members, this is Selena. This completes the OMB report for Division of Social Service.
Agushikela, for the report, OM Office of Management and Budget. This Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, any questions on the OMB report?
Delegate Yellowhead.
Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhead.
Okay, question out the kid on the budget expenditure report for a division of social services. Under this pertains to external funds. I think that in the report under zip anyway, external funds start with K number. And this worksheet, when line 8, there is a fund that was approved $500,000. That's a October 1st, 2019, and in December 22. 500,000. These are the other charge is that there's 100% no expense, $500,000 unspent money. So there looks like there's no activities. Auto line 13, when Navi, when October 1st, 2020, and in September 30, 2024, 4,706,000. There's no activities. Business out in the 4 million. Auto now line 20. October 1st, September 30, 22. Holds 1,000,004 business on a budget available $254,000. There's a very quite a bit under line 22. If you understand this budget expenditure report, line 22, it's up $2 million and 39,000. Money is no spent at all. This was budget was approved for October 1st, 2020 to September 30, 2025. See, that's what I had 2 years. Or 3 years. There's another one, line 23, and there is 451,980. This money was approved for May 28, 2021 in September 2023. 100% money, not spent at all. With all you, I can read so much, but our time is important to finish this. Maybe look at it and double check all these. That's my question. There's quite a bit. Okay, everything not the best or give on there. Is it all you need data? This evening not I think it was a division of social services. There's a lot of money left. Total is $238 million or $239 million round off, coming from $448 million. 47% no spend. Additional question, I did kid I'll put it on the chat. Chairman, thank you.
Good seeing you again, Delegate Jimmy Gill here. Office of Management and Budget, do you have a response?
Budget and Finance Committees, this is Selena. I will refer the question to Ms. Jan James with CGS for the question. CGS.
No, who are you calling upon?
I'm going to refer the question to Ms. Jan James with CGS. Jan, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. I will have to defer this back to the program because this is their funding.
Okay, that's why I figured we would have to wait for the program to answer. So, Delegate Yo here, When we get to the presentation through Chairman Daniel Sokodo, your questions that you asked regarding the non-expenditures again, we'll have him provide a response to you on that, Shananta. So with this, let's move forward to the presentation. Shananta, Chairman Daniel So, Kudoya legislation ni tatos for the Division of Social Services. So Kudoya, you'll have the floor to present the legislation to the committee.
Akela, Chair Jamie Hinu, Auto BNF committee members. Kodo Eya Sato, Tisa Beta Naudit Ahini Tatus Zigi. So HES committee members, I don't Sato United Kito Penachito conditions of legislative concerns. Chato Adelia Ado a Nas Nature Hulia. Because Chato Bansida Kesto Legi O Chache Kodo Chaho Beso Bust Nela Ado Aya Zo Chodas Inter. And an aside is namely the general funds. What the committee has found out is from 2017 to the present budget year that we're in, 10 million throughout the years it's totaled 10 million. That's within the executive director's budget. Our latest report back in May from OOC, it was down to 9.6 million. Cool. With that. And some of the questions that the committee basically found out is some of these funds, they're not reconciled. The accounts aren't reconciled. Even with the 638 accounts, those business units aren't reconciled. Going back that far, if they're not reconciled, they can't be used. And so there has to be a big effort, either by OOC, OMB, or even the division, to reconcile those accounts so that those funds can be accessed, meaning to be used. Otherwise, they just sit there. And my understanding through further questioning is that exists throughout the Navajo Nation government. Business units aren't reconciled, so those dollars aren't used. There has to be, and BNF committee members, I would urge you to look at the tremendous high number of business units that may have anywhere from $50 or even less to dollar amounts that are reported in OMB's report. It's a system problem. And so with the BNF committee members, I bring that issue to you. That's an aside from what the committee has found out. So in that aspect, we bring to you the Division of Social Services budget to you. And again, BNF committee has a different set of lens, meaning you have different perspectives, you have different knowledge and expertise
of the budget. And we look to you to highlight those items and, if necessary, add to the list of legislative concerns. Add to that a condition of appropriation, because we're talking about general funds. General funds are basically the people's money. And when those budgets aren't utilized fully and their personnel vacancies exist, that for me means essential governmental services aren't being delivered. And I don't know if other folks have that same view, but that's what the committee focused on when we deliberated. We did the budget hearing, we did revisits, and finally the committee proceeded with the legislation to bring this budget to you. And so we've stand for questions, and agent would be Division Director Deanna Neswit-Gishi, as well as the assistant, and then of course Miss Brenda Sosi, the principal accountant. With that, Che, without Irisato, Behasito as the opening line to the legislation, and Miss and Chair, if I may, I'd like to turn the floor over to Miss Deanna Neswit-Gishi. What ails you, Che?
Chairman Daniel. So, the miljohin anigi, the she kade kudo Division Director Mahatoljish, Miss Neswit-Gishi.
Thank you, Chairman Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We will start the presentation in regards to Division of Social Services General Fund Budget. We do have Ms. Brenda Sosi, who will be starting her screen sharing. Thank you, Brenda. So this is just the first page showing our division. We do have a presentation outline, which is on the executive summary, our FY 2021 major accomplishments, and then we'll end with any questions. The next slide, it just shows our mission and vision statement for the Division of Social Services. And those are in your binders that were submitted as well. On the next page shows the Division of Social Services, Office of the Executive Director, the 7 components within Office of the Executive Director, and then the departments and programs such as Department for Self-Reliance, Family Services, Child Care and Development, Developmental Disabilities, the Naval Indian Child Welfare Program, the Naval Family Assistance Services, as well as the Naval Treatment for children and their families. The next slide does show our FY 2023 budget priority areas are aligned with the Nez Weiser administration, which is the Nahatal plan. The areas that we'll be focusing on is family, behavioral mental health, housing, economic development, tourism, budget and finance, education and cultural language preservation, governmental affairs and policy, public safety, infrastructure, agriculture, and land issues. The Office of Executive Director and the Naval Family Assistance Services is administered by the Naval School Clothing at 100% general fund. The Department of Family Services, the DNA Elder Protection Program, and Naval Family Assistance Services was able to be administered by using external fund resources to cost share. For FY 2023, the allocation of 6 million general funds and 46,000 for proprietary funds to continue the advocacy of family strengthening system and to build system services. Okay, the next slide shows the Division of Social Services Strategic Planning, which we had started in the early part of 2019. And so we do have our strategic plan in place. And so we have 6 strategic priorities identified, which is from the direct service team, as well as the 7 department and program managers, as well as middle managers, which we call field supervisors. The 6 areas of our strategic plan was to focus on recruitment, onboarding, staff development, communication, technology, continuous quality improvement, and last area is trauma-informed organization. So through our strategic plan, we've had various meetings with our programs. Recruitment onboarding, that's an area that we have to strengthen the partnership within Division of Social Services and the Department of Human Resources. And through that coordination, we have been identified to do the qualification assessment. So when there's positions being advertised, we are able to receive those applications from Department of Personnel Management, and then we have our human resource managers internally review qualification assessments so we can move that process along a little bit more quickly. We also are developing plans for new employees and how they can transition into their positions. One example is yes.
You have 10 minutes for your budget presentation, and we want to hear your Form 1s on each of your business units as far as FY 2022 allocations and the 23 allocations and the differences, if there's increases or decreases, and then we can move forward to questions.
Okay, just one last slide to go over is the Division of Social Services overall expenditures by category as of 6/31. And then just to summarize, 1% of the Division of Social Services funding is general funds. 20% of our funding is from VIA and 76% of our funding are federal funds. So we'll go on to the condition of appropriation. There was question regarding one condition of appropriation, which is a fund management plan for all the daycare centers. I'm happy to report today at the HES Committee legislation 0137-22 approving the fund management plan for the Department of Child Care and Development was passed today, and they'll be moved forward to the Budget and Finance. And so I will go ahead and turn over my time to Ms. Brenda Sosi to read into the record regarding our budget line items. Thank you. Brenda?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Brenda Sosi. I work with Division of Social Services, and I will read the into the record of the Division of Social Services budget. Will they give that to my screen share here? For Division of Social Services on business unit number, hold on, let me get back to my screen. I'm trying to get back to my screen here. For business unit number 117001, Office of the Executive Director, General Funds, we have $1,227,950. IDC $409,791. GWA $22,362,000. So on the budget summary for personnel expense for FY 22, that was $928,257. The proposed for FY 23 is $1,040,756. The difference of an increase of $112,499. For travel expenses, FY 22, $92,418. The proposed budget for 23 is the same. There's no difference. For supplies, FY 22 was 95,553. Same amount for FY 23. There's no difference. For lease and rental, for FY 22, it was 32,256, and then the proposed that we are proposing for FY 23 is 28,756. There's a decrease of $3,500. For communications and utilities, for FY 22, $123,951. Proposed budget is $114,307, and there's a difference, a decrease of $9,644. For repairs and maintenance, the original FY 22 budget is $165,667. The proposed budget for 23 is $50,163. There's a difference of a decrease, $115,504. For contractual services, for FY 22 is $145,960. The proposed budget for 23 is $130,916. There's a decrease of $15,000. For special transaction, it's $113,546 for FY 22. 23 is $107,190,000, a decrease of $6,356. For the FY 22 total budget was $1,697,608. The FY 23 proposed budget is $1,660,103, and a difference of a decrease of $37,505. Number of budgets position budgeted for FY 22 and 23 is the same at 11. Budgets of vehicle budgeted for FY 22 and 23 is both at 4. And it was submitted by Deanna Neswit-Gishi, and it was approved by Paulson Chaco. Then the next business unit that will be for business unit 117008, that's school clothing program. And their general funds is $1,295,663. For personnel expense, for FY 22, there was 0 proposed budget. For FY 23 is $45,618, and there's a difference of an increase of $45,618. For public assistance for FY 22, it was $1,296,990. FY 23 proposed budget is $1,250,045, and a difference of $46,945. So the overall budget for FY 22 is $1,296,990. And for FY, the proposed budget is $1 million. For FY 23, the proposed budget is $1,295,663, and the difference $92,563. Number of positions budgeted is 0 for FY 22, and FY 23 is the same, 0. Number of vehicles budgeted is 0. And it was submitted by Rayanne Matiba, and it was signed by, approved by Deanna Neswit-Gishi. Then for business unit 117010, this is Department of Child Care and Development, Chinley Child Care. Proprietary funds, the amount is $5,000. And for the supplies, it was budgeted for $5,000 for FY 22 and FY 23, difference 0 amount, and the total amount is 5,000 for FY 22 and 23, and there's no difference. Total of number of positions budgeted and vehicles budget for FY 22 and 23 is the same, 0. And it was submitted by Sylvia Tyler, she's the department manager, and Deanna Neswick-Gishi, executive director. For business unit 117011, the Department of Child Care and Development, Fort Defiance Child Care is with the proprietary funds. The amount is 36,000. For travel expense for FY 22 is 0. FY 23 is $1,049, a difference of $1,049 increase. Supplies 2,000 for FY 22. The proposed budget for FY 23 is $15,805, a difference of $13,805 increase. For contractual services for FY 22, 0. Proposed budget for 23 is 2,000. There's a difference of 2,000 increase. 7,000 special transaction, 3,000 for FY 22. FY 23 is $17,146. A difference of $14,146. Total amount approved for FY 22 is 5,000. For proposed budget FY 23, $36,000, a difference of an increase of $31,000. Number of positions budgeted, vehicles budgeted for FY 22 and 23 is the same as 0. This was submitted by Sylvia Tyler, and it was approved by Deanna Neswick-Gishi. For business unit 117012, Department of Child Care and Development, Shiprock Child Care. Proprietary funds, $5,000, and the supplies is $5,000 for FY 22. The proposed budget for 23 is $5,000, difference 0. The total amount for FY 22 and 23 is 5,000. There's 0 difference. Number of positions budget and vehicles budgeted for FY 22 and 23 is both 0. This was submitted by Sylvia Tyler and approved by Deanna Neswick-Gishi. The business unit 117022, that's Department of Family Services, general funds, $1,637,570, GWA $29,719. Personnel expenses for FY 22 was $1,047,888. The proposed budget is $664,989. And then there's a difference of a decrease of $382,899. Travel expenses for FY 22 is $202,148. Proposed budget for 23 is $252,987. And then there's an increase of $50,839. Supplies, FY 22, $78,525. For FY 23 is $122,662. There's a difference of $44,137. Lease and rental, $29,959 for FY 22. 23 is $193,572. A difference, an increase of $81,762. Repairs and maintenance for FY 22 was $111,810. For proposed budget 23 is $193,572. A difference of $81,762 increase. Repairs and maintenance for FY 22 approved budget is $53,960. For FY 23 it's $60,163. A difference of an increase of $6,203. Contractual services, $85,000 for FY 22. 23 is $205,396. A difference of $120,396. Special transaction, $58,870. Proposed budget, $101,336. Difference of an increase of $42,466. The FY 22 approved budget was $1,668,160. The proposed budget for FY 23 is $1,667,289. And then there's a difference of decrease of $871. Total number of positions budgeted for FY 22 is 19. For FY 23 is 13. Vehicles budgeted for FY 22 and 23 are both at 7. And this was submitted by Regina Yazzie and it was approved by Deanna Neswit-Gishi. This completes our budget for Division of Social Services, Mr. Chair.
Chair Haniel, if I may.
Chairman Daniel.
Oh, that would be the presentation from the agent and the principal accountant. Chair, we stand for questions and concerns. Yeah.
Chairman Daniel So, Chair of Health, Education, Human Services Committee. With this presentation, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments on Division of Social Services budget?
Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yep, Nana, Celestia, Kato, Habanson, Chairman, I don't understand. Honorable Daniel, so I don't department or I don't read. They don't share addition to Miss Neswit Kishi. Well, anyway, there is a particular family direct services. The business unit number is 117022. That money for personnel with French is $664,989. Under, when you look at form, I think this is form 2. Because form 3. There is 10 position is vacant in here in this program. The senior information assistant technicians. One out on the A9 program project specialist 1. Maintenance technicians 1. Senior accountants 1. 2 accountants vacants. Auto account maintenance specialist 1. Administrative assistants 1. Office specialist A1. Administrative service officer 1. So that's 10. On the way, not on the business unit number 117001 for Division of Social Services Executive Administration Office. Principal Information System Technicians, 1 other out on the Senior Office Specialist. So there's 2. Same previous questions under external funding. There's quite a bit of money, which just say heartbeat peso. So township Atlanta is laying external fund. I don't want to go through that one because it's time consuming. All kilo on the kige on the hospital. She's brain generation my yesterday on the crowd. It's channel 4 be no kid. So connect at the elite and all you tongue. Concession kid or let us chairman here. Thank you. Jonas. Yeah.
Delegate Jimmy Yell here, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henry, I have a question.
Delegate
Chair Henry, the Budget and Finance Committee, and then people that are on the line. Chair Henry, I'm requesting to do an amendment, but I want to make sure that from the DOJ or from the legislative Chief Legislative Council office, and they said I can do it at the end of the reports. So is Laura Lane on the line, or Dana? See when I could do the amendment that I requested. I think it's already written up. So this I just but not it just kicking so I was not going to do that. So maybe you could give me a guidance and advice on it. Thank you.
What's your amendment that you're talking about?
My amendment is on the overall comprehensive budget. So I'm not sure if I haven't received it yet, but they said it's written, and then I got a notice saying that I can do the amendment, request for amendment at the end of the report, or any reports from the presenters. So I was just asking when it would be the best time to do that. Thank you.
The amendment, we can't amend the legislation itself, but for the overall comprehensive budget, we can request for that. So, Mr. Pahi, are you still with us on the call?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I stepped out for just a minute. If someone could repeat the instructions, and I would be glad to comply.
Okay, Mr. Pahi, Delegate Elmer P. Begay had stated that he requested for an amendment to the Office of Legislative Counsel to be put on the comprehensive budget. So therefore, he's seeking guidance as far as when to introduce that amendment, or is it if the amendment is ready right now.
Mr. Chair, I would ask Honorable Delegate Begay to simply email me what he wants. And then since I am working on the draft of the comprehensive budget legislation for presentation later today or possibly tomorrow to the committee, I will then include that item that he is emailing me in the proper exhibit to this draft. As you know, and as I heard you state just a moment ago, there is no formal amendment process right now before the committee. It's just an informal process where the committee makes it known what their their desired changes, additions, deletions will be to the various exhibits that have been approved by the oversight committees in their final resolutions. So again, it's not a formal vote on an amendment to a resolution that's already finalized, Honorable Delegate Begay, and this goes for pretty much anyone, whoever wants from the committee, whoever desires any change to any of these exhibits, just email that to myself, and you could CC Ms. Goldroth as well, and we will know what the committee or an individual committee member from Budget and Finance wishes to be included in the draft comprehensive budget legislation. I hope that was clear enough. Thank you.
Thank you for Mr. Pahi for your input. So with that, going back to Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Okay.
Mr. Pahi,
Actually, I had Chair Henry, then Thank you, Ms. Tapahi, for very response. I think I submitted it last week. So according to Dana, she told me that it's ready and I can present it any time during the comprehensive budget reports. It can be at the end of the reports on one of the presenters, or at the end of the whole comprehensive budget reports. So I've got another one from another advices that saying that I can do that today or the end of the whenever the reports are made from the presenters. So I believe that you have it and it's written. But I haven't received that written the finalized amendment. But it was recording the unmet needs from for chapters. Specifically the Dalcon chapter.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Pai, go ahead.
Thank you. I am looking through my email right now, Honorable Delegate Begay, and I am looking for this particular email. Is this for an unmet needs for, did you say Dilcon chapter? I'm not terribly familiar with the exact request that you have sent to Office of Legislative Counsel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pai. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, Mr. Tapahi, that this is from specifically on Dalcon chapter, and it's written almost like for District 7 areas for these chapters. Unmet needs on.
Oh, okay, thank you, Honorable Delegate Begay. I have found an email sent to you by Loya Henderson she's an attorney with our office here at OLC. The time that she sent that out was 11:57 a.m. today. And she does ask that you provide information so that she can prepare the unmet needs request as you specified. She's asking for division office, business unit number, program title, dollar amount of unmet need, and explanation of this recommendation. So she gave set out a list there of things that she's requesting you to fill in and then email back to her. And then she's going to be writing up this particular unmet needs request for you, Honorable Delegate Begay. I hope you did receive that email.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hinyo. Mr. Tapahi, I got the email right now. I'm looking at it, but I thought I sent the whole information, the resolution, and then the business unit, and then also the amount, and then the budget forms to your office. Can you give it to her, or how because if she's working within your office, can you give it to her, or do I need to resubmit all the...
Excuse me, Honorable Delegate Begay, was this sent in an email or were paper documents dropped off at OLC?
It's a paper document, then I emailed it to you too.
Oh, okay. Loya is working remotely today. She is in Albuquerque. So if I can find that email, I will forward that to her. And I will also ask our staff to search through the paper documents that were dropped off at our office. And we will look for them and we will shoot those over to her.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pai. And with that, once you straighten that out, then we let Miss Delegate Elmer PBA inform him. So thank you. Let's move back to the question from Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and I'll defer back to Chairman Daniel So response to Delegate Yellowhair.
Pakihela, Shache, Ado, BNF committee members, most especially Shache, Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, I would, as sponsor, I would refer that question and comment to Agent Ms. Neswit Gishi.
Thank you, Chairman So for forwarding, and thank you, Chairman Henio, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Yellowhair for the question. I do have Miss Sylvia Tyler, who's the Department Manager for the Department of Child Care and Development. I believe that was a question regarding their actual funding source. May I ask Delegate Yellowhair if you can provide the question again so that she can do a response? Thank you.
Chairman, Philip.
Hold on, Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay,
Ms.
all
Neswit
right,
Gishi,
okay.
we deferring the question to somebody else?
Yes, I think it was a specific budget question on the Department of Child Care and Development. I know that because those are external funds, they do have certain criteria. So I did not want to misspeak and not provide accurate information. Is where I requested Miss Sylvia Tyler to get onto this Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Chair.
Ms. Tyler?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Sylvia Tyler,
Okay.
Department Manager.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Henio.
Before you respond, Peggy?
Good afternoon. Could you state for your name for the record again, please, and then raising your right hand?
Sylvia Tyler.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Tyler, you may proceed to answer the question from Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, good afternoon. This is, again, my name's Sylvia Tyler, and I oversee the Department of Child Care and Development. Good afternoon, Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Listening to the question, I don't think that was directed to our department. I believe it was more for Department of Family Services, if I'm correct. If I could ask Delegate Yellowhair to repeat the question, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, provide clarification on your question.
Yeah, none to the chairman. Thank you very much. Division of Social Service. Under a business unit number 117001, Division of Social Service, Executive Administration Office. A at Kiko, a vacant in the Principal Information System Technicians, non-assigned Senior Office Specialist. Those are vacancies under the two. Nana Kiko Naya, 8 doesn't under a business unit number 117022, Tambi Direct Services. Not 10 positions vacant. Psyche A, Senior Information System Technician, non-assigned Senior Program and Project Specialist. A Maintenance Technician, Senior Accountant, 2 Accountant, on the Accounts Maintenance Specialist, Administrative Assistants, Office Specialist, Administrative Service Officer, vacant. So odd echo, the 10 positions are vacant. Nana, keeping very, under OMB report. My questions, and I guess these are all our concern being committee members, based on any audit external funding based on under a budget expenditure report, Division of Social Services, under index road 8 October 1st, 2019. This budget will expire September 30th. In the Kutina peso $500,000 out of choice in Latin. Ana Kuna Nana wrote 13 when Anita September 1st, 2020 at Bailan Lila. Day 2024 Asa. They peso you $4,706,000, 100%. I thought it cheat as a touch into stock. Aro increasing with the or you at either the transmission is going to take time consuming. Is it on here review and doctor that the response and the doctor the best on if it's reconciled or why the bond not using the funds. That's my concern on behalf of my colleagues, Budget and Finance Committee. Once as the chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Lerna for clarifying your question, and I'll defer this back to Ms. Tyler.
Okay, good afternoon again. The question that he had on the 10 vacant positions with business unit, I believe he said 117022. That's with another department. That's not part of Department of Child Care and Development. I believe it was under the Department of Family Services.
Chairman Henio, this is Deanna Nesugishimi. May I respond in question of 117022?
Yes,
Department of Family Services. Thank you. Thank you. So, yes, that's correct. Department of Family Services, they've had some vacant accounting positions, an account maintenance specialist, 2 accountants, a senior accountant, as well as a principal social service representative, which is similar to a principal accountant. So a lot of those positions have become vacant due to retirement or transfers out of the Department of Family Services. So we have had Ms. Brenda Sosi, principal accountant with the Office of Executive Director, assisting Department of Family Services, as well as Shel Marie Jones, who is an administrative services officer. So those positions have been advertised. When I ran a report, I believe 3 weeks ago under Division of Social Services, Department of Family Services, the accountant position in Winter Rock was advertised. The senior accountant position was also advertised with the closure date of August 5th, 2022. So the positions have been on advertisement since the latter part of July and early August. So we are working to fill those positions. In regards to the question regarding line 14 on the budget expenditure report, that is for fiscal year 2021 Department of Child Care and Development ARPA funding. That's where I'm saying that there has been no expenditures, and that's where I requested Ms. Tyler to provide information. But the end date is actually September 30, 2024. And they have specific projects that they will be working on. So those are ARPA funding. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nesbitt Gishi, for providing a response. Chairman Daniel So.
Share lots of Che. Though Craigie BNF committee members, we continue to stand before you for questions. And we are hopeful that the direct answers have been placed before the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman So. With this, I'll come back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Shanada?
Chairman Celeste, this is Delegate Yell here.
Delegate Yell here. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Here, to Honorable Daniel. So, thank you very much, Nesbitt, Division Director. There is about a lot of account numbers in here, and there's about 38 business unit number or contract number. Their contract number, about 38 of them. They're very in serious situation. They're not spending money. Some of them they'll expire. 22 be expired at September 30th. So there's quite a bit. So 38 of the 38 issues of the contract, not spending money at all. Once about hospital, is this my concern? I have a budget and finance committee and chairman still gladly. With on social service and here once it all is.
Delegate Yell here for your comment. With that, moving back to the committee, any further questions, comments? I'll defer back to Chairman Daniel So to respond to Delegate Yell here's concerns. Mr. Che.
So, and again, the system is still real. I didn't hear the full comment and statement and question by Honorable Yellow Hair. I'm sitting in one place, and for some reason that I didn't hear the full comment. Yeah, if we could get Honorable Yellow Hair to repeat, I would appreciate it.
Che. Delegate Emil here. That I'll be hands so Chairman So could provide a response.
Okay, thank you. I'm very honored. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, could also be hosted contract based on in the is on 22 B. A condition to Chairman, so 37 and the average connect by year which is not in a better doctrine in 100% doctrine in that 92 that 96 of car 8 AF by earlier yet up a hospital. It's unfound to Chairman. I don't hear none. I hope you understand. Could I make a bench of hospital? I mean, it's honorable Chairman. So, yeah, now, yes, to the Chairman. Anyway, it's honest. Yeah, turn back to you.
Christina, for reclarifying, with this, defer back to Chairman So.
Oh, she had no such a the BNF committee member. That is such a honorable yellow hair. She had. So I say, she's a fancy case. So beyond the basic, so Khalid is I don't make. So quaggy Office of Contracts and Grants, OMB, COO, Controller's Office. It's under the oversight of the BNF. The Kudo Pato, a kissin, so BNF the date. Allah hate, as yo Eliado the Nas Nate the Kariki. So the Schne, La base of Onas Nil La, out of the Natchet. Trade and door Nishan. Hey, the A the base of Binyan. Is it Aliagi contract CD rate DA contract Igi being deal nish. So digit in late the neck he had in the the A baby can't nature to live had eating Koto trade a bit a couldn't eat a ho. So a to trade a fee base up in the Miligi could have had under. So a trade the accounts will be to reconcile the dog now. So quaggy 18 quaggy be not on this. So many quaggy took a nahot it Diego nahot it. So quaggy deep division really up there. Goals and objectives. At the end they quaggy thought they a D cut up these means. No, not Mondays at the 8D DG. In the Nesto Lesto Shad Adol Nisto. So a what it auto Kajo the government the Kajo Atlanta. So Sato Executive so the executive branch of the division see Khalid a Kajo. Hey, so could you Abrahams and contract to build a building? Hey, me quite Kenigi it'll go when indeed no. Nibbit is no. They stand it up, they put a roof on it. They question on Missy, what is shot. How come they can't deliver the services so quite pressing so Hess can keep pressuring, but it ultimately rests with the division and the head of that particular branch. Say what else? Sato Bahasito le Che Honorable Yellowhead. So if there's no further questions for a presentation would be complete. Che Honorable Chair Henio.
Kashikala, Che kudo ni chana ta hanin sigi ba healing ko. Even na che ya kudo na ta jo budget and finance committee kudo shana ta klaushan na dorke.
Just a follow-up, Chairman, to the
Shin
delegate
shana
yell here.
del yell had.
Aro here, here to the Chairman, and any, Aro here to Chairman, so here for return as a good questions to return back to a budget finance committee. Here, over here, here in addition, Edo start on the Naval here division director on the staff. Could here over here, here to the cylinder on the Chairman Henio.
Makashina.
Ready to vote?
Yeah, no, it's a solution. I'll get Jimmy here from that. No, not so though. Tash and I look here. Committee members, Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah. Roll call vote that they to accept the resolution on the report. Tanita, Nacha, not so though. Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman Henio will call vote on the approving the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy L. O'Hare, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy L. O'Hare, how do you vote? Honorable
Yeah, delegate yellow hair, vote screen. It's not new. No, that's yeah, today. Thank you.
Thank you, Shazada. Honorable Jimmy L. O'Hare votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah, has it too.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Shanella. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative. Chairman not voting, 1 member excused, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Kashina Hiela, roll call vote 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, Kiala Kudo, Chairman Daniel Sosa, Ado, Division Director Diana Neswit Gishi, Ms. Tyler, and Ms. Sosi for your presentations, Kiala. So with this, moving forward to the next item on the agenda. Peggy.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The next item on the agenda is for the Division of General Services, HEHSC AU 0722. So all those who are speaking to the Division of General Services budget, could you please state your name for the record?
This is Oliver Arvizo, Division Director.
Thank you.
This is Marcus Yazzie, Senior Planner.
Okay, thank you.
Marcus Tooley, Facility Maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Arvizo, is there anyone else?
Marlene Slim from Records Management.
Okay, Shita. Oh, thank you.
Shemayaja, this is Yolanda Chicarello with the Employee Benefits Program under Insurance Services Department. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Shita. Who else is speaking to this budget, please?
This is Sean Dale, Risk Management. Good afternoon, Shanantai.
Oh, Shiash, Yate. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me? This is Kate Sloman with Workers' Compensation Program.
Okay, thank you. Kate?
Good afternoon. This is Emmanuel Charlie with Insurance Services Department.
Okay, Mr. Charlie. Anyone else, please? All right, raising your right hand. Do you all swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
This is Yolanda, yes.
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 Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
This is Oliver, yes.
Okay, thank you.
This is Marcus, yes.
Okay, thank you.
This is Caitlin Sloman. Yes.
Thank you. Did I get everybody's yes?
Marlene,
This
yes.
is
Okay, thank you.
Mark,
Okay,
this is Emmanuel. Yes.
okay, thank you.
This is Michael Tracy from NAP. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Washakota. All right, thank you, Chair Hinio.
Okay, Peggy, with that oath and everything, go ahead, read the legislation to the resolution to the record.
Okay, thank you. HEHSCAU-07-22 resolution of the Health Education and Human Services Committee of the 24th Naval Nation Council, 4th year 2022. An action relating to the Health Education and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Division of General Services and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. This resolution was approved on the 10th day of August, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Exhibit A. FY 2022 general fund budget was $84,467,157. The proposed general fund budget for FY 2023 is $5,720,357. Indirect cost is $2,858,769, and the personnel lapse fund is $146,088. Preparatory fund is $81,341,606, and a total of $90,066,820. Exhibit B, $5,720,357 is the general fund comparative summary. Exhibit C, there are no changes recommended. Then Exhibit D, recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. 1 is facilities maintenance, condition of appropriation. Facilities maintenance shall provide a report by the end of the first quarter of FY 2023 to HEHSC and NAVI on the budget amount for repairs and rehabilitation needs for Navajo Nation government facilities across the Navajo Nation. 1, risk management, legislative concern. Risk management should provide a report to HEHSC by the end of second quarter FY 2023 regarding the implementation of a quote Buy Navajo end quote program or incentives for Navajo Nation government programs to use in procuring insurance products. 2, records management. Legislative concern, records management should research and present cost estimates for the planning, design, and construction of a new records archive facility for the proper storage of official Navajo Nation records and documents. DGS records management should provide a report on this task to HEHSC by the end of second quarter FY 2023. 3, records management, legislative concern. Records management should work with OMB in researching and preparing a report regarding the funding amount needed for the upgrade of all existing Navajo Nation records maintenance facilities. Records maintenance or management should provide a report on this task with RM and OMB recommendations included to HEHSC by the end of the second quarter FY 2023. This report should address funding sources and shortfalls, restoring or protecting IDC allowable amounts, the feasibility of establishing a new proprietary account to collect funds for Navajo Nation government mail / postal services costs, and whether these costs can be added to the list of fixed costs included in the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget. 4, Employee Housing Program legislative concern. DGS should work with the Division of Human Resources in researching and preparing a comprehensive needs analysis addressing the extensive need for new employee housing units and evaluating how the current lack of housing has resulted in chronic employment vacancies within the Navajo Nation government. This analysis should include the number of housing units needed, proposed funding sources for the planning, design, and construction of new housing units, geographic and economic data, and other relevant information. This analysis should be presented as a report to HEHSC by the end of second quarter FY 2023. 5, Division of General Services legislative concern. DGS should work with the Division of Public Safety to find funding sources for the cost of upgrading two-way radios for all Navajo Nation police officers. This cost is currently estimated at $125,000, and ARPA FRF money or E911 program money should be examined as potential funding sources. If these funding sources are not available, then the Division of Public Safety should submit a UUFB request for the $125,000 by the end of the first quarter FY 2023. 6, Division of General Services legislative concern. DGS should consult with OMB and the Office of the Controller to determine how to include the cost of the Navajo Nation's post office box fees and appropriate IDC funded program expenses. DGS should provide a report to HEHSC by the end of the second quarter FY 2023. Then going on to Exhibit E, recommended unmet needs budget for a total of $425,465. Exhibit F, carryovers for FY 2024 or 23, excuse me. Total amount is $4,349,612.81. Then we have the Hess vote tally sheet. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the reading of the resolution to the record. With this, the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Brown will second.
Vice Chair Smith. So there a motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, motion by Vice Chair Smith. Now, though, with this, we'll move forward to the OMB Budget Summary Report, Office of Management Budget.
I have a question, Chairman, to Delegate Yellowhair.
Now, hold on, OMB. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Santa.
I was star 6.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, to speak to the.
What's your question before we begin with OMB?
Oh, excuse me, to the show. OMB report at for the general service. Hello, that I computer laptop. Area, my questions to
Kashina, Peggy.
Chair Hinio, that was sent out to, let's see, trying to look for the date. That was sent out, I believe it was on the 16th, Monday, and 11:50.
Kashina, Monday at 11:50 a.m. at Sena Aliala. On the 6th, no, Tuesday, yesterday. Yesterday was the 16th. So yesterday, it was sent out from the delegate yellow hair.
Thank you.
Office manager and budget, proceed.
Okay, *6. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Darlene Sam from OMB. I will be joined by Ms. Ancita Largo and an individual from Contracts and Grants. So for the committee's information, I have the report also on the Zoom screen share. So we will go directly to the report. You have your cover sheet there, the Naval Nation Budget and Finance Committee Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Hearings, Division of General Services, Naval Nation OMB Report, August 8th through the 19th, 2022. Next is your table of contents, letter A through G. Going directly to A, your FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. For the Division of General Services, Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Summary by Fund Type. You have a one-pager there. The top portion is your general funds. The bottom is your proprietary funds total, or your proprietary funds. So the first column, you have listed the business unit numbers, and the second column is your program titles. So Fiscal Year 2022 approved budget. I will read the bottom line, the grand total, $84,467,157. To your right is your Fiscal Year 2023 Navajo Nation funds. Proposed general fund, bottom line, $5,720,357. Next column is your indirect cost fund, $2,858,769. Next column is your personal lapse fund, $146,088. Matching funds, 0. Next column is your proprietary fund, $81,341,606. Fiduciary fund, 0. Special revenue, 0. Special revenue external, 0. And your overall recommended budget is $90,066,820. Next is your FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. This is for the general funds, and it is as of third quarter ending June 30th, 2022. Original budget, grand total $7,379,008. Revised budget, $8,557,387.32. Actual expenditure, $3,872,266.21. Encumbrance, $291,785.22. Budget available, $4,393,335.89. Expenditure rate of 48.66%. Note on the bottom, 1 asterisk represents under expenditure of 65% or less. 2 asterisk represents 85% over expenditure by 85% or more. Next is your same budget status report format, but these are for your proprietary fund, and this is as of June 30th, 2022. You see your proprietary funds listed. Original budget, bottom line grand total, $80,097,178. Revised budget of $82,876,267.19. Actual expenditure, $21,641,231.13. Encumbrance of $2,895,312.93. Budget available, $58,339,723.13. overall expenditure rate of 29.61%. Next C will be covered by Ms. Largo.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Tab C is the FY 2022 third quarter performance assessment report. For Division of General Services, there are 14 business units. The first quarter average score was 2.08, second quarter 2.03, third quarter is 2.06. Going on to D, third quarter plans of operation status report for Division of General Services. There are 14 business units listed, and 3 of those statutory reference are shaded. That indicates that it needs to be updated. Going on to E is the condition of appropriation legislative concern report. They have 2 legislative concern. One is for the administration. They had responded for third quarter and they're still in non-compliant. Number 2, it was due in quarter. They respond and still in non-compliance. And that completes MPGS will be doing.
Good afternoon. This is Rachel Arvizo, Principal Budget Analyst with Contracts and Grants section of OMB. Tab S is your fiscal year 2022 external funds expenditure report. The next page, you have your budget expenditure report. This report consists of active external funds. At the top left-hand corner, it indicates that May 2022 closing entries are not posted. And also, this report does not include IDC in excess. The report period is inception through June 15, 2022. The legend is provided at the top. Going down to column A, row 3, going across to column F, there are 2 business units that are active with 2 companies assigned for general services. The revised budget is $5,725,789. Expenditures is $776,076.85. Open commitments is $1,539,788.94. The available balance is $3,409,923.21, with the total percentage spent at 40%. The available balance is 60%. Going on to tab G, fiscal year 2020 single audit report. There is none. This completes OMB's report, Mr. Chair.
Kushini Kiadla, for the report office from Office of Management Budget. Naval Budget and Finance Committee, any questions for OMB? We'll move forward to the presentation for Division of General Services. Chairman Daniel Soch na Dakudo Nanatin Shato.
I can't launch it, Che. For the general services and all the offices and departments that are under this division. Very crappy. Hess Ida ato budget hearing the ato a revisit Adelia. Out of keep the Asla Sitlino needs it Naswadelia should she out of Kudo Hashin. So we have some legislative concerns, and we really feel like those need to go on to the Navajo Nation Council to endorse. Cool. Again, BNF members, you probably have different viewpoints, different thought processes on how to improve the General Services Department. I realize that the General Services Department has a huge task, and we, from the committee, appreciate their work, and most specifically with the insurance services. Years past, and October 1 rolled around, senior citizen vehicles couldn't roll. Head Start buses couldn't roll. And the main thing was their insurance cards weren't renewed. And that has improved. And that, and in effect, offers the delivery of essential governmental services to the chapters that have senior centers, the chapters that have Head Start programs. So that is very commendable. And the other is the ability. I guess one of the things on a personal basis is risk management. Being able to repair using the insurance coverage, basically offer repair items at throughout the Navajo Nation without having to seek additional appropriation. Those are some things that I see that we're evolving into. And so that's what we appreciate. And the committee basically issued some legislative concerns. And that's how we viewed the division. And we appreciate how they responded. And with that, we bring this particular budget package to the BNF committee. Mr. Oliver Arviso will be one agent, and then Mr. Marcus Tooley. And if there are other questions respective of facilities maintenance, insurance services, risk management, those staff are available to answer specific questions. With that, with your permission, I'd like to defer to Mr. Arviso to basically introduce the budget that they put together and provide opening statement to the committee. Back to you, Chair.
Chairman, so Anigi, Mr. Arviso. As a division director, on your presentation, we would like to go over the Form 1 allocations for FY22 and FY23 and the differences for each of your business units. So, Mr. Arviso, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Henio. Hello, everyone. This is Oliver Arviso. I'm the Deputy Director for General Services. And hello to the committee. We're going to get going just due to time and our time slot. So all right, I'm going to move right into the business units. We're going to be sharing the screen for you guys if you don't have it or if it's not been just so we're all on the same page. So I have my staff, we're going to be sharing the the budgets as I go along here. All right, so we're going to be, I'm starting out at business unit number 112001. The program title is the Division of General Services, the Administration. Part 2, General Funds. We have 387,603 with 68%. Indirect costs, 178,066 with 31%. Personal lapse, 8,114 with 1%. A total of 573,783 at 100%. Moving over to part 3 with the budget summary. The approved original budget was 532,877. Our proposed budget, 573,783. A total difference of 40,906. Part 4, our proposed budget for vehicles is 5. Column E, our proposed budget would be 5. Vehicles budgeted would be 2. And our proposed budget would be 2. Moving on to the next one. And I'm just going to state this here. Chair Henio, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that the BNF committee is the oversight of the Insurance Services Department. The Insurance Service Department's already presented their FY 2023 budget before the committee and was considered to move forward. I was going to request that we just pass over theirs. However, we're going to go ahead and read their page 1. So so everyone did not see it to begin with, it's and then for record. But that was pushed forward on August 1st of 2022. So moving forward with business unit 112003, Insurance Services Department. I have part 2, general funds of 85,465 at 83%. I'm sorry, 38%. IDC allocations at 132,537 at 59%. Personal lapse fund, 4,819 at 2%. A total of 222,821 that's at 100%. Part 3 of the budget summary, down at the bottom for the approved original budget was $222,551. Our proposed is 222 at 800. I'm sorry, 222,821, and a total difference of 270. Part 4, our positions budget, we have 2, and proposed we have 2 in column E. Our vehicles budgeted for that approved was 1. Our proposed budget, 0. Moving on to risk management program and safety. That's business unit 112004. Part 2, the indirect costs of 46,186 at 100%. General funds, the amount is 100 at 0%. Total at the bottom, 46,286 at 100%. Part 3 of the budget summary, the approved original budget, column A, 40,738. The proposed budget, 46,286. A difference in or total of 5,548. Part 4, positions budgeted, 0. Proposed 0. Vehicles budgeted, 0. And proposed 0. Moving on to Navajo, Navajo Nation Telecommunications Utilities. That's under Business Unit 112006. Part 2, General Funds is 231,057 at 44%. Indirect Cost Recovery, 287,000 at 54%. Personal Lapse Allocation, $13,082 at 2%. A total at the bottom is 531,139 at 100%. Moving on to Part 3 of Form 1 still, the approved original budget. Down in column A, total at the bottom, $532,395. The proposed budget, $531,139. Difference of 1,256. Part 4, positions budgeted. We have 8 original and proposed total of 8. Vehicle budgeted would be 1 and proposed budget 1. Moving on to the next budget unit, and I'm kind of keeping in pace, so if you guys are following along in your booklets. The next one is Navajo Air Transportation Department, but Business Unit 112007. Part 2, General Funds, 609,595 at 99%. Personal Lapse, $4,761 at 1%. Total at the bottom, $614,356 at 100%. Part 3 on the budget summary, column A, the original budget approved. At the bottom, $568,860. Proposed budget, column B, $614,356, and a total of difference or total of $45,496. Part 4, positions budgeted in column D, 2. Proposed, we have 3. Total number of vehicles budgeted, we have 2, and proposed 2. Moving on to the next budget unit, business unit, Facilities Maintenance Department. That's Business Unit 112008. That's Part 2. I'm reading from on Budget Form 1. General Funds, the amount of $1,679,792 at 53%. IDC Recovery, $1,409,995 at 45%. Personal Lapse, $59,660 at 2%. Down at the bottom, total of $3,149,447 at 100%. Moving over to Part 3 in the budget summary, we're column A down at the bottom, a total of $2,852,523. The original approved budget. Proposed budget, column B, $3,149,447. A total difference, $296,924. Part 4, positions budgeted. There's column D, 44. Proposed budget of 44. Total number of vehicles budgeted would be 24. And proposed would be 18. Moving on to Department of Information Technology. That's Business Unit 112009. Part 2 on General Funds, we have $1,400,000 $466,863 at 63%. IDC, $804,985 at 35%. Personal lapse, $48,616 at 2%. Down at the bottom, total of $2,320,464 at 100%. Moving over to part 3 of the budget summary, column A, the approved original budget, all the way down to the bottom, the total, $2,367,253. Our proposed budget, column B, down at the bottom, $2,320,464. Difference total of $46,789. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted would be in column D, 22. Our proposed budget of 22. Vehicles budgeted in column D, 2. Column E, 2. Proposed. Next, we have moving on to Records Management Department. Business Unit 112010. Part 2, we have under General Funds, $259,882 at 99%. Personal lapse, $7,036 at 1%. Down at the bottom, still on part 2, the total, $266,918 at 100%. Part 3, the budget summary, column A, approved original budget, down at the bottom, the total, $261,811. Column B, proposed budget, down total at the bottom, $266,918, a total difference of $5,107. Part 4, positions budgeted, column D, we have 5 original, proposed budget of 5. Total number of vehicles budgeted, original approved was 1, proposed budget 0. Moving on to Employee Housing Program, Business Unit new. Part 2 of the budget form 1, we have general funds. We have $1 million at 100%. Total $1 million. Part 3, budget summary, the approved budget. The original approved budget, it was 0. Our proposed budget is $1 million, a difference of a total of $1 million. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted 0. Budgeted, I'm sorry, proposed budget would be in column E, 0. Vehicles budget 0, and proposed budget for vehicles 0 in column E. Okay, and then moving on to Preparatory. If you can still see on the screen here. Okay, we're budget form 1, Navajo Air Transportation Department under Business Unit 812002. Part 2, we have proprietary funds of $250,000 at 100%, a total of $250,000. Part 3, in column A, the approved original budget of $378,000, proposed budget $250,000, a total difference of $128,000. Part 4, positions, column D, 2, proposed budget, column E, 2. Number of vehicles, column D, 2, column E, 2. Next, Next form, budget form 1, we have fleet management. Budget unit number 812003, the proprietary internal services. That's at $11 million at 100% total, $11 million, 100%. Part 3, column A, the approved original budget, all the way down to the bottom, a total of $11 million. Proposed budget, $11 million, a difference of 0, column C. Proposed, I'm sorry, part 4, positions, for budgeted, for positions, we have column D, 56. Proposed budget of 56. Number of vehicles, column D, we have 22. Column E for proposed, 22. Moving on to under Records Management Department, the Duplicating Services Program, under Business Unit 812004, the Internal Service Fund of $600,000 at 100%, total at the bottom, $600,000 at 100%. Part 3 of the budget summary, column A, we have $80,000, $800,000, the approved original. B, we have proposed of $600,000, a total difference of $200,000. Part 4, positions budgeted, we have column D, 5, column E for proposed, we have 5, vehicles, 0, column E, 0 proposed. Moving forward to Risk Management Program. Business Unit 812005. I'm reading from Part 2, Proprietary Internal Service Funds at $12,761,606 at 100%. A total at the bottom, $12,761,606 at 100%. Part 3 of the budget summary, column A, the original approved budget. Down at the bottom, the total, $11,153,800. Column B, the proposed budget total, $12,761,606. A difference in total of $1,607,806. Part 4 on the proposed, positions budgeted. The original approved on column D, 15. Column E, 15 budgeted. Total number of vehicles budgeted would be 4 in column D, and column E proposed, 4. Moving on to employee benefits, group health and self-insurance. We got 2 business unit numbers. First one, 812016, the other 812017. Part 2, reading from Part 2, the Internal Service Fund, there's $780,000 at 2%. Second, Internal Service Fund at $51 million at 98%. Total at the bottom, $51,780,000 at 100%. Part 3 in column A, the approved original budget. Down at the bottom, column A, total, $51,780,000. Column B, the proposed budget, $51,780,000 and a difference total of 0, column C. Part 4, positions budgeted, column D would be 11 and column E proposed would be 11. Vehicles budgeted for the program would be column D, 2, approved, and proposed 2. Moving forward to Workmen's Compensation Program under Business Unit 814001. Reading from the Budget Form 1, Part 2, Preparatory, $4 million. At the bottom, $4 million total. Part 3 of the budget summary, column A at the bottom, $4 million. Part B, proposed budget at $4 million and a difference total of 0. Part 4, positions budgeted would be 8, column D, and in column E for proposed, we have 10. Vehicles budgeted would be in column D, 3, and proposed in column E, we have 3. All right, moving on to Employee Housing Program. We have Business Unit 912001. Proprietary Enterprise Fund, a total, the amount of $950,000 at 100%. Total at the bottom, $950,000 at 100%. Part 3, column A, the original approved budget. Total at the bottom, $920,000. Proposed budget, column B, $950,000. A total difference of $30,000. Part 4, positions budgeted, column D would be 10. Column E, 10 total. Number of vehicles budgeted would be in column D would be 4. Column E would be 4. All right, now moving on to unmet needs. Navajo Nation Telecommunication and Utilities. I have business unit number 112006. Part 2, general funds. We have $125,000 at 100%. Total at the bottom, $125,000 at 100%. Part 3 of this budget form, we have column A with the original approved budget. Total at the bottom, $532,395. Column B, proposed budget, $125,000. Column C, a difference in total of $657,395. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Position of budgeted would be 8 in column D. Column E, we have 0. Vehicles budgeted, column D would be 1. Column E would be 0. Next, moving on to Navajo Air Transportation, business unit 112007. Part 2, unmet need, $270,000 at 100%. Total at the bottom, $270,000 at 100%. Part 3 of the budget summary, the original approved on column A, 0. Column B, our proposed budget is $270,000, a difference of $270,000. Part 4, positions budgeted would be 0. Proposed, column E, 0. Vehicles budgeted would be 0, and column E, proposed, would be 0. And our last unmet needs would be Records Management Department under Business Unit 112010. I'm reading that Part 4, the unmet needs budget of $30,465 at 100%. Total at the bottom, $30,465 at 100%. Reading from Part 3, Column A, the original approved budget, total at the bottom, $261,811. Our proposed budget, column B, total at the bottom, $30,465. A difference in total of $292,276. Part 4, positions budgeted would be 5 in column D. Column E would be 5 proposed. Vehicles budgeted would be 1 in column D. Column E would be 1 proposed. All right, that concludes our summary of the budget for Division of General Services. Handing it back over to you, Honorable Daniel So. Thank you.
Mr. Arvizo. With that, Chair Jamie, that would be the presentation of the budget. And sponsor and the agents stand for questions.
Chairman Daniel So and your agent, Mr. Arvizo, for the presentation on the General Services budget. With this, we'll move to the Budget and Finance Committee. Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions for Division of General Services?
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Delegate
I appreciate that. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. After that will be Delegate Elmer PVG. So Delegate Yellow here.
Okay, then to the Chairman. Under the General Services, Mr. Alvasi Ariso, Marcus Ayazi, under expenditure report on these report overall on the General Service, it looks pretty good so far. I don't have any questions, but I have questions on the positions. There are about 32 positions or 34 positions are vacant in the report on the General Services. Yeah, it also they have seat only. General Service. That's all. Yeah.
On your comments, Delegate Jimmy here. Delegate Elmer PVG.
We had Chair Henio, and then I was straight away down to so. Then Mr. Orbizo, I have a question on General Service budget. Is General Service, does it oversee the transit, tribal transit bus that that program? If that's what it is, I only know that you see that I know that there's some grants that becomes available for the public transit. What's the plan on on regarding this transportation? Like I said, that to improve right now through this pandemic, I know that it hurts them a lot. So right now the plan is to keep to improve that. What's the plan on it now? I know that there's more people that wants to get on, but I'm not sure if it's still limited. And what's the plan on it now for maybe for later on during this budget year. And what is there a plan for that? Can you share it with us? Because I know that there's more people that wants to have interest, but there's a limitation on it. Can you share it with us? Thank you.
Shihira, Shinada, I'm repeat for your question. I know this, I'll defer to Che. Shinada, Chairman Daniel So.
I can't last a Che. Honorable Chair Demihinio. Ado Kado Che. Honorable Yellow Hair. Ado Shazat. Honorable Brigade. Kagi. Sabriha. Lito Kagi. Michael Kidigi. At this point in time, we'll let our agent, Mr. Arviso, and pertinent staff respond to the comments and questions, as well as the aspect on Navajo Transit. With the chair's permission, I'll refer Agent Oliver Arviso to respond. Thank you.
Mr. Arviso?
All right. Hello. Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair and Honorable Gray for the questions. For the first one, I'm gonna defer that over to Honorable Yellow Hair's question to Marcus Yazzie, my senior planner. So, Mr. Yazzie.
All right, good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee. For the vacancies with Division of General Services, right now we are advertising with each department. The process with this is taking a lot longer due to background checks. We do receive referrals from Department of Personnel Management. Those referrals are then given to the programs. The programs are responsible for scheduling the interviews, conducting the interviews, and reporting them back to Division of General Services. And then from there, we communicate with Department of Personnel Management. Once selected, the background check process is the one that's taking the longest. With IMS, there's about 2 to 4 week wait period. By the time the background check clearance comes through, most of the recent new hires that they have already accepted other positions with outside the Navajo Nation government. So then we would have to go back through the process of either choosing another candidate or moving to re-advertise for that. But we are being active in trying to hire with our vacancies within Division of General Services. That concludes my response. Back to Delegate Yellow Hair. Thank you.
Che, Honorable Chair Jamie Hino, if I may address the Navajo Transit question.
Che.
It was an action that was sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater, where we basically transferred Navajo transit system to Navajo Department of Transportation. So that business unit and the plan of operation, as well as
the ability to schedule the bus routes, rest over there within the Navajo Department of Transportation. As I recall, certainly Mr. Arvizo can affirm, dispute it. Mr. Arvizo.
Thank you, Honorable. So that is correct. It was given over to Transit. Transit was given over to NDOT, and the supervisor manager is Tanya Jim. So they're no longer under Division of General Services. And that concludes my response. Thank you, Honorable. So.
Thank you. Che.
So, Che, that would conclude our responses. And should the committee have further questions, we stand ready to answer. Thank you.
Agusine here last Chairman. Daniel Sokodo. Ado Anioto. Shani green out there seat on that legislation. So we'll move back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Clash not kid.
No, yellow hair, not it.
Don't get yellow hair.
So, the video now the under human resources. Background checks, I see it's a cost, they say delay hiring. A lot of people waiting for get a job and they decide not to go again with another department or going outside for a job. But I'm sitting then I need Navajo Nation background check shouldn't be take 4 weeks. Desperately people look for a job. Yeah, no, there's nothing. Continue to case. So human resource officers who have responsibility look for another way to get these background checks. When I was a judicial branch, it won't take me 4 weeks. It take me less than a week to get this background check done. There's another way it should be done. They should do a research on that one. That's my concern, and we should do help our people looking for a job. Budget Finance Committee, Sydney, peso. Human resource. I see they need to move on with this background check. Got to be done sooner the better. Thank you, Chairman. That's my suggestions and my recommendation.
Now, Kashina, again, they'll get yellow haired as chair of Health, Human and Education. Health, Education, Human Services. She designed Chairman Social Chair. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept the resolution. Let's move forward to roll call vote. Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman Henyo, roll call vote for approving the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you, Shazia. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, 1 member not voting, and 1 member excused, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for the roll call vote, Kudo, on the legislation. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. So therefore, we have accepted this resolution Ado, Mr. Arvizo, and your team members. Thank you for the presentation. Peggy, what's next on our agenda?
Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, now we are ready to do the revisits. We have 3 revisits thus far. That is, the first one is the RDCAU 13-22, which was tabled for the Division of Economic Development. And then, and it's tabled to today, the 17th of August. And then HEHSCAU 06-22, which is for the Department of Veterans Administration. And that was tabled to the end of the agenda, this agenda, which hopefully is today. And then we also have the request to have an unmet need budget for Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you. With this, well, we have Chairman Daniel So still on the call with us. We'll entertain the Department of Veteran Affairs revisit, and then maybe send a word out to Chairman Nez that the revisit is coming up right now, unless if he's on the call already. Chairman Nez?
Shana, Chairman Henio.
Oh, Chile?
This is Delegate Stewart.
For being on the call, and rolling right along with health education services. We'll finish that up. They're off, and then we'll come to RDC. So, Chairman So Kodo, with your agent, is Mr. Hubert Shorty on the call?
Hubert Smith.
Chairman Henio, yes, I am here.
I'm sorry, sir. Hubert Smith. Something I was thinking about Shorty. I was thinking about the old EPA, Mr. Shorty from there. Thank you for being back on the call, sir. So, we'll recall legislation for Department of Veteran Affairs. Is there a motion to bring it back to the table? Shandell Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Motion by Delegate Gay.
Motion by
Delegate Brown, motion.
Okay, Delegate Elmer P. Gay, motion to bring this back up. So second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and a second to bring it back. So with that, Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on the recall of the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing.
Go to back room, isn't it?
1 member not voting and 1 member excused. Chairman?
I'll get you there again, Ramona, for your vote. Roll call vote. 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. This matter has come back up before the Budget and Finance Committee. And so, Peggy, a little recap on the tabling motion and the instructions that were attached to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This was tabled yesterday when the Budget and Finance Committee was considering the Veterans Department presentation on their budgets. And Ms. Crotty, Delegate Crotty requested to have the Form 2s revised for the program. She wanted to have the program insert additional goal statements and measures that would respond to what the veterans have been marching about, I guess. And so she wanted to find out about the additional support and services to be provided to the veterans. And so she wanted to have the Form 2s revised for that purpose. So the tabling motion was made by Delegate Crotty, seconded by Jimmy Yellowhair with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. And we also have the revised Form 2s that Mr. Smith provided to us, and there's electronic copies, and I will be sending those out now.
Thank you, Peggy, for the recap. And so with this information, Ms. Tapahi, you on the line?
I am.
Okay, with a little guidance here. As far as this legislation, it's already closed by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. But there was a tabling motion requesting that the Form 2 be revised by the department. Executive managers or directors, and therefore that task has been completed. And so with this information, we cannot do an amendment. Therefore, does it go into the comprehensive budget? Please maybe provide some input of how to proceed here with this revision of the Form 2s on the budget forms.
Sarah, this is Kristen from DOJ. Maybe I can help if Laureline is working on something else.
Yes, Kristen, please help us out.
Thank you, Chair. So if the division has made the changes as requested by the Budget and Finance Committee, it is okay to include that in the comprehensive budget. The Oversight Committee budget is a snapshot in time. So that's reflecting the state of the budget when it left the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. So now that the Budget and Finance Committee is conducting its comprehensive budget hearing, it's okay to make changes. The only caution that I want to offer is that it just has to be in conformance with the Appropriations Act, which is that until it gets to the council stage, that there can't be deviations from the branch budget. So executive has to stay within executive, legislative has to stay within legislative, et cetera. Chair.
Gashina, thank you. So all we would be doing here is reviewing the Form 2, and then after that, if it's acceptable, then we'll just move it forward with the Mr. Pahi as she is drafting the comprehensive budget. So, and therefore, as a committee, all we would do is just go to a vote for the recommended Health, Education, Human Services, Veterans budget, right?
Chair Henio.
Chair Hinio, you are correct.
Peggy, for that clarification. So with this, before I go to this, Delegate Elmer PBG, check your emails to see if you received the Form 2. I don't see anything at this present time. Hold on. Revised budget. Okay, I do see it here. It's set at 2:35 p.m. So I do have it. Then maybe Budget and Finance Committee, if you would review the revised budget, and then if there are any comments on it, I'll yield the floor to you. But Delegate Elmer PBG.
Chair Henio, before we vote on the on this veterans budget, to say that Legislative Council hasn't prepared legislation for this comprehensive budget. If it's not prepared, so that means I can hold off on my amendment until it's been finalized. I'm not sure who I could ask this because I just signed it, the budget forms on the amendment that I was referring to earlier. So that's my question now. Thanks.
As we are speaking now, Ms. Lurleen Tapahi is busy drafting the budget, and so therefore we still need to do the conditions of appropriations and the legislative concerns, the unmet needs, and then the personal lapse fund. With the two remaining legislations or resolutions. Your amendment when we're discussing the unmet needs area, Delegate Elmer PBG.
Okay. Kushina,
so Budget and Finance Committee, any questions on the well, I'll defer to Chairman Daniel. So could revise Form 2 okay now through Mr. Hubert Smith AD Gishin provide us information. So Chairman, so
And for me, I haven't received that new revised Form 2, so I'll directly refer it to the agent, Mr. Hubert Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. So what you provided for the committee is on the first page for budget number 103015 on goals and performance, budget form 2. What we discussed.
And now this I've been hobbled to catching that on the all that time.
Che, The kids the toilet, you can mute your phone. Mr. Smith?
Chairman Henry, go ahead.
You may proceed.
Okay. So everything else is remaining the same for part 3, statement number 1, statement number 2, statement number 3. Statement number 4, the gold statement, is where we added that Navajo Nation Veterans Administration will host one Veterans Benefits and Claims outreach at each agency per quarter. So we'll be hosting one in Crown Point, one in Shiprock, one in Fort Defiance Agency, one in Central Agency, and one in Western Agency. So that will be 5 Veterans Benefits and Claims outreach per quarter. So that's what we have that we are going to be improving on. This also comes from the fact that the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration is the first Native American tribe to be recognized by VA to prepare, present, and prosecute VA benefits and claims before Veteran Affairs, U.S. Veteran Affairs. So that is why we are going to do that. And I do think the delegate that did suggest this because our veterans do really need the benefits and claims from the federal government. The Navajo Nation is the only government that does allocate assistance through the Veterans Trust Fund. But the federal government, in the end, is responsible for any disabilities that our veterans are affected by. So the VA benefits and claims outreach is going to be very beneficial to many of our veterans. So that's what we put in there, Chairman Henyo. And then for budget number N01504, that will be for the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund housing. On budget form number 2, as I go down part 3, gold statement number 1, that remains the same. Gold statement number 2, constructing of new veteran homes. We are proposing 5 per quarter. So 5 in the first quarter, 5 in the second quarter, 5 in the third quarter, and 5 in the fourth quarter. Number 3, gold statement. That's the renovation of existing veteran homes. Before this, we had only 5 in there, but we did increase this to 10 for the first quarter, 15 for the second quarter, 15 for the third quarter, and 15 for the fourth quarter. And then gold statement number 4. Before, we didn't have anything in here. So what we did was we added that we will be doing outreach at chapter houses and surrounding communities on the Navajo Nation. And so we'll be doing 2 of those outreach per agency. So the first quarter, we're going to be doing 10 outreach. Second quarter, we'll be doing another 10 outreach. Third quarter, we'll be doing 10 outreach. And fourth quarter, we will be doing another 10 outreach. And these outreach will also include updating of applications, new applications, or a veteran is missing any supporting documents, this would be a good time for veterans to turn in their missing documents. So that is what we have increased on the goals and performance. Chairman Henyo, that is all I have right now. Thank you.
Che.
Okay, Chairman Danielson.
A question lang, Che, that would be the response regarding the aspects of what the Veterans Administration will do based on the request. And as such, the Veterans Administration is on record that that's what they will use this year's budget for to do the outreach. Thank you, Chairman Jamie Hino and the Budget and Finance Committee. We appreciate your actions on the budgets that are under the oversight of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. And we look forward to, again, visiting the same issues at NABI and at the Navajo Nation Council. Back to you.
Chairman Daniel Sokodo. Budget and Finance Committee. As you've heard the presentation on the reform, revised budget form 2 from Department of Veterans Affairs. Any questions for Mr. Smith? So with that, we'll move that along with the comprehensive budget. So back on the main resolution, questions.
I have a question. Okay. Thank you again, Chair. Regarding the veterans budget, I know that I think some of the concerns that we have is I know that the commanders from the agency, I know that there was some resolution that was submitted for how this money should be allocated. Can you maybe share a little with us about how if it was being considered that there's from these different commanders from these agencies that they have a question on it regarding the 50-50 formula and then the other allocation that were made, and then the shortfall on it. I know that they have a lot of concerns. So if this was considered, is there a way that how this was being maybe adjusted or being evaluated? So maybe we can just maybe share that with our veterans how these funds was being it was discussed and was requested and appropriated. So just keep it this Chair Henry, thank you.
Regarding the allocation, so
Veterans Finance from that they need to present things. What was the problem you guys have with the
Delegate Elmer PVK. I was trying to hearing you complete your hamburger order, so you're getting us hungry. Chair, Chairman Daniel So could response to Delegate Elmer PVK.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Dita.
Okay. In regard the work session, I think so. HES committee revisited. From 2017 to this past year, the Veterans Act, you see and this was through Navajo Nation Department of Justice distribution to each agency. Yo kwaki oyo dohot ao sing in a 50-50 formula. Sincho in the trust fund AGCB so by number of veterans. Dohot ao there was several advice. But going forward, the distribution to the agencies is based on number of veterans. Is a carryover. So,
Chairman Daniel So. Chairman So, I think he might have dropped off the call. Chairman So. I guess moving forward, we'll just go straight to, well, Chairman So logs back on. We'll move forward to Mr. Hubert Smith. Provide explanation on the question by Delegate Elmer PVK.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. Delegate Begay, your question was the budget formulation. According to DOJ's opinion, as well as Chief of the Legislative Services, both councils concurred that it was based on veterans count and not based on the 50-50 formula. And we do have their opinions on those also that we have here at the Veterans Office. So that would be my response back to Delegate Begay's question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your response to the question. And therefore, Kadea, well, Chairman, so I was back on. I'll defer back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Che, I'm back on.
Agushi Che, while you're logging back.
That would conclude. So that would conclude our response to Shazia Elmer Begay's question.
Agushi, last Che. Although Kadea, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are no,
This is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Got announced to the Chairman Shahad out on the question that was made by my brother, Mr. Elmer Begay. The response back by Mr. Shahad, the response is correct. It's not by 50-50 formula, and I think our agency veterans out there, they decided not to go with 50-50 formula. It's all by counts by chapters. Thank you very much. Chairman, yeah.
For your comment. Are there any further questions, comments from the Budget and Finance Committee? I don't know, yeah. I'll call for the question if there are no further questions. Okay, Christina, we'll move forward for a roll call vote. Ramona, roll call vote to accept the resolution along with the revised budget Form 2 budgets that will be forwarded to the comprehensive budget.
Yes, Chairman Henry will cover on the resolution with the revision of the budgets Form 2. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellow Hair, votes green.
Thank you, Shazia. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members.
Green.
Vote. Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Vice Chairman, we have 4. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman.
Four in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. The resolution moves forward to the comprehensive budget along with the revised Form 2. So Chairman Daniel, so Mr. Smith helping us out. And then also one thanks I forgot to give out is to Office of Management and Budget. All the staff, Ms. Francisco, Ms. Darlene Sam, Rhonda Johnson, and so forth. Thank you. I've seen Chicago. Nika Jay going through this budget hearing. Thank you so much. With that, we'll move forward to the next RDC resolution. Yeah, I did hear Kudos Sitsule Shinanta Wilson Stewart Jr. is on the call with us. Those show with that. Resolution RDC. What was the number, Peggy?
It's members of the committee It's RDCAU 13-22.
Okay, RDCAU 13-22. So AD kay wala hold so. Although that was tabled, so I'll just need a motion to bring this resolution back to the table.
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Second by Delegate.
Motion by Shinada, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. The motion second by Shinada, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So we do have a motion and a second in place to bring it back to the table. Mona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman Henyo, roll call vote on the recall of the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair, votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green too.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Yeah, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. This matters back before the Budget and Finance Committee. So Kadeya, could Peggy a little recap on this resolution?
Okay, thank you, Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The main motion is held by Jimmy Yellowhair, and the second is by Amber Crotty. The tabling motion was made by Nathaniel Brown, seconded by Amber Crotty. The vote was 4 in favor, 1 opposed, and it was tabled to August 17th or to the end of the revisits. The Division of Economic Development was requested to share all funding sources, and there may be a COA or legislative concern to be drafted relative to this budget. That's the extent of the information that I was able to gather from the tabling motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Peggy, for the recap. That we are back on the record with this resolution. We do have the sponsor from Resource Development Committee, Shinada Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Do we have Mr. J.T. Willie on the call also?
Oh, Mr. Chair, Yate, this is JT.
Mr. Willie for being on the call. So with this moving forward, I'll yield the floor to Shinada, Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. and 3 agent for an update on this resolution. Shinada, Sile.
Chairman Hinio Oyate, Ado Kunza Hodisho Justin's BNF committee members as well. Quagishin Shana, Chairman Rick Nez, they were still in RDC, but as a co-sponsor among this side, listening in and assisting in that manner. Chairman Hinio.
Mr. Willie?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair, Otto Shanai, Honorable Stewart. As mentioned, we did send the information requested to members of the Budget and Finance Committee. And I also do believe that the clarification has also been provided by Ms. April Quinn, who also sent some updates regarding the Navajo generating station on Monday. I did provide the reports from our respective departments regarding the funding sources for the Navajo State Small Credit Business Initiative that we are working on, as well as also the report for the COVID-19 effects on the Navajo businesses during the 2020-2021 years. In addition, I did send a zip drive of the updated tourism studies that were provided by the tourism department. And I have corresponded with Honorable Brown, Shania on the respective SSBCI updates for legislation that will need to go through leadership here within the next month. And I do believe Mr. Capitan has been corresponding with Honorable Mark Freeland on the respective draft of that legislation needing to go before council, and also to do a presentation to leadership on the state small credit business initiative that the Navajo Nation will be maneuvering through with our partners from Change Labs, as well as Navajo CDFI. And that is my update at this time, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Willie, for the update. Ado Cecilia, Delegate Stewart, does that complete your presentation? I believe RDC is still in the meeting mode, so we'll move forward back to the committee. Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments on this resolution? Before I do that,
this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Oh yeah. Oh, Josh. Yeah. Thank you, Cecilia, Mr. Willie. I did receive your email, and some of the big things that are missing is I did call into your meeting also with in Lichi this past I believe on Monday or Tuesday yesterday. I did call in, and if you know of all the decommissioning funding, the funding with the closure of the Kayenta Peabody mine, how much money is Peabody giving the nation? And then the reclamation efforts. The other one is the decommissioning of the railroad. What is the dollar amount? The other one is the closure and the decommissioning of NGF. If you can break down, because you were the only one who represented the Navajo Nation and in these decommissioning efforts, along with DOJ and others. So we have community members asking us. You did send us some information, but I will be working on some efforts as far as creating a Arizona chapters trust fund. So that's something that I'm really interested in. Because we do have a lot of revenue loss. Today I was meeting with our people here in Kayenta, and the biggest things that was brought up by some of the vendors, the vendors is the lack of the tourism movement here in Western Agency, because we do have a lot. And I'm really interested to hear from the plans for future. If you could also send us the past 3 years, what tourism has done and how the funding was spent. Was there any international travel from the Navajo Nation Tourism Office, and how much did that cost? So I'm really interested on how they are marketing, but also how are they helping our Navajo businesses all over the Navajo Nation, especially in the tourism area. You did also mention that you are, let me see, you did also mention you're still working on some of the other economic development plans. But if you can share the dollar amount that's coming from these closures, and also, you mentioned how many businesses that have closed on the Navajo Nation. I'm just really interested in that, and so we can continue to build upon that also. So that's where I'm at. So some of the conditions of appropriations that I asked for, I did receive a lot of your email, and that was asking for some of these studies. I did receive the memo on how much tourism has, so that's been shared with my colleagues also. So, Chair, at this time, let me. I am partially satisfied with some of the email that was sent to us, but let me go ahead and wait on the Nabik Eyet. So that's where I'm at right now. But again, Satila and Chinanta, we still have a lot of work to do. The closure of NGS and Kayenta Peabody mine has really impacted the whole nation. It's this body, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I remember some of my colleagues that voted this down, promised me that they will work on economic development plans. I remember hearing, we are young, we are going to roll up our sleeves. I'm going to outlive some of you. Some of my colleagues mentioned that, but we will roll up our sleeves. And I'm still waiting for this body and economic development to work on the revenue loss. So let me see. Hello, can you still hear me? So, kid. That's something that so again, at the NGS meeting yesterday, or the meeting yesterday, we could not really hear because of the connection. So I want to, like I emailed or text you, we want to move forward and in another meeting. So that's something that I'm really that we need to start planning also. So if you can help me to relay and also Mr. Willie Satilla, I want to invite you to one of our forums out here in Kayenta and talk about the plans and how all the meetings have, the decommissioning meetings, the closures. It is, as you have been the center of all this movement with the direction from President Nez. Please come, bring your team to Kayenta, and we will host a forum so you can tell us, and these are our plans. Or if you're going to say we're not working on anything, you're the last thing on our mind, then we just want to hear from you. We don't want to hear from your other team. We want to hear from Mr. JT Willie Satilla. So please come, and that would be something that our people are asking for also. Economic development. So and talking with some individuals here, our community members, there are concerns about even food at the senior centers right now. And then I just heard from a Head Start employee that some of our kids and the staff have to end up buying food. So those are some of the impacts that we saw as far as the presentation when the generating station and the mine closed. This is going to happen. So we knew well ahead of time what was going to happen. So I'm coming off of these reports, and I am at ground zero for the closure, and we are feeling the impact all the way to our school. So we want to see a big nation plan. I have asked for this. There's only one person that I know that actually has a huge nation plan. And I have not heard from President Nez about a big nation plan. So that's where we're at. I hope that you and all my colleagues understand what I'm talking about. And I think going forward, this is a huge lesson that I hope that we have learned for the closure of the Navajo mine also in New Mexico. How do we ensure that we're going to do a better job for our union workers, for some of these individuals who are highly skilled as engineers? Where are we going to relocate them? What kind of education are we going to provide for them? So ekut anda the kit should the nebis cash in you anda this kit. Asibitish so ye hada si not leho. Ye hatahatsi to sabeta nadit in lay chapter to ye hatahatsi heat ekut abahanas. So idea Chair, I will wait at Nabi or council to make the conditions of appropriation and the conditions of appropriation.
Kashin Shanata, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, Ado Kudoya, Naidekit. I'll defer to the agent Shanata, Delegate Wilson sees to join you through your agent, Mr. Willie.
Oh, Shania, Chairman, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Shatila, Mr. Willie, and staff on that side to respond back to the questions Shasan asked. Shatila?
Delegate Freeland's on the call.
Delegate Mark Freeland, Mr. Willie.
Oh, ahead, Shania, Shanai, Honorable Chair, Shania, Honorable Brown. I'm working to provide additional information. That is where we will continue to carry out our conversation. I know we've agreed to have a meeting set up within the next couple of weeks, by next week preferably. From there, we can get a meeting going out in the region to bring everybody all the resources necessary so we can provide additional resources. I know the information regarding NGS and Peabody is of importance to everybody, all of our stakeholders, all of our Navajo families located within this region. And we've participated in these conversations regarding asset retainment. So the buildings that come over to the nation are what we speak to. And I do have the report that was also sent by DOJ, Ms. Quinn. I really would like to extend my appreciation to her for breaking that down for us. And as you have requested, the expansion of that expanded continued dialogue regarding these funding allocations, these final payments, as well as also the lease payments over the next 35 plus years. We will, again, carry out that information with you. And I'll be sure to reach out to all necessary parties that need to be a part of this conversation outside of this division, including those from this division. So like include myself, my team, as well as partners from DOJ, and as well as through all of our other partners that we work with, from including NTA, to be a part of these conversations, because I know you there at local leadership is the main key benefactor when it comes to providing these informations needed. And I will pull all of the information needed now for the past 3 years for the tourism department in regards to the performance, and also do a synopsis before we get to NABI of what tourism has performed for the past 3 years, including, which is the pandemic. Mostly will speak to the shortfall of fundings that we have right now within tourism. But just to answer real quickly, the international travel, there's no international travel that has taken part on behalf of tourism. We would have to strategically realign our initiatives with that. And this comes at an opportune time because of going into a new fiscal year, get our meeting set up with Western agencies so that we can speak to some of those dialogues when it comes to partnerships within the region as well as globally speaking. And again, I'll go back to the breakdown, refer to that document that was sent out by DOJ, and then can expand on that even more as we move forward in our conversations, and also the presentation that was provided on the rail line and whether we want to keep it in place or do a removal, and what those look like for the nation as well as the impact for the region, most importantly. And I'll expand on some of those as we move forward now, Shania. So I appreciate it, and I will again provide additional information as we see forth, and then get our meeting set up. I would like to do that by next week, and then from there plan out a schedule for us to do just that, similar to a forum or public input with our regional offices as well. Yeah, Shania, Honorable Stewart, that concludes my response at this time.
Chairman Henio, a response back to Mr. Brown, Delegate Brown.
Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Respond to Alfagi. Now back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. So Kudo, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, as Nisa well, you stated that the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns that you were requesting for, you're going to hold off on that until the Navigated Committee meeting?
I'm going to hold off on that since I have not done my part to reach out to our legislative council. Chair, one other comment I want to add to this is Mr. Willie and Delegate Stewart. Another meeting that I would like to request is the Arizona Corporation Commission. We're out here conducting public hearings. I would like to meet. They are the oversight over the owners of the NGS and Kayenta mine. So I want to make sure that our request, we pushed for a Promise Act with Congressman O'Halloran, but that did not go anywhere. So we're working on another Senate bill to bring back possibly about $100 million. So we want to sit down and make sure that we have this conversation and we do not leave Arizona Corporation Commission out also. So let's, I want to make sure that this body is aware and what we need to do as possible resolutions and partnership with Arizona Corporation Commission as well. So it'll be, if we can also work on, let's work on planning a meeting with the ACC as soon as possible with our Arizona lobbyists
or speaker staff can help us set up these meetings also, as we've already had local public hearings due to the closure of NGS&K and Peabody Mine. So it could then contact. So that's another request that my community is also recommending. So but I will wait until Navigate Chair. Thank you, and I appreciate the response.
Clarify things lagi. Although with your request to get to the Resource Development Committee, to the agent, Mr. Willie. So this Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are no questions, comments, here, I'll call for the question. Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members vote, 2 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
I'll vote green. Delegate Begay.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, the vote is 3 in the affirmative, 1 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Mashika along for the roll call vote. 3 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. The resolution moves on to the comprehensive budget. Adohiela Resource Development Committee. Adosatsila Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Adosatsila Delegate Mark Freeland. Ado Kudo Division Director Mr. J.T. Willie. Thank you for your presentations. So all the resolutions from the committees, Law and Order, Resource Development, Health, Education, Human Services, and Navigate. So Ada Nachikadeya, Kodoya, Miss Tapahi, are you still on the line with us?
Chair Henio. This is Peggy.
Ms. Tapahi?
Yes, I am. I believe Ms. Nakai has the question first.
I was just making sure that you were still on the call with us. That's all.
I'm still on.
Thank you. Okay, Peggy, what do we do next?
Okay, Delegate Crotty had requested an unmet need budget for a Budget and Finance Committee. And I sent you those, the budget forms, or actually they are signed, and Karen Thompson sent that out to you by email. Did you receive those today? I don't know how you want to do this. If you want me to just go over the budget, it's unmet need.
What we'll do is when we get to that section of the agenda, then we'll discuss that unmet need for BNF and all the others.
Okay, so not today then, or until later?
That's next on the agenda.
Oh, you mean for during the draft comprehensive budget legislation discussion, you wish to have that brought up at that time? That's fine.
What do we do next right now? Besides, I thought we were still going to do the conditions of appropriations and the legislative concerns and unmet needs, or is that for a different day?
That's for today, and it's going to be, all of those are going to be constructed, hopefully for the draft comprehensive budget legislation to be dropped.
Okay, go on.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
So Peggy, so we can just jump right into that part of the agenda then, as we move along here.
Yes.
And so we can do that. And it's 3:36 over here in Rema, New Mexico. So we can if we can get this all done, we could be out of here by 5 o'clock. Enough to time to go eat dinner somewhere. But Mr. Pahi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes, we can hear you good.
Thank you. I'm not quite finished with the conditions of appropriation and the legislative concerns. I would need about 30 more minutes to finish those up. And of course, they will be drafts at this point. The comprehensive budget legislation draft, I could provide that to the committee. However, many of the exhibits, other than the conditions of appropriation and the legislative concerns exhibits, are being worked on right now by OMB. And so the only exhibits that OMB has produced out of all the exhibits that OMB is doing is the unmet needs listing. That has been provided to Legislative Council, and I'm looking at it, and it appears that it is the list of unmet needs is based on the unmet needs that were approved in each of the oversight committee resolutions. So I can get that to the committee, and perhaps the committee can go over that list, and the committee members can determine whether one or more of the unmet needs that they desire have been either included or they somehow got left off of this list. There will be a handful, less than a handful of unmet needs that OLC will provide in a supplemental document to you, because OLC has been getting emails and has also verbally heard from different folks at different committees. They've heard and been emailed unmet needs requests, but these are just a handful. So those, I believe, came after, and they were sent to OLC directly, and they were not given to OMB. So those will not be in the PDF unmet needs listing that I will send you very shortly. So they will, my thought was the committee could look at those and decide to add them into the OMB list, in which case I would send them over to OMB. They have the Excel spreadsheet. They can plug them in and prepare a new list that would then be added to the comprehensive budget legislation when it's dropped. On the other hand, if the new unmet needs that are not included in the PDF document that I'm going to send, and the committee decides not to add those because there are other priorities, then those don't need to be given to OMB. So the committee, it's really up to the committee to look at everybody's unmet needs that were all thrown into the pot, see if anything's missing from the pot, see if anything should be removed from the pot, etc. And then once I know that, then I will know what to send to OMB. OMB will know how to prepare the final listing. So I hope that makes sense, and that's what I would ask for the committee to do at this time, Mr. Chair. And in the meantime, I will finish the draft of the COAs, the conditions of appropriation, and the draft legislative concerns, and I will get that to the committee shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, this is Kristen at DOJ. Can I ask a question?
Sure, Kristen, provide your input.
Thanks, Chair. So I know, like Council Ms. Sapahi said, that the OLC had collected some unmet needs, but I'm trying to understand if OLC has a comprehensive list or what format OLC is going to provide the unmet needs that were presented to OLC. So there's a list from OMB, okay, and then OLC has other information. Is there a comprehensive list? I guess is question one. And then, yeah, so OMB usually, so I think OMB is still attending this. So OMB will be there when the unmet needs discussion is happening. So OMB listens to the discussion and then prepares the listing. It's not called unmet needs though. So there's a presentation of the amount in the personnel lapse fund, and then there's also additional money that's available in the permanent fund excess amount that's available. So those two funding sources are where the dollar amounts available for unmet needs are drawn from. So maybe if we get we start with that, then we've in the past what we have done is say, okay, there's a total that we're working with, and I'm just talking about personnel lapse fund because we didn't have the permanent income fund availability at that time. So we said, okay, here's the total we have in personnel lapse fund once we subtract these requirements, and then this is what we have left for unmet needs, and we've divided it 6 ways, and then each delegate has a certain amount that they can assign toward unmet needs. And so I was thinking the best way to approach it is, okay, one exhibit for personnel lapse fund amounts, and then another exhibit for the amounts that are available in the permanent fund. So there could conceivably be 2 separate exhibits, but it's not an unmet needs listing. So whatever documents are coming forth that say unmet needs, those aren't what goes in the budget. What goes in the budget are the amounts that the delegates actually decide to fund. So for example, unmet needs could consist of, I don't know, 30 million for to put into the retirement fund. So that might be funded at 5 million with personnel lapse. It might be funded with just 2 million from the permanent fund. So there's options to mix and match. So, okay, back to where I originally asked. Does OLC have a comprehensive unmet needs document with which to supplement the discussion that the OMB has also provided an unmet needs document. That's where I'm not quite sure I understand, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowell, for the input, and I do agree with you. We shouldn't try and complicate the process here with unmet needs, as what actually goes into the legislation would be the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. And the unmet needs was a document that was produced by Office of Management and Budget for the review of budget and finance to determine, okay, which unmet need would be funded through what allocation that's available, like personal lapse fund that you brought on. And in fact, that was the only allocation that was available, the personal lapse fund. And therefore, when the listing came out, each of the committee members will review the unmet need and decide which unmet need should be funded and at what level. And that's how the exercise was for the past 3 years I've been on the committee here. And so I believe that there is a listing from the Office of Management and Budget, which I'll ask for. And so Ms. Tapahi, maybe really, if you would concentrate on legislative concerns and conditions of appropriations for the time being. And then with the unmet need, they will have Office of Management and Budget give us a report as what is the total unmet need. I remember in 1 year it was like close to $90 million in unmet needs. But that's usually the case every year though. And so we just have to kind of go from there. So with this, Peggy, before we move further, well, we give Ms. Tapai time to draft the legislation for the comprehensive budget. Maybe we'll discuss the unmet need for the Budget and Finance Committee for the time being. So Peggy, if you would, I'll give you the floor to discuss the documents that we received and have review with the committee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. There is, and I would like to have Dominic and his staff provide the latest copy of the unmet need. We did get a copy, and I haven't distributed that copy because I was waiting for to hear from, I guess Laureline has that copy. So I will forward that to Mr. Henio. You do have a copy. There's 4, well, Budget and Finance Committee has copies sent to you at 3:44. Do you have that copy? I'd like to have Dominic.
Yes, I do.
And his staff go over the document that was sent forward. It is one of 6 pages, Mr. Chair.
No, Peggy,
Yeah.
what I asked you to do is to go over the unmet need for the Budget and Finance Committee.
So you want me to read the document? Is that what you want me to do?
No, for the committee only, The committee's unmet needs. Isn't that what we were discussing? That was the last part of our agenda.
You mean the one for Budget and Finance Committee?
Oh,
okay. So did you all receive that copy from Karen Thompson? Let me see. She sent that out at 2:45 today. And I can send that back out again if you wish.
Is it titled Program Budget Summary?
Yes.
Okay, I have it here.
Okay, so this is the proposed Budget and Finance Committee unmet need. It is business unit number 101003, Budget and Finance Committee. Division is legislative, prepared by myself. And then unmet need, $30,000, 100% is the total. And then going over to part 3, under 2001, it's the proposed budget is $3,894. Under 3,000 travel expenses, it's $24,510. And then 7,000, the special transactions is $1,596 for a total of $30,000. And it's there's no budgeted positions or vehicles. Then going to Form 2, there's a goal statement that I included, which is one is to allow public participation, creating transparency related to the financial matters of the Navajo Nation. So the program performance measure would be to conduct public hearings related to districts, agencies, and comprehensive budgets. And so in the third quarter, you would have 5 meetings, and the fourth quarter, you'd have 5 meetings. And those are, and that was signed by Speaker Damon. Mr. Chair, did you need any other information on that?
That's it. I just wanted to read that into the record for the committee here. And maybe the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions regarding this unmet need that Peggy had developed and signed by Speaker Damon?
Chair, I have a question.
So the funding, the FRS funding period.
So my question is, earlier you said that that I could do the amendment for the unmet needs. Is this time that I can do it, or shall we wait until whenever the legislation is completely and ready and finalized it? That's my question.
When we get to the unmet needs section of the agenda, which is coming up, Kadeya, we're just talking about the BNF committee unmet need, because there is an unmet need. Amber Kinaswakrani had requested that during budget season that we be transparent about the budget, and we should have public hearings regarding the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. And so this is what the unmet need request is for BNF committee only. But on the overall, which Legislative Council and I believe not at least Office of Management and Budget will be presenting to us, then we could present that too and make it part of the OMB's listing of unmet needs.
Okay. Yeah.
Kashina. So any questions on this reading of the unmet need for the BNF committee for fiscal year 2023? Denita, so with this acknowledgement, yes?
Vice Chair Smith?
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
I know that I was concerned about the amount that BNF gets, and I was listening into the dialogue about Speaker Damon saying that he could work with us, and is this the final product, and is this what's the next action? I mean, what do we do? Do we just how do we address this? Do we make a motion or second, or do we debate on it, or do we negotiate with the speaker, or the I'll leave out that's my question.
Kayla, Vice Chair Smith, that's a good question that that you brought up, and so right now that was going to be my next the question, because this is not part of the agenda, And right now it's just a discussion that we're having to be possibly put forward. In my understanding, Shinada, is that this is for next year's proposed budget, and it'll be part of the unmet need mix that the OMB has as their listing. But I might be wrong on this side. I might be missing the target, but I'll defer to Peggy. Maybe you might provide some clarification or some sort of input, Peggy.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Anytime that, while we're in this budget hearing process, while we're doing these budgets, the committee has previously done motions and seconds just to accept the presentations. That's usually what happened, because you can't really, like we've been told numerous times, you can't amend any budget or resolution because those are already completed. But now we're preparing to go forward with comprehensive budget. And so usually at this time, just like the when we have the discussion on the COAs and all of those things that we're putting together to construct the comprehensive budget legislation, usually those are done by motion, second, and a vote, just so that, you know, you're all in agreement or you're all in consensus or on the same page, whatever words you use, you know, to describe that you all agree that this is what's going into the comprehensive budget. So if you wish to make a motion and second on this unmet need request, you could. If you look at the Lynette Lee's, she's the financial advisor with the Speaker's office. She also is stating, she sent an email out at 2:58 with the Utah Commission also making a request for an unmet need. And she is proposing that both BFC and NUC will be taken out of the council budget, 101001. That's what she's proposing. So the funding source, Igishi, you know, that's something that you can make it or determine as you want, but the Speaker's recommending from his office that they come from the council budget, the business unit 101001.
Okay, so Peggy, with that recommendation, moving forward with this as we develop the comprehensive budget legislation and a recommendation from Budget and Finance Committee from today's actions, is that the motion would be to accept the unmet need budget that was presented by Ms. Peggy Nakai, with the idea that it will be coming from business unit 101001. I believe that's how we could craft a motion, Budget and Finance Committee members. Vice Chair Smith, does that help you with your question?
So, Shinada, thank you. That is my question is, I'm trying to look for that amendment. Maybe I'm not seeing it. I can follow the revised budget for the BNF that was supposed to be coming out of council's account.
It was sent at 2:45 from Ms. Karen Thompson, emailed. It says budget summary. That's the title of the email.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Nakushina. With this, Shinada, are there further questions, comments, or is there a motion to consider?
Delegate Yiller, motion that,
The change of Delegate Yellow Hair is holding the motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Brigade, second.
Nation Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. So with that, we will have any questions or comments for the record.
I have a question, Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Question Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, looking at Form 2, Chair Henio and Budget Finance Committee members and those that are listening on board with us. On Form 2, I'm trying to open it up right now. It's stated as third and fourth quarter. Allow public participation, creating transparency for the fiscal manners. And that's going to be being conducted in the third and fourth quarter. There'll be 5. Is that referencing the, I think I'm starting to answer my own question like I usually do. So this money is going to be used specifically for those 2 quarters. That's the way I understand this.
Vice Chair Smith, that's the justification for this request for the unmet need budget, that the Budget and Finance Committee will be hosting public hearings to get input from the Navajo Nation's citizens as far as the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget for the next year. Any further questions from the Budget and Finance Committee? Atenea Ramona, roll call vote.
Chairman Henio, roll call vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Non-government certified chapters.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Thank you, Alam. Being a Budget and Finance Committee has accepted the unmet need budget request. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Therefore, we'll move forward to the next item on our agenda, which is the legislative condition of appropriations and legislative concerns. But before I do that, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Dominic Bial, are you on the call to this afternoon?
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Bial.
Hello, Mr. Bial, for being on the call this afternoon. And so therefore, we are at the unmet need portion of this budget, not of the agenda. And I believe we do have the documentation that was sent to us from your office as to what your office staff has gathered so far. And so maybe provide us some information on the total and individual requests for unmet need.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee, and everyone who's on the call for the meeting. We sent a listing out not too long ago, 10 minutes ago or so. And I believe Ms. Nakai is forwarding it to you. So my question at the moment is, do you have it?
Mr. Biel, I just opened it up and I'm looking at it right now. So,
Okay.
Hopefully the committee members have received it and they're looking at it, but I do have it.
Okay, let me move on then. It's a 6-page document, and at the top of the page, it's Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2023 Unmet Needs Summary. This report, this listing is based on the Oversight Committee resolutions, their Exhibit E request. So if you look at the first page there, the way this report is formatted, in the left-hand column, it's the resolution number, which is for each of the respective oversight committees. Like the first one at the top there is LOCAU 0822. That, of course, is Law and Order Committee. And then it has the business unit numbers, the program names. Whatever the unmet need is, 1,044,380 for the prosecutor. So it's providing additional monies to fund them for 12 months. Next one is BU number 1104002, Navajo Legal Services, 34,781 to cover personnel expenses and operating expenses. So the grand total there, as requested and recommended by LOC, is 1,079,161. So that's the way this report is organized. And I don't know if you want me to read it word for word. It'll take a while. But the next one is from BNF for OMB, 174,994. The short description of the purpose. The next one is again from BNF, Controller and Property Management. The total of the two would be 1,262,260. The next group there is all from or involving the chapters as recommended by RDC resolution. First group there is Western chapters and then Chin-Lee. And let me just comment about those to start with. Western 514,824 is that the chapter personnel budgets only is budgeted at the moment for 11 months. So they're requesting this amount to fund it for the entire 12 months. Similarly, Chin-Lee, 520,698. They're funded for 11 months. So they need this amount to fund the Chin-Lee chapters for the full 12 months. Then it goes on further, San Juan County Joint Powers Agreement, 400,000. The DCD chapter unit, 338,052. And that's for additional attorneys for the chapter DOJ attorney workforce. Chapter total, 1,773,574. Bottom of the page there is recommendations from the HESI committee for Division of Dene Education. Scholarships, the first one for $20 million for additional scholarships. The next one is for Department of Dene Youth, $707,788, which would be infrastructure for youth centers. The grand total, $20,707,788. So the next page is a whole number from RDC, all for Division of Economic Development. There's quite a few of them, as you can see. DED Admin, Real Estate, Chinley. I noticed Chinley RBDO was down twice. Well, 3 times. I guess they're separate projects, yeah. Then project development, the Western RBDO, again, all of the requested amounts. Then a brief description of what it is. DED Administration, Real Estate, DED Administration, 2 of them. Then 2 support services. Eastern RBDO, Business Regulatory, Project Development. Goes on to the next page, page 3. Small Business Development, Project Development, Business Regulatory, and then DED Administration. The grand total for DED is $27,215,066. The next grouping there is for EPA. There's 4 requests there. EPA Admin, Resource Conservation and Recovery, Criminal Enforcement Department. A new one would be called Minor Source Permit Program. Shows the amounts and a simple description of the purpose. The grand total for EPA, $220,976. The next grouping is for Division of General Services. There's 3 of them. Telecommunications, Air Trans, Records Management Department, $425,465. The next one is from HESI for Department of Health, all for Daltex. $30 million is the grand total. The bottom of the page there is, again, from HESI, and this would be for Division of Human Resources, for ONLR, for cost for just for personnel and operating costs, $262,664. And that's the total. The next grouping again is from DNR, as being recommended by RDC. And you can see all of them, all DNR employees, it says. Agriculture, grazing committees, farm boards, minerals, resource enforcement, veterans, livestock, fish and wildlife, water resources, forestry, the zoo, the fair office, DNR, the Colorado Ranch, Natural Heritage Program, Eastern Land Board. DNR's grand total, $10,648,255. The next page is from the Law and Order Committee. The next group there are several of them, is Division of Public Safety. For Police Department Admin, Crown Point Police, Kayenta Police, Shiprock Police, Tuba City Police, Window Rock Police, Dilcon Police, Internal Affairs, the Training Academy, Emergency Management, Corrections Department, and then Administration. Grand total $6,091,442. And the next group is Social Services, also as recommended by the HESI Committee. For the Executive Office, then Department of Family Services, the Retirement Plan Account. Oh, excuse me, that's the total. 4,668,250. The next one is the Retirement Plan Account by, and this is recommended by BNF, which would be in addition to the fixed costs. That's the $25 million amount. And finally, for NDOT, the Roads Department, $2,416,813. The Executive Branch total, $131,946,708, which is the same amount, the grand total, $131,946,708. So that's obviously a hefty price tag. We don't currently have that funding available, but typically what the BNF does is use this list to select what might be considered for further funding that you would include in the comprehensive budget resolution that would move on to council. So that's the overview, Mr. Chair, on this particular listing. Now, I believe it was one of the Legislative Council personnel mentioned that there's, I think the word they use, there's a handful of unmet need requests that are not in this list, that came separately. And one of the recommendations was, well, if that's sent to us, then we can incorporate it in here, maybe in a separate page. That way you'll have the full picture before you. So in most years, this particular list, I mean the whole list, has not been an exhibit to the resolution. It's just used for future purposes. When, for example, when the UUFB balance comes out in the new fiscal year, you could use this as a guide, because the oversight committees have already reviewed and made recommendations on all of these, at least on this particular list. Mr. Chair, that's the overview on that particular document. I know it's a lot to review, you know, in a few minutes, but that's the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bial, for going over the listing with us. And I see the total at the end of every year since I've been on the Budget and Finance Committee is right around $100 million in total unmet needs. So this is pretty much what the programs decide, that they put everything on this listing with the hopes of we find 100 million somewhere and fund all the unmet needs. But Mr. Bial, we're discussing unmet needs, and Shanantadel Elmer PBK has been requesting that. He has a unmet need request And so I'll yield the floor to him. Delegate Elmer Piguet, share your information with your unmet need for, I believe, Delcon chapter.
Chair, I'll go ahead and refer my my request to legislative council, Lauren Kapahi or Ms. Henderson. I think she's the one that was drafting in that I sent all the information that she requested so before noon. So I'm not sure how far she's at with the amendment. Thank you. Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, I heard you.
Yeah, I would like to request. I would like to request to make an amendment. If Laureline or Ms. Henderson has their amendment ready, I would like to request it for amendment at this time. Chair Henry, thank you.
Chair, this is Kristen, if I may.
Okay, before I go, Kristen, do you have the Delegate Elmer Piguet's amendment request, Ms. Lowe?
Chair, I don't have the amendment request. There's been a lot of confusion about the process for unmet needs. And so I think before individual delegates start making amendments, and just keep in mind that this is for discussion purposes, so we don't need to go through formal amendments. But what we do need to have are total dollar amounts that we're talking about. The total dollar amount that's available for funding unmet needs from the Personnel Lapse Fund, and then the total dollar amount that we're going to use from the Permanent Trust Fund, so-called excess income. And then from there, each delegate just needs to articulate the dollar amount, the program, and the business unit, and the funding source. So those four things are all that's needed from each delegate. There's no formal amendments that are required at this juncture, Chair.
Ms. Lowe, that is where I was headed. That's why I asked Delegate Elmer Piguet if he had any material information regarding the request that he's making. I understand there's no amendment process, but therefore he could it could be referred to Mr. BL to add to the listing that he just went over. And that's where I was headed with this. So Mr. Pahi, Mr. Pahi,
sure.
Hold on, Mr. Pahi, do you have Delegate Elmer Piguet's request?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just heard from Mr. Bial, and he presented the unmet needs total running list. And so this tells me, looking at the document, it tells me that OMB has the Excel spreadsheet, and he can edit that sheet to insert anybody's requested unmet needs. And so because OMB and Legislative Council have agreed between us that OMB is the one doing the unmet needs exhibit or document, whether it ends up as an exhibit or not, but there is a running unmet needs list, and OMB is doing that. I would respectfully request Delegate Piguet to send to OMB the unmet needs request that he desires, so that OMB can then just plug that in to the running exhibit. And then that exhibit on unmet needs will be finalized at some point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pahir. This is not an exhibit to the budget. We understand that. This is just a listing that we go over, like as Ms. Lowell has been explaining to us earlier. That
Chair,
for any excess fund, like personal lapse funds that we have, then the committee can allocate money from those allocations to fund the unmet needs that the committee feels should be funded. That's the process that we've been following the years that I've been on the committee, and that's what Ms. Lowell has been trying to explain to us too also. And so back to Delegate Elmer P. Begay. I believe you've heard from Legislative Council that you would need to send your information to Mr. Bial so he could edit the listing that he just read to us and put your unmet need requests, possibly under Division Community Development, RDC, as part of the unmet need listing. But the problem I have with this right now is that RDC is not aware of this, but then again, we can still work with whatever request you have, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair Hilio. I just sent the information to Mr. Bial right now. So I'm gonna ask if Mr. Bial received my request, and so it can be added to his unmet needs.
Chair, this is Kristen. I have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Mr. Bial. Mr. Bial?
Yes, sir.
Have you received an email from Delegate Elmer P. Begay?
Yes, we just now got it.
Kushina, I'll give you time while we go back to the Department of Justice. Ms. Lowe, before I do that.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Ms. Lowe, go ahead, and I'll defer to Vice Chair Smith after that.
Okay, Chair. Is the committee going to require that all of the requests from delegates to fund unmet needs be on a list? In the past, we haven't required that. So I guess what I'm saying is, instead of having OMB create an additional unmet needs list, committee members could just affirmatively state the dollar amount, the business unit, the program, and the funding source, permanent trust fund or PLF, just so that there would be discussion on the record and that OMB could create the actual exhibit. I'm not sure if BNF wants to create a separate unmet needs list and then just draw from that, or if you're going to just have OMB work on the actual exhibits, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowell. With this, it's not a requirement, but it's just a request. And if Delegate Elmer P. Begay wishes to have this as part of the listing so it could be referenced and the rest of the committee members could take a look at it, then that's his decision. If he decides to keep it and until with the individual allocations exercise comes about, then that he could do that too also, as you are recommending. But I do understand the exhibit for unmet needs listing, it will be created once the committee has completed this exercise of unmet needs allocations. And then that would be an exhibit, but the exhibit I was saying is we don't need to, is the one that includes everything under that was read by Mr. Bial. And so I understand there will be a need for an unmet needs exhibit, but based on the allocations from the committee as far as any extra allocation of money that we do have to work with. I think that's what Dana was
Thank
gonna
you, Chair.
chime in on, right, Dana?
Chair Henya, this is Dana, and I did not catch that last part. I did not know I was to be drafting a memo. I can certainly do that, but I didn't realize I was supposed to be.
I heard you speak earlier. That's why I was referencing you. I don't know if you had any input into the discussion.
Oh, thank you, Chair Henya. I didn't realize you heard me because I was kind of rude. I interrupted somebody. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to, I guess, point out or relay this information to the committee. I think it's relevant to these discussions. If you will look in the three-branch chiefs agreement, paragraph 3, and keep in mind that the three-branch chiefs agreement, it's a recommendation. It's just a recommendation. But in that agreement, in the third paragraph or provision, the three-branch chiefs indicates that they, it's not clear they want to or they intend to recommend, I think jointly as the three-branch chiefs together, the use of 27 million of the excess permanent trust fund income to fund unmet needs. I've reached out twice to the three-branch chiefs, just reminding them of that provision, asking them if they had coordinated with BNF, and I hadn't heard anything. No response. So that's all I wanted to add. I felt like it would be appropriate just to at least make BNF re-aware of that. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Dana, for your input. I do appreciate it for all your input, and Ms. Lowell and Mr. Tapahi. To get this moving forward. And also Peggy also too. So with this, Vice Chair Smith, I believe I heard you too, so you have the floor. Vice Chair Smith? Okay, with this, let's move forward to the next item on our agenda. Peggy, what should we be discussing?
Thank you again, Salute, Chair Henio. Then to the, Mr. Biel. So Mr. Biel received it by the unmet needs request. So is it going to be added? Is it adequate to be added to unmet list to this meeting today? I'd like to request that if it's going to be like that, I'd like to make an amendment. Be added my unmet needs request to today's listing. Where Mr. Biel just reported that the listing said that if it can have my request to be added to his listing, make that amendment. Is it appropriate to do it right now? Thank you, Chair.
Earlier, I had asked Mr. Biel if he received it. He said he did, and so that gives him time to edit the list he has, so he could make that part of the listing, possibly under the Division of Community Development, as I stated before, because it's for a Delcon chapter, right?
Yes. Oh.
Okay. So once he edits it, then he'll send out a new listing, a revised listing.
Okay, thank you then. So I don't need to make an amendment?
There's no need for an amendment. This is all just like what we've done before in the past. Personal lapse fund. When there's a balance, so then there's we split it 6 ways evenly. Each delegate they review the listing from the unmet needs listing and decide which unmet needs to fund with their allocation. And it's delegate Elmer PBK. You can fund your unmet need with the allocation that you receive based on what's available.
Chairman Henry, this is Peggy.
Peggy?
I forwarded the information to the committee on that, the personnel lapse fund.
Oh.
At 4:05.
Yeah.
You should have received the memo that has that dollar amount on it. But then,
yeah, Peggy. This is always the hardest part of the budget hearing is at the end when we try to start looking at that listing and we start getting cross-eyed, going back and forth on the listing. And so, as to my experience, personal experience, I've always felt that this was one of the hardest part of the budget hearings was taking the money that was allocated to fund certain areas that we feel needs to be funded. So with that, Delegate Elmer PBK, could any explain Shaya? Did you get that?
Oh, yeah, Henry, so then I got another there was another text message or email from Ms. Analyst. So I'm not sure if you all got that. I think this was that Ms. Learning Kapahi has it too. So it's kind of saying it differently. It says unmet needs form request for your approval. You may present this to BNF. If approved, BNF can add your recommendation to unmet needs running total. I believe O&M is working with BNF to assist with unmet needs exhibit that will be provided to OLC and using comprehensive budget legislation because so I thought that would be approved. I thought it would be approved by today.
It's going to be part of the listing that OMB has. So we're way ahead of OLC right now, as far as adding this to the running list.
Oh, okay. Okay, Shina.
Oh.
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy?
Ms. Henderson did send out that email to Mr. Bial. And I also forwarded that email to you at 4:33 so that we're all on the same page.
Okay, thank you. I'm going back and forth here looking at my emails and stuff. So with that, moving forward to the next step on their agenda. Peggy, what's the next step on our agenda? I can't even pull the agenda up anymore.
I'm not sure if you want to go ahead and do the exercise of dividing up the fund source equally among the 6 and then figuring out what the OMB, or not the, excuse me, not the OMB, but the unmet needs will be. I think Dominic needs to provide the revised listing again so that you can complete that if you want to do that now. Or we can have the discussion about the personnel savings fund with the GWA that's proposed in that memo from DPM.
And let's move towards the memo, and then from there we could just determine what's the availability of the personal lapse fund, and then the unmet need listing that Mr. Bial has presented, and then the committee can determine what is the actual allocation that we have to work with.
Mr. Chair, may I? This is Lurleen.
Mr. Pai?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Office of Legislative Counsel has gone through all of the Oversight Committee resolutions, and we printed out all of the unmet needs exhibits that were attached. It was an Exhibit E that were attached to each of the Oversight Committee resolutions. And we are checking, we're in the process of checking over the unmet needs list that was sent by OMB today and comparing it to all of the unmet needs exhibits attached to each of the Oversight Committee resolutions. And Ms. Khan just finished with the Division of Natural Resources resolution, RDCAU-17-22, and she compared the unmet needs exhibit attached to that Oversight Committee resolution with the listing in the unmet needs document sent by OMB, and she found 4 items that were left off of the OMB document. We are still going through all of the other Oversight Committee resolutions right now, and so that's going to take time for us to finish through. I wanted to just double check that everything got onto OMB's list, but for now we know at least for DNR, Division of Natural Resources, some were left off. So I just wanted to let Mr. Bial know that and let the committee know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pai, for your input. With this, let's move forward to the personal lapse fund memo. And I see that Mr. Willie is on the call here. So Mr. Willie, if you would go review the memo with the committee here.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Robert Willie, Accounting Manager from Office of the Controller. The memo that did get sent out was the personal lapse projection, which was calculated by the Office of the Controller. It was sent on August 16th, or actually August 17th. It was reviewed by Mr. Bial, Ms. Woody, and the controller. It actually came from the controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay. So following the guidelines of the personal lapse schedule or the personal lapse resolution, we projected the personal lapse amount to be 12.6 million, and that's through pay period ending July 31st, 2022. There are a few points that are assumptions that were utilized in calculating this estimated balance. One of the assumptions was that all the vacant positions will continue to stay vacant until the end of the year. and that all the temporary employees will utilize the dollars that are currently within the temporary line items. And also that the overtime and salary adjustments, the holiday pays and merit pay bonuses will all be fully utilized. And we tried to take into consideration any judgments or settlements that may happen also before the end of the year. And two, in the 3-branch chief agreement, which was passed within the BFJN 20-21, there was an amount of $3,020,946 was actually used to fund the GWA from FY22 for 23. And there was also a recommendation of $5 million to the retirement shortfall. And these also were taken to the account. So if you look at Exhibit A, that's the actual calculation of the personal lapse amount and the different set asides, if you will, that were considered in calculating this balance. Also within that 3-branch chief agreement that I described, there was a recommendation for a 5% GWA for FY23, which was also part of the 3-branch chief agreement. Exhibit B was actually compiled by the Office of or Department of Personnel Management. So there's 4 options which were given when the Controller's Office, Office of Management and Budget, and Department of Personnel Management reviewed and went over the schedule. We came to the agreement that option 4, which is the 5%, would be what we would recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee. And the total amounts needed to fund that 5% in FY23 is $7,465,697, and that includes the salary and the fringe at the new rate, which was considered for FY23. And this would fund the total amount of positions within the Navajo Nation in the general fund, which is 2,331. And I'm not sure if Ms. Woody and Mr. Bial are actually on the call too, so they could also elaborate. And the exhibits are also attached on there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, again, Mr. Willie, for reviewing the memo with us that came from the controller. So with this information, though, committee members, are there any questions?
Chairman, this is Doug Gidiel here.
They'll get Jimmy Yell here. You have the floor.
Thank you for bringing this information. Thank you, Mr. Willie. Last year we split some money, even up the money between the Budget and Finance Committee. Where's that now? Where's that happening? Are we going to have one like that again? Chairman?
They'll get Yell here. That's what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. I kind of understand, or just to make sure that I understand what we're doing. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah.
Okay, they'll yell here. Mr. Willie, for clarification here. So what the memo looking at it, looking at the totals on the exhibit, on the memo, not exhibit B, but exhibit A, the grand total of the personal lapse savings was $28,319,126. $319,126, right?
Yes, sir. That was 28.3 million. And I also indicated that we took out the temporary, the holiday overtime bonus, the settlements and back pays. That's what those next 3 totals are. And then the GWA and the retirement are part of the 3-branch chief agreement. So that leaves $626,352 The only thing that I didn't take out of this was the GWA recommendation that the controller, Office of Management and Budget, and DPM have recommended, which is 7.4 million. So if we take the 7.4 away from the 12.6 million, you'll have 5,160,655, which you could essentially divvy up between the committee members. If you have any more questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Okay. So again, Mr. Willie, thank you for that clarification. So 4.9 million for the OT holiday and bonus and merit. So we're expecting to give bonus merit within the last 2 quarters of this fiscal year.
Mr. Chair, those were actually budgeted for each one of the programs. So I'm assuming that the programs haven't fully utilized that, and that they will continue to go on with that, because some employees' performance evaluations haven't been completed, and they still need to go through the review process and approval through the committee upstairs, the STEP and merit pay committee. So I'm assuming that's taking into assumptions that that those are still going through the process, because there is a budget within many of the programs that still haven't been utilized for that, and the total dollar amount is that amount that I have indicated on that schedule.
So in a sense, the way I'm picking it up, then this will be carried over to the next fiscal year.
No. So if they do not utilize it, it will actually become a part of the personal lapse. So that's kind of the give and take when you're calculating these numbers. We're assuming that the program is going to fully utilize it. We don't know, because we don't have information specific to each one of the programs. So all I have to go off of is what the program has budgeted, and if they don't utilize it, it will actually become part of the personal lapse.
Okay, by that time it'd be too late to utilize it, right? As part of personal lapse.
That's correct.
So it becomes a UFB then.
Yes. According to the resolution, any amounts that haven't been determined, yes, they do roll into the general fund balance, which essentially becomes the UFB at the end of the year.
Okay. And Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments on the personnel lapse savings memo from the Controller's Office?
Mr. Chair, if I may briefly.
Yes, Mr. Pahi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. OMB just sent a revised unmet needs list, and it includes those 4 missing items from the for the Division of Natural Resources. We have, again, OLC has not checked the rest of the Oversight Committee resolutions, but we will be doing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pahi. But then again, if you redo, do you have a copy of the memo from the Controller's Office with you, Mr. Pahi?
I don't believe I've received that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, because right now, the personal lapse fund allocation is at 12.6 million. That's in personal savings. But then again, Controller's Office is recommending that we take 7 million off of that 12 million again to fund the 5% GWA, and therefore leaving a balance of about a little over $5 million. And we have a unmet need totaling over 130 million right now, and there's only 5 million in personal lapse savings that we have to work with.
Yes, I understand. I will look through my emails to see if I have that. Thank you.
Okay, if not, Peggy, if you would send her a copy of the email. With this, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy. The memo on the personal lapse fund, is that what you mean, the memo?
Oh, from the controller's office.
Yes, that was sent to the advisors. So she's part of
Okay.
that group.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Committee members, any further questions, comments? There's no questions or comments, so I feel that maybe we'll just move on to Shanada, Delegate Elmer PDG. Shanada Elmer PDG.
Sure, I have a question on this this personal lapse fund. So I believe that looking at this memo, it has a $12,626. $12,628,352. So does that mean that my unmet needs request can come up from this one?
Oh, as I explained earlier.
So that can be taken from this. So this account can be used for that to the fiscal layout. I just want to clarify that.
As I explained earlier when you were on the line, when this personal lapse fund comes in to play, and if the committee wishes to move forward to, as we did in the past years, split this 6 ways, and then from there we start looking at the unmet need listing to say we want to fund this unmet need, fund this unmet need, and fund this until it's close to that's each delegate's prerogative. And so on your end, Iggy, if you wish to utilize that, your allocation for that, that'd be your prerogative, Delegate Elmer PBG. And so this is why I'm trying to get input from the committee, as far as the recommendations from the 3-branch chiefs agreement. Again, that's only a recommendation, that they're setting the tone of the $5 million for the retirement and the $3 million for the GWA. As in the past, Budget and Finance Committee members, we've always taken this exercise on the gross wage adjustment, GWA, where the committee decides, okay, what are we looking at? What's the best option? Is it 2%? Is it 2.5%? Is it 3%? But it seems that the 3-branch chiefs decided to take that upon themselves and set the amount and recommend that to the committee, and also put in another $5 million for the retirement, and push that upon the committee. So if it's up to the committee here if they wish to accept that recommendation or not. But then if there's silence, then I can just move forward to the next item, and we'll just leave this it is.
Chairman.
So a question so a question about budget and finance kid. So we have to make a decision here of accepting the recommendations from the 3-branch chiefs agreement, and then the 12.6 million Nigi, and there's another recommendation from the budget controller's office to say that the option 4 and exhibit B of their memo, they're saying that they recommend to take another 7 million and from the 12 million, and from there that will fund the 5% GWA inflation adjustment. Therefore, only leaving $5 million, a little over $5 million for the committee to consider for the large unmet need listing that we have. That's where it's at, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee. So that's why I'm trying to get some discussion going. But if there's no discussion, then I could, like I said, I can move forward and we'll just leave this alone and go to the legislation itself. Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yell here.
With that, I'll have a follow-up question after that. Sure.
Delegate Jimmy Yell here.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. Appreciate it. Are your recommendations that Yachigi, DWA, my understanding, if I make recommendation, I wonder if this is applicable to do it, a GWA 2%, is it okay to do it? Recommendation from BNF, because there'll be need money into 2023 fiscal year budget. This must be used 2024, then 2% in needle. This is my recommendation, Speaker, if I'm in the right order. Turn the floor back to you, Chairman.
So, Delegate Yellow here. What are you saying? That are you asking that staff calculate the GWA at 2%?
Oh, 2%. Because there's money will be needed anyway. Because there's a lot of inflation going on right now at this time. Everything is going high because instead, even 3% more, it's going to cost money to the Navajo Nation. At the same time, fringe benefit rates are increasing again. And if this happens, we're going to be in a shortfall for next year. Yeah. Which I'm not coming back anyway. I'm trying to speak for the Navajo Nation. Chairman,
Delegate Jimmy Yellow here for your request. So with this, Peggy, who would that request go to?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that is part of the options that you have for consideration. Actually, there's 4 of them, and that's Exhibit B of the the Controller's Memo dated August 16th, 2022. So this memo is coming from the Controller's Office, and like Rob said, it's already been reviewed by DPM and also Dominic Bial from OMB. So they would be the ones to make those calculations if you want a different calculated amount.
Thank you, Peggy, for that information. With this, Office of Management Budgets reviewing the request. Let's move forward to Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Chair, one of the reasons why I was asking a question, I know that you went through that earlier, but I agree with the Shenandoah Delegate Yellow hair regarding 2%. Because last year, I think we did 3.5% salary adjustment. So right now, we got 2%. Although this will be my recommendation to the Shenandoah.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With this recommendations that are being put forth, Mr. Bial.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any input into what's the recommendation by Delegate Jimmy Yell here and Delegate Elmer P. Begay? Would you have any input on that, or should I defer that to the controller's office?
Well, I can provide some input. First of all the data, the numbers, and so forth that are in the various options attached to the controller's memo, those all come from the Department of Personnel Management.
Mr. Chair.
They would be the ones to run.
Dominic, can you please speak up? Can't hear you.
We're recording the conversation, Mr. Bielsa, if you could speak up.
Okay, excuse me. I was using my phone and then the speaker was on too at the same time. I was saying that the attachment to the controller's memo, the Exhibit B, as you see at the top of the page, it says Department of Personnel Management. So they're the ones who would run different numbers. As you can see in this particular document, there's 4 options. The lowest one being 3.5%. So as I hear Delegate Yellow Hair, he's suggesting maybe 2%. But it would be up to the controller, DPM, to rerun those numbers and so forth. But having said that, I know that Mr. Robert Willie he went through this very briefly and quickly. The main purpose of the Personal Lapse Savings Fund, and the reason we have a restriction on doing budget transfers and so on during the fourth quarter, is to provide a balance enough to support some sort of general wage adjustment. That's the purpose it was created for. So that's why in this particular memorandum, the controller and DPM as well as myself, we talked about all of this. And then, of course, the president's office did too. Well, the branch chiefs, all 3 of them, discussed this as well. And the biggest thing to the group, those that have discussed this so far, is the fact that the inflation rate at the moment is anywhere from 8 to 9% above what it was a year ago. And we all know that because anytime you go to the store, everything is so costly, including gas for your vehicles. So you've heard, I think, earlier today from Division of Human Resources, Dr. Fowler speaking about salaries and how we compare to the rest of governments and entities and states and so forth, and that we're behind. So the consequence, the result is we pay or we lose a lot of people, some of our better people, because they'll go work elsewhere at better and get better pay. That's the reason why we have this particular plan and why it's called general wage adjustment. It's not a COLA, cost of living adjustment. It used to be called that in prior years, but now it's a general wage adjustment. That is to keep Navajo Nation workforce paying salaries that are at least comparable or competitive with everyone else. So that's the intent here. And it turns out that this fiscal year 22, because there's been so many vacancies, and there still is, that's why the result here, the estimated personal lapse balance at 12.6 million, is more than it's typically been. So the funding is therefore, to fund a GWA at an appropriate rate or level. So those are the additional remarks I just wanted to make on the subject matter. I know Mr. Willie mentioned that either myself or Ms. Woody from DPM might want to add further remarks. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Dr. Shinkela, Mr. Willie Mr. Bial for your input to this discussion here. So deferring back to Mr. Willie and the memo from the controller's office. The information contained, if you go back to the memo itself, or Exhibit A, I'm sorry, Exhibit A, there's a $3,020,946, and it's referencing BFJN 2121. Would you provide some background information on that, Mr. Willie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that $3,020,946 that's referenced within Exhibit A is actually the GWA that was for FY22. So I believe that that's what's being utilized as part of the budget forms. I need Mr. Bial to correct me if I'm wrong, but that was approved to fund the difference between last year's and this year's budget amounts, to keep the budgets the same. And I'd ask Mr. Bial to further elaborate if he could too, please. Thank you.
Okay, so that's from the, so I'm trying to pick up your explanation. So as we move down the line to Exhibit B, the 5% is that another GWA, or is that a percentage to support the 3 million? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. I think the committee is also, hopefully I'm speaking on behalf of the committee when I ask these questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Exhibit B is totally separate. So Exhibit B is actually the GWA options for FY 2023. The amount that's referenced within Exhibit A, that 3 million, is actually to fund what was already approved in 2022, but we need that amount in 23 to keep a pace with what we did approve in the past. So 2023 Exhibit B is actually a new GWA that we're considering.
Okay, so in total, the personal lapse fund would fund the GWA over $10 million then, if the committee decides to move with option 4.
I guess essentially it would, but those that 3 million that's in Exhibit A was already built into what was passed by the Budget and Finance Committee, which was part of the 3-branch chief agreement, utilizing BFJN-21-21.
Chair Henry, I got a question, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, well, I'm trying to figure this out. Vice Chair Smith, do you have the floor?
Thank you. I think I'm on the same page you are there, Chair Henry. I see the Mr. Willie today at 4:51, and it says PL schedule, 12,623,000. Let me try that again. $12,626,352. And the GWA recommendations at 5%, which would be $7,465,697. There'll be a remaining of $5,160,655, which would be divided evenly between the B&F members at amount of $860,109.17. My question is to Mr. Willie, the 5%, I think maybe you said it, maybe I didn't catch it. Did you say that the three branch government is in agreement with the 5% for employees? Because I always hear them saying, we never get anything, we never get a raise, we never get anything. And if that's the case with the three branch government making that recommendation or being okay with it, is that how this has been brought forth? And if so, then why not just leave it like that? Chair Henio, that's my question.
Vice Chair Smith, for your input to this discussion. And so therefore, right now, I believe the Controller's Office has developed this Exhibit B, according, if I heard Mr. Willie right. And so therefore they are making that recommendation at the highest percentage is the way I'm picking it up. And so Mr. Willie?
I'll be after Mr. Willie. Chairman Sitsula.
I'll give a gate to you.
So the way that the three branch chief agreement reads, it did point two recommended that the actual GWA cost of $3,020,946 will be allocated to the three branches to absorb the GWA costs in the FY23 budget. So they're covering the GWA that they gave this year is essentially what that $3 million is doing. So that's why we already took it out of the personal lapse, according to the Exhibit A. Exhibit B was provided by Department of Personnel Management. They came up with the options. The personal lapse resolution that the controller, the Department of Personnel Management and Office of Management and Budget must meet and then agree on an estimated amount, in which they did. That's why all three of them signed the memo, which is attached. And we came to the consensus that the 5% GWA would be the recommendation which we would make for FY23. So the $3 million that you're talking about was already approved last year, but it needed to be funded again for FY23. So the three branch chiefs agreed that the personal lapse would cover that. Already they took it out of the personal lapse from this year to cover that. So that's just covering what we already got approved last year, because I'm assuming because there might have been a shortfall, but there's no shortfall. And the 5% is an additional GWA that's being recommended. So hopefully that clarifies that.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. That really does clarify the intent of the $3 million. Because I thought the $3 million was going to be the GWA when I first seen it. And so, but this is as a safety net for the programs, because that's always been an issue. When the Budget and Finance Committee allocates a percentage for GWA, the programs they would have a concern stating that we cannot absorb that GWA that you gave out because it takes a big chunk of our personnel overhead. So right now, what the three branch chiefs agreement is doing is they're covering themselves for next year by taking 3 million off the top of the personal lapse fund. Is that right?
Yeah, that sounds about right, Mr. Chair.
Chair, this
So
is Kristen, if I may.
so in the end, right now, what DPM had done is that they decided to take it upon themselves to do a percentage for GWA to put before the Budget and Finance Committee, and that's what you're including in your memo. So, okay. So with this, Delegate Jimmy Yell here.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to understand what's going on with this GWA. They have a different concerns than these guys. Politically, the branch chiefs, I think they play a little bit politics to me. Shady thought on this case. We went through this budget today, completed, and there is a lower grade step with these vacancies. They can't get a job because it's too low. Those the ones should be increased instead of 5% increase. For example, this political division director, if this will make my and some justifications to you. When they make $93,000 and then 5%, it's going to cost almost $8,000, like $97,600. That goes a lot of money. They not could later enough vacancy the job but you offer there's a lot of vacancies involved because of this. We don't approve anything for increase. Maybe grade state should be a little bit higher than these vacancies. We should be looking at that one instead giving their solid 5% increase again. This is not fair at all. Very injustice to me. Auto Kayak, just to understand, Mr. Willie, we budgeted Yagi to clarify, Mr. Willie. This goes to you. When we did the budget, this budget is already increased with GWA. We need to know that. And plus, there's a very big, huge fringe benefit rate increase too. They're taking a lot of, but that's my concern. And why fringe benefit rate is too high? Why instead, I know I'm part of an investments and I go to retirement plan too office. That's my concern. I got at a budget the 5% what could they not so cost division director as a president the cocoa what I open this case not 2% they're not they can meet their inflation 8%. What about those people that makes only 27,000? They should be look at that one. There's only big. She has to be fair without this case. I thought that nothing and nothing. I hope you understand, Mr. Willie, and also others that understand Navajo languages we need to use when we talk about things like this. You want to talk about hospital terms of
Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, first call. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second call. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, third call. Christina, let's move forward. Kristen, you want to be put in the queue, recognizing you now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at Exhibit C of the fiscal year 2023 budget instruction manual. And item number 2 is addressing the use of the personal lapse fund. And Exhibit C is the Navajo Nation 3 branch chiefs agreement. and it addresses the use of the personnel savings, aka personnel lapse fund. And so there are 3 items that are specifically delineated and that the branch chiefs recommended. So they recommend $3,020,946 to fund the FY 2022 general wage adjustment. So that is the general wage adjustment that council voted on in last year's comprehensive budget legislation. So that I think was different than OOC explained, because the actual legislation is BFJN 2022 that is in the budget instruction manual, and the resolution that the memo refers to is a 2021 legislation. And then the second item referred to and recommended by the branch chief is $5 million to be allocated to partially cover costs for the retirement plan business unit 118018. And then there is specifically a general wage adjustment of 5% that is enumerated, but the memo does not include the general wage adjustment as recommended by the 3 branch chiefs agreement. To be sure, the 3 branch chiefs agreement is styled as a recommendation, but the calculations done by OOC were specific to A and B, but not to C. So they specifically subtracted out items A and D, but not C. So if it's a recommendation, then the whole thing has to be a recommendation, or if it's not a recommendation and is designed to be taken as in the entirety, then that would include the 5% general wage adjustment for FY 2023. There.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowe, for your input to the discussion here. As I stated, this is always the hardest part of the budget hearings, and so moving along for more discussion. Any further questions, comments? Delegate Elmer P. Begay, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here now, Chinchilla.
Good shit, you have the floor.
Okay, yeah, now that my follow-up question is regarding that. I know that we're trying to all this time now that we talk about fundings, we talk about the government, we talk about the people, and most of all, you know that when they target as elected officials and then people that are hired, it's more why we're here. Why was the Naval Nation government? I mean, why was it created? It's to help the people. We have to be helping the people. So we look back, is the people okay today? Is the people that got help? Because did they got help? So that's a question that we would have as the leaders and as the workers of the Naval Nation government. So I know that we try to keep recruit and then to retain the people here, to keep the government going. But as we know that this morning, those stats, how long it takes to get a personnel hired, and the issue that we found out today again is that it's a low process like regarding the background check. Once they got hired, then they had to wait for it. Before it get on board, they'll be already got their other job that they requested that they apply for. The article A, they just go with it. None that there's a vacancy that we have. That's the problem that we have. Okay, how do we address that? We haven't addressed that, and then we're trying to give more money to recruit more people again. But we haven't. How do we do that? And then we're here. But this is created to help the people. The people, I think they're still saying that they haven't get any help yet. I think it's in the now that this. If we look at real leaders, they're going to their places, and they are not other. They are the even the hot coffee, but that on the hot coffee, so that's where I kind of draw the line. In other words, the people, when do we listen to people? When do we going to actually help the people that are in need? How do we deliver service directly to those people? So that's where I think that we need to look into that part of it before we start doing any salary adjustment again. Okay, what I want this case, I need to do for the people. Let's start the process to hire those people and put people in place and start delivering some service and goods to the people. That Bantus case at Chair Henry or so. It was the Bantus case. I just want to share it with you. Thank you.
Kushin for your input, Kudo. Delegate Amr PVG. I think we need to move forward on this issue here as far as the general wage adjustment. And as for me, I should let that as far as adjusting the giving the money to salary adjustments for the employees that we have, but the higher percentage rate, it'd be the lower for unmet needs. And as Mr. BL had stated, that was the original purpose of the personnel lapse fund, was to fund unmet needs in the future to be nation to be competitive. Not unmet needs, personal lapse fund. Any balances that are left over from the personal lapse savings will go back to fund the general wage adjustments for employees. And so in the past, committees always look towards the personnel lapse savings to fund unmet need requests. And even the so, but with this again today, as far as recommendations is concerned, the committee can act to look at option 1, 2, 3, or 4. And once we come to that consensus, then let's move forward to the remaining balance of the personal lapse savings. So that's where I want to focus in on, is the option 1, which is 3.5%, all the way up to option 4, which is the 5%. So could I and make your recommendations, as the Department of Personnel Management has already taken it upon themselves to do this exercise and give us those options. So with that, could I just Vice Chair Smith?
Well, thank you, Chair Henry. I think options should be exactly how the 3-branch government came to an agreement and just leave it at 5%.
Kushina Hela. Delegate Jimmy here.
I think Mr. Yellowhair's call dropped or something.
Kashina, we'll move forward to Sunda. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Sunda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. We'll move forward to Sunda. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Say 3%. I would recommend that. To go ahead and daily. How many how many recruitment that was made? Did we improve that? And then how many retained it? So 3%. Thank you.
Okay, Sunda, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. I think the lowest is 3.5% Baka on the options that we have.
Okay, 3.5%. Thank you.
Kashina. I don't know. We still have a quorum. Ramona, a roll call vote. See if we still have a quorum.
Sure, Chairman Henyo, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee, the Naval Nation Council, Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I'm present.
Okay. Honorable Jamie Henyo is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Chairman, we have 3 members upon roll call and 3 members not entering roll call. Chairman?
Kashina, Ramona, and we do not have a quorum at this time to make a decision on this subject here, and even to move forward.
Motion recess.
Request for recess.
We can't even entertain a motion because there'll be no votes to approve a recess, as though there's only 3 of us, as we still don't have a quorum, and therefore we do not have a quorum, and we still need to take action to move forward. So at this time, at 5:34 p.m., this meeting is over, as we do not have a quorum to make any type of effective decisions. Thank you.
Negotiation and down. Thank you.
I'll go ahead.
So Peggy, when can we set again? It's unfortunate that we don't have a quorum at this time.
We can start again tomorrow at 8:30 if you'd like. I can post the agenda. I'll just leave off the 1 o'clock time for the discussion on the draft legislation. If we can get a copy of the draft legislation out to the advisors, that would be great, so that they can have a chance to look at it to see what we'll be presenting to the committee tomorrow. That would be great. And any other exhibits that are being developed, that would be great too.
Okay.
Chair Vigno, this is Dana. Can I ask a question?
Yes, Dana, hold on. Let me ask a question, then you can help us out with this. Help us out with this too. So therefore,
Okay.
Earlier when I mentioned that we might have to go to tomorrow, Peggy stated that we would have to get another memo signed, post agenda, 24-hour notice, and so forth. And now we're going to be waiving that, or something's happening here. But Dana, help us out here, because originally I was hoping that we would have 3 days to move on this, and so that way tomorrow would have been a buffer in case today something like similar like this happened. But moving to tomorrow, I don't know if we are legally, because we haven't posted an agenda 24 hours in advance. The agenda only has yesterday and today. So Ms. Barboff?
Thank you, Chair. That was what I was going to ask Ms. Nakai about. DNF cannot have a meeting tomorrow unless without 24-hour notice. So the best you can do, and I agree you need another day, is to have your meeting, post your meeting for Friday. That of course puts the budget legislation back by about 2 days, but it will be dropped on Friday if DNF meets in the morning. Office of Legislative Counsel can get it dropped Friday. That only puts you 2 days behind. That's all I had to say, Chair. Thank you.
Chair Hinio, can I explain? Chair Hinio.
Oh, hold on, I was trying to speak when it was on me. Thank you, Dana, for your input. That's exactly what I was thinking, that we might have to go till Friday so we can sign a memo tomorrow or something. Peggy?
I have to apologize. I incorrectly spoke earlier. What I realized was that looking back at the calendar and all, Budget and Finance proposed to have their budget hearings between August 8th and the 19th. And so a memo was forwarded to the speaker and he approved those dates. So all we need to do is post another or send out another agenda that would change the date of this agenda to the 18th to be included. And so it would allow the Legislative Council to provide that discussion on the legislation tomorrow. And then we should be okay. And it's just like Dana said, we'll probably have to ask for a special meeting after the 23rd because we won't be able to have the legislation reviewed on the 23rd for that special meeting. We'll have to ask for a later date because the legislation, if the budget legislation is dropped tomorrow, it won't go live until the 24th and so forth. 5 days out. So I misspoke earlier when I said that we would have to do the 24-hour notice and post the agenda again. We're already within that time frame that was initially approved for the Budget and Finance Committee to meet for these hearings. Just like last week, we went from the 8th to the 12th in 3 days. And then I posted this agenda for the 16th and 17th, but now we have to add the 18th to the agenda and then just delete that time of 1 o'clock, unless you want to still keep it, giving her enough time to, I'm not really sure what progress has been made on that document. If she still needs the time for 1 o'clock to present to the committee.
Thank you, Peggy, for that clarification. And so, Ms. Barba, so does that work in keeping the meeting moving till tomorrow morning? What Peggy had just explained?
Chair, I don't believe it works. Ms. Nakai got authorization. That's the first step. But the posting is for transparency to the public. And I've gone back and looked, and there is nothing posted about a meeting tomorrow. So it is my strong belief is that you try to have a meeting tomorrow, you will have violated Title II's posting requirements. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dana, for your input. So, but the authorization is still good up to the 19th. So what Peggy could do is post an agenda for Friday morning, and that will be in compliance with Title II.
Yes, absolutely, Speaker, Chair. That would be perfect.
So Peggy, if you would post an agenda for Friday morning to remain for the remaining part of the budget hearings, and therefore that should give Mr. Pahi enough time to formulate or complete the comprehensive budget for FY 2023. Let's go that route, Peggy. Since you already have the authorization to do it, but posting of the agenda is the critical part of it. So therefore, if you would post the agenda this evening if you can, or early tomorrow morning, to start Friday morning at 8:30.
Thank you.
Kushi, thank you. And thank you, Dana, for staying on the line with us and clarifying this, as I wanted to keep this thing moving and not just leave it hanging. So in the meantime, Dana, again, when is the latest this FY 23 budget legislation could be dropped?
Wow, let's see. The very latest, give me a second to calculate that. I'm gonna have to back up on that. We have to have it done 10 days, or is it 20 days? I can't remember. I will get that to you, Chair. However, I do want to give you reassurances that OLC will have it finished on Friday, or we believe we will. Let me do a calculation of the dates, 1 second.
Okay, Dana, thank you. That's the reason why I asked that question, is because we're moving this meeting up to Friday, and we need a sponsor to be there on hand to sign it and drop it. That's why I was asking. So, okay, Dana, I'll be here. I'm not jumping off the ship right now.
Miss Chair, may I briefly?
Yes, Mr. Pahi, go ahead. We're informally talking, so.
Okay, great. Okay, so I was looking again at the BIM budget calendar in the BIM that Budget and Finance Committee formally approved. And it does give us until August 19 to drop the comprehensive budget legislation. So if it's dropped on Friday, we're still on time, and we're doing good. We're doing okay as far as the deadlines in the BIM. So just wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My brother, Chairman, don't get yelled here.
Oshanta?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you indicated, when you come back to meet on Friday, it's very good, my brother. Your concern is important, and I support it too. And if we finish by 19, I think it can be done what the Laura Lee's indicated. But I'd like to ask our advisor, our help from Laura Lee. Keep everything very simple, Laura Lee. Let's not get complicated. Laura, I appreciate that one. My request to you. And let's get this thing going. My phone was dropped. I just suddenly had to turn it, drive around. I had to go back where I was. I go back 2 miles. Thank you. I could have said
Kasi sinunta delgi ala here. Nda hasil sa na. Haja iya di not small. It's going to during the one meeting called Ilya, so we could go looking for you.
Okay.
Chair Henio, so what time are you thinking of on Friday?
8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
The earlier the better, so we can move forward with it.
All right. So the legislation, the draft legislation will be ready at that time then. Thank you.
Oh, and then I can make my way into Window Rock as soon as I can. Maybe as we're talking, then be there when it's ready to be signed or dropped.
Okay, sounds good.
Chair Henio, this is Dana again, and this is just kind of like a worst case scenario. But the Appropriations Act at 840 B states that the Navajo Nation Council shall adopt a comprehensive budget no less than 20 days prior to the expiration of each fiscal year. So that means council would have to have acted by the latest September 10th. I don't know how long council wants for its deliberations. I think in the past, I think it's been 3 days. It might have been longer, but so let's just say council wants 5 days, and they determined to deliberate the 5th through the 10th. Navi Navi did it on the let's just say the 3rd and 4th. That would mean that the absolute latest that the and Budget and Finance needs to hear it. I would say, and I may adjust this by a day or two, but I think your very latest is probably August 25th for dropping the comprehensive budget legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Dana, for your input. So yes, we have our next meeting is Friday morning at 8:30. Then we could move forward with the process, and we'll get everything moving. Mr. Pahi, will that work for you? Oh, Kristen, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to also follow on to Ms. Barbara's comment. 840B of the Appropriations Act requires that prior to Navajo Nation Council deliberation of the proposed comprehensive budget, the latest external audit of the combined financial statements will be presented to the Navajo Nation Council by the external auditors. And I don't currently know what the status of the audit is, but that is also a requirement in the Appropriations Act, Chair.
Thank you, Kristen. I should have mentioned it. That legislation has been finalized and will be dropped this evening. It may have already been taken to Legislative Services. I think we're waiting for Speaker or co-sponsor to sign it.
Manuel just picked it up. He said he's going to go get a signature.
So the audit legislation will be dropped today.
Okay, Chair, I guess we've got it all covered then. We're gonna have the audit and we're gonna have to decide what day we're gonna also, well, that can be available on the 23rd. And then the speaker was looking at possibly having Nabi either I think on the 25th and then maybe special session on the 26th, something next week. That was what we discussed with him. So that's going to go before the budget gets started. And that's due by the 31st, I believe, to BIA.
Yes, we can still have our meeting on the 23rd if the audit legislation is dropped. If it goes on live for a 5-day comment period today, and then that will take care of the audit.
Yes, that's true.
Chairman, and Ms. Nakai.
Yes.
This is Manuel Rico with Legislative Services. The audit's going to be posted tonight. It'll be ready on the 23rd. Speaker was planning on having a Nabikia at 9 a.m. on the 24th, followed by a council at 1 p.m. the same day on the 24th for this audit. If there are different plans, we can run it by speaker or different recommendations. But that was kind of what he was planning. That's why he wanted the audit dropped today, Chairman.
Okay, Manuel, sounds good. That way we can take care of the audit right away.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks, Manuel.
Okay, with that, Peggy, is there anything that needs my signature?
I think we're good. We'll just, whatever loose ends we have on Friday, we'll deal with that then. At that time, just as long as, everyone knows that we're meeting at 8:30 and that agenda will be posted.
Thank you, Peggy, and have a good evening. Thank you for everything that you've done for us.
You're welcome, Mr. Chair. And to the committee members too, we have them all back on. Chair Hinio, we have 3 members so far that I can see. They're all on the call again.
Okay, well, we'll see everybody Friday morning at 8:30. Thank you, Laureline. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you, Ms. Barba, Dana, and everybody else that's on the call right now. Yeah, have a good evening.
So good y'all are here too. For everybody got help to being a committee member. Chad, Laureline, Chad, Dina Barba. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Peggy.
Oh, you're welcome.
A question?
All righty, well, we're gonna get off the call now and we'll continue this hearing on Friday at 8:30. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, yeah, Shiash and Chair Nan.